Wow. Wow. Good afternoon. Welcome. This is going to be a very casual, informal live. Hopefully we get some interesting conversation. Hey Sheila, what's up? How you doing? That tennis this morning, I tell you, really, I'm too old for this crap, man. So my body was killing me afterwards. If you don't, I was just on a pro-Israeli live. It's amazing how freely people think they can throw out hateful words, and it seems to be projection, because when someone's polite and civil and they sit there and they take your vitriol, I don't know, I think it just speaks volumes about other people when they can't have a conversation about the issues, so all they have to do is try to attack. It's I don't know, I find it sad. It really is sad. And one of the things we really want to do in this world, if we're going to have peace among us, is have conversation. I did a video yesterday or day before, and it kind of said something to this effect. If you have people that won't even talk, they automatically assume that you're doing something for bad reasons. They think that you're hateful because you have criticisms about the government or about a movement that they're a part of, that you're hateful of the people in the movement, that somehow you hate everybody. And that's an easy way to deflect from the criticism, because if you have legitimate criticism but somebody paints you as hateful, it kind of eliminates your ability to have the conversation about the criticism. And so what happens is, and this is an all too familiar tactic, if you're critical of an Israeli policy, of actions by their military, or of the Zionist movement, which I think is different than Jewish people, and there are Jewish people who disregard or don't like, they reject Zionism. So it's not that it's an anti-Jewish thing, because Jewish people are also anti-Zionist. It's anti-Zionism, meaning the mindset, the ideology, the justification for establishing this homeland, where and how it was done, not one in and of itself, because having a safe place to be is something we should want for all people. But someone who has an inability to disconnect and thinks that if you criticize either the mindset or movement of Zionism, or the actions of the Israeli government policies, or the actions of the military, that you're criticizing all of the people that happen to be Jewish or practice Judaism, is just, it's not a cogent argument. And that's the problem that I have with it. It's not a reasonable argument. You can criticize my criticism. You can say, hey, I don't think you're right. Someone said in the comments of the live I was just on, and I recorded it, by the way. This is always fun to keep track of this stuff. They said, you lie about everything. I hear this broad. So I said, okay, what's one thing? Just pick any one thing. The other thing was, I don't know if you heard this or not, but somebody made the accusation that towards the end of one of the recent lives, that somebody who was remaining on the panel, who was pro-Palestinian, I guess, had said something about, and this is his words, not mine, that the JEWS harvest organs and eat them. Now, I've never heard anybody say that on anybody's panel, much less one of my panels. But here's the good news. All of my lives are recorded, and all of them are put up unedited on YouTube and Rumble. I have 3 of them right now that I have to put up today that are downloaded, but I have to put them up. So you can go through the last 3 or 4 lives, whatever, just go to the very end. You can fast forward on these places and you can just listen. And if anybody did say those things and I didn't catch it for some reason, which I don't think would be possible, because if someone was talking that way, I would cut them off and say, hey, that's out of bounds. But who knows what happened? But listen, check it out for yourself. I'm pretty sure that nothing like that, or even something remotely close to that, was said. So anyway, and by the way, I try not to show favoritism to people. I give more people a chance to come up and talk on my lives than almost anybody. I don't allow personal attacks on my lives. I don't let anybody disparage people in the comments. I don't like. It just doesn't help the conversation. And in the end, what we're going to have to do is find a way for there to be a peaceful resolution. And all of this back and forth, calling people hateful names or telling them to go F off or whatever, doesn't do anything to help things at all. It just pushes us a step further away from a chance for peace. So, anyway, listen. As far as the stuff on Twitter, I've addressed this so many times, and to have to readdress it every time somebody who's outraged by it. If you screw up in life, the way I believe it is you acknowledge your mistake, you promise not to repeat it, you apologize to those who were offended, you try to make amends in whatever way you can on top of that, and then at some point you just have to move on and try to be better than the thing you messed up with. That's just life as I understand it. Some people aren't going to get past it for whatever their reasons are, and that's their choice. I can't control what someone else's thoughts or feelings are, or their actions, and I can't get caught up in all that. So if somebody decides to cancel somebody, whether it's me or somebody else, that's their business. My suggestion is swipe on. My other suggestion is, if you're going to bring somebody up on a panel, if you want to bring them up, don't bring them up to beat them up like a punching bag. Talk to them, find out what motivates their beliefs, ask them questions, try to understand their thinking. Too many people just outright reject people. And I'm a listener. I like to understand why somebody believes something, even if I completely disagree with it. It makes me sick of what's happening right now in Gaza. And yet I have plenty of people come up who want to share their point of view about what they think the targeting processes are, how they go out of their way to be careful, that it's human shields. I listen to these things over and over again. I don't agree with them, but I'm willing to give somebody a chance to share their views, even though I think it's gross, right? But I put aside my personal feelings for the sake of the conversation. And unfortunately, other people, have I changed my position of supporting Trump? I've never said I support Trump. So, David, I've never expressed support for either Biden or Trump. I don't support either major party. The only thing I have said about Trump is that I believe that the Democrats, their diplomats, are more reckless as far as foreign policy goes. They're poking China, they're poking Russia, and they're doing things that I think are irresponsible that could get us into a larger conflict. That wouldn't benefit anybody. If we get into a tactical or even regional nuclear conflict, that's going to be a very, very bad situation for all of us, no matter what you think about anything. Nobody wins. And so I think that in that regard, I think that if another Trump administration comes into being, they will not be as cavalier with those types of things. At least they weren't during their term. But as far as like Supreme Court justices are concerned, ecological policy, safety and regulation are concerned, just the guy's personal life and behavior, the way he thinks towards women, the way he's just sort of, he's divisive in his rhetoric. He makes fun of people with disabilities. I think those are bad things. I think that's not good. Not to mention the infidelity with his, all that personal stuff that's, we don't focus on that exclusively, but it's not fun to have there as a cherry on the top. So I don't support either candidate. I support independent candidates. I support changing the whole political system. The one thing that bothers me about all the three leading candidates, which is Trump, Biden, or whoever's going to replace him, which I think he will be replaced soon, and then, of course, third party Robert Kennedy Jr., those are your leading candidates. All three have expressed, I'll talk about Jill Stein in a second, all three have expressed, unquestioning loyalty to Israel, which I think is irresponsible. If I was somebody who's pro-Israel, I would love it because they got my back. But I think in terms of what's good for the majority of Americans, remember, the population in America is not a majority Jewish population. It's a very small fraction. And there are other people who support Israel for different reasons, evangelical Christians, general American public. But the Jewish population who happens to support Zionism in Israel is a very small fraction of the population. We have 335 million Americans, and we're talking about less than 6 or 7 million people out of that big number. So anyway, do with that what you want. Again, if some of these things do blow up into a regional war, it's not going to benefit the average American if we have to send more and more money. We have to get our military involved. Our sons and daughters get involved and die in combat. It doesn't benefit us. It benefits Israel. And like I said, I'm all for a safe homeland for people to be safe from harm. You could argue right now one of the least safe places to be because of the rocket fire and the missiles maybe coming down from the north is Israel. It's not the greatest situation right now for safety. They have internal turmoil, tons of protests in the street that want Netanyahu out. They want the hostages returned. They want a cessation of violence in Gaza. There's a lot of unrest in Israel right now. It's a very tumultuous place right now. for those who don't know. So what do I think about Jill Stein? If you don't know who Jill Stein is, she's an independent candidate for president, and she is working with the Green Party. She's the Green Party nominee. And I like Jill. I mean, all of her policies are things that I totally agree with. The problem with our system in general, forget about Jill, who's great, just the third-party candidate system is just, it's broken. We don't have a multi-party system, even though we have more than two parties. The two-party system dominates the political landscape, and they control the money, they control the advertising, they control all of the messaging, they control who gets into the debates, all of the above. It's ugly. It's a very tight control of power, and as long as you're somebody who's wealthy and you can donate money to both major parties, your interests get catered to. So think about it. I mean, as the joke goes, if a third party ever did get success, they just write a third check, right? So this is the thing about the party system. So about Joe Biden, though. I talked to somebody yesterday on one of these regular political lives, and I said, I'd be willing to put up every penny I have, give it to a lawyer, and you can do the same. We'll match the amounts, and if Joe Biden is still the nominee come the election, you can keep my money. That's how confident I am that Joe Biden will not be the nominee. There are already people all through the party that are calling for his to step down, including Gerald Nadler. These are senior committee chairmen. Hakeem Jeffries hasn't quite gotten there publicly, but believe me, he's doing it behind closed doors. All of the donor class have expressed a desire to not have him stay in there because they don't want to throw good money after bad. So, somebody says last year you proved that you do not understand politics. Weeds Gaming says, Chip, the last few times you're on my show, you prove that you do not understand politics. Okay, well, I mean, we can talk about that, Weeds Gaming, if you want to say how you disagree with something that I've said. But can you be more specific when you say that I don't understand politics? I mean, not that this makes a huge difference, but I was a political science major in college. I've been following politics since I was 18. I'm now 57. I've seen many election cycles come and go. I've watched the two-party system develop with Citizens United and money and the permanent establishment affect the ability of our so-called democracy to function, which it doesn't. And, I tend to say the same things that comedian George Carlin said. I can play a little clip for you as far as how he believes things are going right now and the illusion of democracy that we have. And yeah, I understand that within the current environment, we're not going to change the system overnight in terms of affecting these power systems. We may never change it. I mean, I'm not naive. But I'm not sure what part of what I say you're being critical of. So if you think I don't understand something, come on up as a guest. You can share your point of view. I won't interrupt you or talk over you. The difference is I've been on some of these political shows, and when someone vehemently disagrees with your point, they get angry because they want you to agree with them. I don't want you to agree with me. I don't care what you think. You can think whatever the hell you want. I'm not right, and I don't think you're right. I think you have a take and I have a take, right? So what's going to happen in the short term? We're going to play this same game we've been playing. One of the two major parties is going to get their candidate through. They're going to have some impact on some issues. A lot of the issues won't change because of the structure and the power that's in place. Let's face it, the donor class, the corporate class, the special interest groups, they control our government. Government isn't the problem. Those controlling the government are the problem. And until we address, like I always like to say, it's the marionettes. If you have marionettes on a stage and someone's controlling them and behind the curtain they're speaking the parts and they're running the play, and you come up and you change some of the dolls out, which is electing, congresspeople, senators, the play's not going to change. All they're going to do is adjust a little bit based on whether you have a blue doll or a red doll or an older or young. They don't give a shit which dolls are on the stage. They just manipulate them. It's as long as the incentives and punishments don't change for people that come on the stage, there's not going to be a different play. The plot's going to play out the same every time. Now, if you think that's naive or I don't understand something, come up and tell me how you see it differently. It's easy to say in the comments someone doesn't know what they're talking about, but you have to be specific. So, and if you're just doing it to troll, that's fine too. Whatever. You're certainly welcome to be critical. Listen, taking a strong political view on anything leaves you open to criticism, which is fine. Raiders for Life wants to come up. Yeah, all you have to do is request. I can't bring you up out of the blue, Raiders, but if you request by hitting that little blue and red button, yeah, come on up. Yeah, and if you want to come up, who was the person that said that? I forget. Weeds Gaming. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. I've said that many times before. Listen. I'm not looking to hurt the people that live in the territory. That means. Just a second, Raiders, before you come up. What I think it means is, remember, what was the territory like in 1905, before the Ottoman Empire fell? There were not mass pogroms. There were people who were Jewish, a very small percentage of the population, living among a very much larger Arab, mostly Muslim population. There wasn't mass violence. Now, as things changed dramatically in the late 20s, early 30s, after the Ottoman Empire fell and the British had the mandate, there were some skirmishes because there was this underlying undertow to create a separate entity, which of course got out to the public and people knew what was going on. And when you have mass migration coming in and changing the dynamics plus the undertow of that, you're going to have a rub. But I think what most people mean by that, just so you know, is that they want things to be peaceful and have equal rights within a similar territory where nobody has the right to control the other and have unequal rights or benefits and look at themselves as superior. That's what freedom from the river to the sea refers to. Now, the Israeli side has said that territory from the sea to the river will be under Israeli control. They've said that as much. It's the same exact thing. And by the way, it was said first by Israeli officials. That slogan was taken and reversed by Palestinians. That's the funny part about that statement. So I'm not sure why you're demanding I say something like that, Weeds Gaming. You have me a little confused, quite frankly. But if you think that I don't know what's going on with politics, let's come up and talk about it. You know, that's the only way to kind of make heads or tails of this stuff, unless you want to do it in the comments. But yeah, okay. Welcome, Raiders for Life. How you doing today?
I'm good. Hey, Chip, I just want to say, dude, I watch your videos. I watch you. I follow you. You are 100% accurate, man. I was a political science major myself at UNLV, class of 2001, and I've been following politics. I actually was a Republican. I switched to Democrat. Now I'm independent because I got tired of both parties actually, and their political game and their lobbyists and collecting money and APAC. And the thing that these people don't understand that APAC controls majority of the candidates. That's what happened to Bowman. Lost the election. Bowman lost the election in New York because of APAC.
Yeah.
And Jill Stein don't take no APAC money. I already talked to her. We interviewed. I had a one-on-one chat with Jill Stein. I
Yeah.
like her, and I like her policies. And she's about non-war. She's about climate change. Was That's a hard one because I know Al Gore was trying to do climate. Talk to people about climate change and all that. But these people need to start reading and be educated more because they don't understand. They will, oh, I'm for Trump. I'm for Biden. Yeah, but you don't understand. Read the fine line, like you said, Chip. These people are getting money from lobbyists. They're getting special interest groups, and they're not for us. I'm sorry. I tell people all the time, these politicians are not for us. They're both, one-sided. So I just wanted to see what you think on that issue.
Well, yeah, and there's a clip from George Carlin, the comedian who has unfortunately passed away. But I thought he had a really good take on politics, a very realistic take, and it talks about how there's a group of people in the country. It's actually a transnational group of elites, which I've talked in a lot about in my videos. But they have a position of ownership over the public, one that is usually not discussed openly. In fact, one of the things that I find difficult about the politics here on TikTok and elsewhere is it's all geared towards left and right. You know, the blue team versus the red team. Everyone's the other person's the problem. If we just had more blue people, things would be better. Oh, we just had more conservative. It doesn't really matter. I mean, for some issues it does. For things like abortion and other issues, it does play a role. But for some of these bigger issues like monetary policy and industry and the general function of money in politics and foreign policy, very little changes from administration to administration, and that's because of this ownership structure, the marionettes, like I talked about. Give me 1 second. One of my speakers fell down behind my table, and it points right to my neighbor's wall. And if I turn the volume up, she's going to freak the hell out. Give me 1 second. Be right back. Okay. All right, 1 second. I'm almost done. Okay. That's better. I do try to be a good neighbor. This person is absolutely impossible to live next to, but I'm trying. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you the start of this video, and then I'm going to make myself bigger, and then I'm going to point the camera away because I don't want to get. I think sometimes if you play videos, you can get taken down. So please tell me in the comments if it's loud enough. If you can't hear it, just say "can't hear" or something like that, and I'll replay it. Okay, give me 1 second. Make myself bigger. Again, this is George Carlin. Let me turn the screen around here. All right, flip my camera. Okay, so this is George Carlin in his latter years, and a man of wisdom, I believe. Let me see if I can get the volume up here. No. All right, I'm going to play this from the beginning.
But there's a reason. There's a reason. There's a reason for this. There's a reason education sucks. And it's the same reason that will never, ever, ever be fixed. It's never going to get any better. Don't look for it. Be happy with what you got. Because the owners of this country don't want that. I'm talking about the real owners now. The real owners, the big wealthy business interests that control things and make all the important decisions. Forget the politicians. The politicians are put there to give you the idea that you have freedom of choice. You don't. You have no choice. You have owners. They own you. They own everything. They own all the important land. They own and control the corporations. They've long since bought and paid for the Senate, the Congress, the state houses, the city halls. They got the judges in their back pockets. And they own all the big media companies, so they control just about all of the news and information you get to hear. They got you by the balls. They spend billions of dollars every year lobbying to get what they want. Well, we know what they want. They want more for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them. That's against their interest. That's right. They don't want people who are smart enough to sit around the kitchen table to figure out how badly they're getting fucked by a system that threw them overboard 30 fucking years ago. They don't want that. You know what they want? They want obedient workers. Obedient workers. People who are just smart enough to run the machines and do the paperwork and just dumb enough to passively accept all these increasingly shittier jobs with the lower pay, the longer hours, the reduced benefits, the end of overtime, and the vanishing pension that disappears the minute you go to collect it. And now they're coming for your Social Security money. They want your fucking retirement money. They want it back so they can give it to their criminal friends on Wall Street. And you know something? They'll get.
So I'm going to finish playing this in a second, but obviously what Carlin is saying is that we're given an illusion of choice. Our elections are, unfortunately, an illusion where we have this huge pageantry that goes on, and this is where people call me naive. I understand that the pageant can have some impact on some issues, but in reality, it's just one big fluff game, and the money goes to both parties. Groups like, let's face it, groups like AIPAC. They can use their money on certain campaigns. They did it with George Latimer to get rid of Jamal Bowman, who had spoken critically about Israeli policy and was speaking out on behalf of the people of Gaza. And that's not welcomed in a lot of circles in Washington, D.C.
Also, you know what bothers me, Chip? That the money they gave to Ukraine, all the congressmen were waving Ukrainian flags. When was that in history that our Congress waves a foreign flag in our house? That irritated me so much too, man. I was like, dude, really? We vote for you guys, and you're excited about giving money to Ukraine, which that war's never going to end.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I was upset with that too, Chip. I don't know.
Yeah,
It's
real quick,
crazy.
I just want to I just got a warning. Again, this is what happens when you show videos, I guess. Somebody told me they would take your live down. It just said your live has been flagged for unoriginal content. It will no longer be shown. In other words, it won't show up in people's For You page as they scroll through. And so what we're going to need to do, if you don't mind, I'm sorry to have to bug you to do this. I'm going to do it too. Can you please hold the screen down where my face is for half a second, and your group of followers will pop up. Let's go ahead and just send it to them. If you don't mind, I'm going to do it on my end too. Now, there's somebody in the audience who I've spoken to in the past, I think he's still here, named Morocco of Israel. Now, he said some rather unflattering things about me and others in the pro-Palestinian community, but notwithstanding that, if he wants to come up and speak, I try to be an equal opportunity host and give everybody a chance without being anything but polite and fair and civil. Because again, I think that if we're going to have a chance for peace, it's going to have to take that tact. It's very easy to get up and just tell somebody who you disagree with that they're a jerk, you can't stand them, call them names, disparage their reason for whatever that is they do. Thank you, Eddie, for sharing. But in the end, we're going to have to find a way to make this come together. Now, it may not be possible. It may be that certain people on either side just don't want peace for whatever reason. Sometimes people don't want peace because they want to sell more arms. But if there are people that truly want to have peace, I think most of the people within both societies want peace. But there may be leaders for their own reasons that don't choose to do things that foster peace. And I could make a lot of arguments about what Israel claims it's done over the years versus what I believe it's actually done. And there's places to place blame on Palestinians too. It's not all one-sided. Some of the violence that's taken place could be looked upon as counterproductive, and I'd probably agree with that. But in the end, there's going to have to be a way to have peace. The only way to have peace, in my mind, is to have both sides with something they can live with. And if the solution being offered by one is to their benefit and not the other, to the extent where someone else can never say yes to it, well, how can you expect anybody to say yes to a deal that you yourself wouldn't take?
No, I agree with you 100%. I mean, the thing that gets me is these other side, the blueberries. I'm gonna use that word. That's a good word to use. They don't see the videos of what the other side's doing, of what they're doing. Like the IDF is sitting here. I watch videos all the time about IDF. What they took a kid and unalived him and put him in front of a truck. I mean, come on, the IDF. But the problem with the IDF, they're young. They're young soldiers. I think they're taking advantage of the situation. I mean, that's my feeling on it. And they're not really understanding the cause for what they're fighting for. They're just a bunch of young guys doing stuff they feel it's right. And I think that's wrong. I don't know what you think. What's your take on that, Chip? Oh, I can't hear you, Chip. Oh.
So I muted because I had to change the volume on my computer. Before I get into that, I'm sorry I didn't catch every bit of that, but I'll do my best. I want to say hi to someone in the audience who I haven't seen in a long time, and that's Izzy. Hello, Izzy. Izzy's someone whose videos I find very heartwarming and heartfelt. So if you see her in the audience, I don't know if you can see the audience members. Izzy, if you add something to the chat, we can see your name. Please give her a follow. I really like her realistic and sort of just real human type of videos. And we don't get a whole lot of that here. We get a lot of news and back and forth. So I appreciate her. Okay, just give me a quick summary of what you asked so I can give you a better answer. I apologize.
Yeah, the other side, the blueberries, I'm gonna call them. You know what I'm talking about. They don't see the videos. They don't understand that these young soldiers, the IDF, they're young. Nobody follows them. I don't think their leaders are not doing the right thing on that side. Yeah. And they're unaliving young kids, and then they tie them up and put in front of their truck. I've been watching these videos what they're doing to the Palestinians, and it's wrong. I'm sorry. I understand what H Group did on October 7th, but you got to understand they did more damage. Blueberries did more damage than the H Group ever would do, I feel. And I don't know. What's your take on that? I mean, these videos are just heartbreaking. I mean, these children, these kids, cutting off limbs. I don't know, man. it's just heartbreaking.
Well, this is one of the big impasses in these conversations that I've noticed. Of course, I go on to countless pro-Israeli lives. I was on one within the last half hour ago. It's not pleasant, but you do what you can to try to connect with people in the best way you can, despite the, mistreatment. And one of the things I've noticed is that people from the other side, and this happened this morning, I got some direct messages from someone, and they just can't see what the Israeli side does. They accept the explanations in such a way that they're just not able to see. They literally can't see it because they're incapable of being self-aware and critical of what their side does. All the time I say things that are critical of the violence on the Palestinian side where I think it needs to be called out, but they just can't bring themselves to that point. So I'll give you an example. So if you look at anybody can search this. This is public record. You can go back and type in number of fatalities in Israel-Palestine since 1948. And it gives you a breakdown. How many Palestinians have died? How many have been injured? How many Israelis? It's very simple. And if you look at that aggregate data, the numbers are indisputably disproportionate. I mean, it's like over 125,000 Palestinians and something like 6,800 Israelis, or something. It's even less, I think. Now, you can't; those numbers aren't in the same neighborhood. Like, they're not even in the same ballpark. And yet, when something happens where, let's say 500 or 600 civilians, which it wasn't all civilians on 10/7, it was a little over 1,070 people, and which is tragic, but among them was about 340 soldiers or uniformed police. So it was about 6 or 7. I mean, which is still terrible. Let's face it. And even one person is terrible. And whatever else happened that day, where we're still trying to make heads and tails of it, it's all terrible, right? And that should be condemned. And that's the thing I'm talking about. But the response we've seen has been even worse. So again, if you go through 75 years of the Chinese water torture, which is drip, 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 1 here, 2 there, 4 there, 7 there, mow the lawn in Gaza periodically, 500, 600 die, buildings get destroyed, all because a bunch of rockets are being fired in where 99.97% never do anything, and those that do land in an open field. And once in a blue moon, one may get close to people. And I think in the total years of all the rockets, I think there's been 6 people, which is tragic, but it's still, relatively speaking, in terms of comparing these numbers, it's minuscule. And so not being able to see that and acknowledge that reality, and then see that when something does happen back, when you do something to somebody in perpetuity and mistreat them and make them feel horrible, and you basically are the bully, and then when the kid who's being bullied dares to fight back and you get outraged, I just think that's disingenuous. And I'm not happy that it happened. I'm not for anybody getting hurt ever. But karma is an interesting thing. If you ever watch one of these movies where the guy in the schoolyard is just beating the crap out of kids or something like this, and they finally decide to push back, well, you kind of have to root for the little guy. You don't root for the bully who then beats up every single friend in the neighborhood and takes on their parents and their cousins and that kind of stuff. You don't root for that person. You root for the one who's trying to be the underdog, right? Well, in this case, I kind of look at the Palestinians as being victimized for many, many decades. Not that they haven't done things that are worthy of criticism, but they're done within the framework of resistance. And, for them to do what they did on October 7th, I don't agree with the civilian part of it, but it's hard for me not to have a little bit of that, acceptance of the resistance mindset, that underdog type of thing, to say, hey, that deserves at least some consideration in the bigger picture. You can't just eliminate that and say, well, what they did was unprovoked and they started it. No, they didn't. They didn't start anything. They did the next chapter of the back and forth. That's how I look at it. As far as the use of all the atrocities that are going on, people being injured and then put on the front of vehicles, and what's happened to hospital staff, journalists, individual people, groups of people that have been unalived and buried, run over by bulldozers, hit with sniper fire, hit with massive BOMBs coming down out of the sky. It's happening. It's happening even today. It's happening right now. An UNRWA school, which they're saying is a complete terrorism operation, which is not. There's no evidence to show any of that. These schools are places where people are staying as refugees. There's no terrorism going on. There's no militant camps. These are people just living in temporary shelter in these school buildings, and they get hit. And they're 10, 12, 15 children that get unalive, young kids. The average age of the kids who have died in this conflict is 5 years old. 5 years old. What do they have to do with anything as far as militancy? They can barely read yet. So this is, again, it's just, I don't know what you do about this. I don't know why one can't admit that this is wrong and that doing this is not okay. And there are a lot of people in Israel that are saying that, by the way, and around the world. And good for them for speaking out. You want to bring on?
Sorry,
when you're done finishing this talk, we'll bring on some of the other guests here.
Oh yeah, the thing I see, that's the thing that these people don't see. I mean, you gotta look at it. There is no age. I mean, they keep saying age group, but they're targeting women, children. I mean, it's about humanity. I mean, they keep saying they don't have no measure. Netanyahu don't have no idea what they're doing. They have no military. They keep saying age groups over here, age groups over there, but they're not. They're targeting women and children, and their IDF is capturing 17-year-olds, 14-year-olds, 12-year-olds, and taking them hostage into camps. And, what does a 14-year-old have to do? What is a 12-year-old? Why you taking a 12-year-old detainee? For what?
They call them future H group members, so that gives them an excuse. And I just want to pop in here while you guys are talking about this. Historically, IDF and the Israeli government has done this for decades. There's videos way before October of them arresting children as young as 3 years old for throwing rocks. And throwing rocks is all they have. That's all they've had. These are civilians. They don't have weapons to fight back. And this has been going on in the West Bank and Gaza for decades.
And that's what irritates me. And then the blueberries keep saying, "Oh, it's them. It's not the Palestinians. Palestinians are been trapped since 1948. They've been trapped in the same location. They have no freedom. They have no way of getting out. And they're complaining. Come on, they shouldn't be complaining. Palestinians have a right to be free and have a right to go wander off without being asked where you're going. I'm sorry. I want to stop right here. I'm just so frustrated about that.
I
It's
think
okay. Real quick, before you go, I'm going to say one thing. There's somebody in the comments who just keeps jumping in. I'm not sure why. He's got plenty of followers. He could certainly come up and put his point of view. It's someone named Weeds Gaming. Listen, Weeds Gaming, what I try to do as best I can is to be as fair as possible. So if I mention some things that are being done by the Israelis to Palestinians that I think are worthy of condemnation, and then occasionally, as a part of that process, I also point out some things that I think are worthy of focus as well that happen from Palestinians to Israelis. From their point of view, they get outraged by these things, and I acknowledge that. And I think to acknowledge that, it doesn't mean that I condemn resistance activity, but I am against civilians being harmed, no matter who does it, if it's purposeful. And if you think that's wrong of me to do that, well, that's for you to figure out for yourself. But I'm not trying to play both sides against the middle. I'm staunchly pro-Palestinian because I think what's done is disproportionately done by the Israelis to Palestinians. But you got to call things as fair as balls and strikes. And if sometimes what the violence is in response as a part of the decision to resist is abhorrent, like a bus or a cafe or a car getting a bunch of civilians, or even sometimes rocks. Believe it or not, if you're a driver that's going down the road at 40 miles an hour and you peg him in the head with a rock, well, that's going to cause problems. I think it's fair for people to point that out. That's not being anti-Palestinian. It's just being against violence. But again, I have mixed feelings about that kind of violence because on the one hand, I'm not Palestinian. If I were Palestinian, I probably would say anything goes because I'm just so angry about my plight. But if I'm also Israeli, I can point to that and say, that's not okay. That's the part that has to stop. I get both points of view, even though I come down to the Palestinian. Okay?
I
So
I
come on up
I would personally. So I'm actually Weed's wife, Chip. I'm actually Weed's wife. You've been over on his live a few times and had conversations, and Weed's doesn't get along with you very well because of your views on Jill not being viable. But I'd like to disagree with you because I'd like to
that's right.
point
That's right. I
out.
remember him now. Yeah, that's why he says I'm known. By the way, I'm supporting Jill, just so you all know. I've talked about her a lot. I'm going to just make that clear. And I helped get her on Eric's Live, and I helped promote that for that night for people to speak about Jill. And I talked to people in my neighborhood. I talked to somebody this morning who I play tennis with to support Jill Stein. So I'm promoting her because I want someone like her to at least get to 5%, which will give her the ability to not have to get on the ballot again. But I also believe in what's called reality. And I don't believe it's possible right now. And I don't mean to put the kibosh on your dreams to have somebody like her in there. But there is no path right now for someone like Jill Stein to win the presidential election. It's just not going to happen. I mean, I'm not trying to burn out your fire. So what do you disagree with me about? Someone, I'm sorry to put that. I didn't mean to
Okay,
be
so a few things there. So first thing I want to point out, it's really so funny to me that there's so many creators that are taking credit for getting Jill on Eric's Live. I legitimately work for the campaign, and I convinced Jason.
I meant to say I promoted. I meant
Oh,
promoted. I
okay.
didn't get it.
Oh, I was gonna say I was actually the one. So I convinced Jason Call to have her go up on the first live with Eric, and then the fundraiser worked out so well. He had her on there a second time, and the reason I want to bring up the second time she went on there is I want people that are listening to know that Jill Stein promotes a one-state solution. Jill Stein believes that we need to support Palestine as that solution because over 140 countries have now acknowledged that Palestine is, an independent state, and we should be working towards that. Obviously, that's not something that's going to happen in 1 year. It's going to take time to figure out how to make it Palestine, but that is her solution. But my frustrations are, I know you've just finally, you've said, I support Jill. But you do say you don't believe she's viable, and I want you and other people to understand that this is so unique. I mean, we have to understand this is a very, very unique election environment, right? We have over 500,000 Democrats alone who have voted uncommitted. We have 71% of US voters who expressed that they wanted a third party or independent on that debate stage. We have, I think it's like 49, now the numbers are record high. 49% of American voters identify as independent or third party voters. And that is a record number for the last 100 years. We don't need to be focusing on Democrats and Republicans to get her in office. We have half the population that doesn't even vote. I think in 2020, only like 60% of voters actually turned out to vote. And now we have like 44 million new Gen Zs who are entering the race, people fleeing the Democratic Party because of what's happening in Palestine. We have tons of Republicans who are fleeing the Republican Party, and they're looking for someone who is going to put America first. And honestly, out of all the 4 candidates that are going to be on enough ballots to get the electoral votes, Jill Stein is the only one that wants to put America first and stop all foreign funding to foreign nations.
Right. Yeah, you raised a lot of good points, and I think that if there ever were a chance where some of these variables coming together had a better chance of a third-party candidate getting through the barriers that exist in our system, this is it. I agree with you wholeheartedly. And I think Jill's an amazing person. I think her policies are fantastic. They would benefit the average person 1 trillion times more. In fact, the best I can possibly see the way her platform is lined up. But again, I'm just trying to be politically in a place where I'm being fair and objective and trying to call what it is. I've watched this stuff for many decades. And by the way, not to make a big deal, I don't want to make rotten apples, but when I came on one of your lives one time, I wasn't even given a chance to finish my sentence before your husband jumped down my throat, started screaming at me. So whatever your first name is, Weeds, give somebody a chance to finish their breath next time before you scream and yell and talk down their throat. We can disagree about something, and again, you listen. If what you're saying works out, the two of you, no one will be a happier human being than myself. But here's, again, I talked to somebody that I think Biden is not going to be the nominee. I'd bet my life savings, and I'd bet my life savings, although I don't want to, with either of you, that Jill Stein will not win the presidency. It's not because I don't want her to. It's because our system is set up to prevent third-party candidates from having any kind of visibility, first and foremost, but especially not a chance to get in. But let's just say by some different set of events that you're referring to, somehow there was enough coalitions put together and the other vote got diluted by the different parties and she won the presidency. Okay, let's fast forward to November and she's now the president-elect. What then? And herein lies the problem. The party establishment is set up no matter who gets in. If somebody, it's not going to happen, but even if it could, first of all, she'd be targeted. Let's put it this way. Now that's the nicest way I can put it. Secondly, she has to work with people in Congress to try to get stuff done. It's not the president just can't come in and say, this is going to be this, although the recent law about not being held criminally responsible is very concerning. But you can't just come into Congress and say, this is going to be done. They control the money. And all the money that's going to go to help some of these other things is going to be completely blocked at every angle by the duopoly, which is controlled by corporate interests, special interest, and the donor class, as well as the national security state. It's a really thick and long-standing problem. I wish none of these things I'm pointing out were true because it's a huge, insurmountable task to get above some of these issues. But good people like Jill Stein and Cornel West and others do not make it in politics because you have to give up your principles to move ahead in politics to do the bidding of the wealthy class.
So can I answer that? So I need to make sure that people know, because I feel like not enough people talk about the fact that we are going to be voting for Congress, every congressional seat on the same ballot. And we have hundreds of Greens and Libertarians that are running for congressional seats and Senate seats. About a third of the Senate is up for office. Now, we only need a handful of people in the House to be able to help Jill block these, block the foreign aid to Is Not Real, block the foreign aid that's helping NATO expansion in the Ukraine, block the aid to Saudi Arabia, block the aid to Egypt. We don't need the entire House. We don't even need half the House. We just need a few key people in those seats.
Hey, can I speak on that real quick, Chip?
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Yeah. Let me. I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm doing die for Jill. I will vote for Jill. But what Chip is saying about politics, it's all about money. And I hear Jill's advertisement that she needs more money to, because she's fighting these lawsuits because they're not getting her on the ballot, and the Democrats keep knocking her out. The thing with the two-party system between the Democrats and Republicans, and I used to be both. I'm independent now. I'm voting for Jill Stein. I'll tell you right now, from my heart, I'm voting for Jill Stein, regardless. But the problem is, like Chip was saying, it's all about the money. I mean, look at Bowman. Bowman, AIPAC gave all that money to the other candidate. I forgot his name. I apologize. But
George Latimer.
AIPAC gave him all that money. And like Eric said, we got to get rid of AIPAC. I don't know how we're going to do it. I wish we could just bring it down now.
You're so worried about AIPAC. You're so worried about AIPAC, and there's 27 other pro-Israel lobbies with over 200 evangelical pro-Israel lobbies. They threw AIPAC under the bus. They wasn't trying to get a Bowman on anything. They were trying to get you guys to vote for the Democrats. There's still hope with the Democrats. Republicans and Democrats are literally the same thing on the political compass. We have a political science that we're not utilizing. They're both authoritarian, right-wing fascist. Simple as that. If you vote for Trump, if you vote for Biden, you're voting for fascist. Take the political test.
I want to point out that, everyone was going hard for Jamal because everyone's so focused on AIPAC, and they don't realize that there are almost 30 other is not real lobbies, right? That we have to worry about, that people don't know the names of. And we have evangelicals, and Jamal was taking super PAC money from many, many problematic super PACs. He was not a good person. If he was a good person, he would leave the Democratic Party.
Sure. All good points.
Well,
everything we're talking about are symptoms of the real problem, because the real problem is the connection between the money from Citizens United, the dark money political action committees that have formed that allow all of the key expenses that campaigns have to spend are spent by these that have to incur are spent by these dark money pools. There's no limit to the amount of money that can be contributed. They don't have to report their donations, so none of us know who's giving what to whom. But even if tomorrow morning you snap your fingers and every pro-Israeli lobby group is gone tomorrow, we still have residue that's left within the system of people who have been taught to believe ideologically that America and Israel have to be tied together at the hip for America's security. And also, if you look at just how society is orchestrated, again, I'm not doing this from a position of being mean-spirited or trying to be to make some sort of crazy statement about some collusive, conspiratorial thing. When people have money and power, and they have positions that high up in society in various parts, whether it's arts, industry, or whatever, they exert influence. So even if they, as individual donors, had nothing to do with organized political action committees or any other advocacy group, they would exert influence over campaigns and also donate to these dark money PACs. It's just how the game is set up right now. I think until somebody like you or I can undo Citizens United, which is the one thing that provides the conduit for all this big money to come in, it's going to be extremely difficult to fight. Think of all the money that comes out of just big business, energy companies, pharmaceutical industries, weapons manufacturers, the gun, all these different really wealthy industries that make absolute bank. And then you have people like you and I. And if everybody here could give $1,000, that's a lot of money, right? If we could everyone got together on the same page tomorrow morning who wasn't a hardline Democrat or a hardline Republican, which is a big part of society, as you very accurately pointed out, and we all gave $1,000. I don't know if that money alone will be enough to direct, because of all the money that's pitted against us by these corporations. And I'm not trying to point out only obstacles. I think we're going to have to organize and identify these obstacles one at a time and work our way through them as best we can with the tools we have available to us. But the point I'm trying to make, and I don't want to be making this point, I make it only because I believe it is the reality, or I wouldn't make it, is that the current system is set up to stymie and prevent someone like Jill Stein from making it even to step 1, much less step 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 through 20. I mean, I don't know how that can not be. I don't want it to be the case. When I hear the two of you speak, it's not that I think you're dumb, because obviously you have identified a lot of important factors that I think are key to the future of this having a chance to come to fruition. But I think you're focusing more on what you want to be so and not what currently is so.
Can I ask what it helps to tell people, hey, I'm supporting Jill. I think she has great policies. She would make the changes here in this country, but it's never going to happen. What is that going to help by telling people, hey, guys, don't waste your time or energy on this?
His job is to make you feel hopeless.
Well, again, I'm not sure. Listen, you can call it what you want to call it. If you think that someone like me is being irresponsible and framing it that way, you can certainly put that criticism out there. The reason I put it in that light is because I want people to be realistically expecting what's going to happen if they choose to support something. And again, there is the other factor of this. Some people look at third-party candidates in that they might tilt the election, which it has happened in the past. So, for example, let's say that Biden has a replacement nominee, and let's say on balance, even though it's the lesser of evils, let's say you lean towards Democratic policies slightly because they regulate the environment better, or whatever your issues may be, where one is better, or Republican, whatever it may be. And then Kennedy runs, and maybe Jill Stein and a few others, and they shift votes in such a way that the candidate that otherwise would have won doesn't. This happened in 2000 with Ralph Nader, where Al Gore did not quite make it. He had to go through that bullshit process, and it's happened before when what's his face, the guy, Ross Perot ran. And he also affected the election. So third-party candidates can play a spoiling role. I'm not saying that we shouldn't put our votes where our hearts and our minds are. I think that's the reason we have a democracy. But I'm saying that the democracy right now has been adulterated. It's been shifted. It's corrupted, polluted beyond repair, in my opinion, right now. And so I'm trying to point out what I believe is reality, and I'm not trying to do that to discourage people from pursuing what they believe is right. I'm doing that because that's my assessment.
Hey, Chip. Sorry.
Really quickly, so using the whole spoiler rhetoric is silly because you're not acknowledging that the majority of people who vote third party or independent, especially green voters, would never ever vote Republican or Democrat. Like if there is not a Green Party candidate on the ballot, they do not vote. So this is not a spoiling situation because they would never vote Democrat or Republican. So how are they spoiling the duopoly, the fascists? How are they spoiling them?
Well, that's a fair thing to say. I mean, it depends on the awareness of it. And again, if people put it this way, we're stuck with a couple of bad choices. And so everyone has to make their mind up as to where they fit into that set of bad choices. The argument that people who are tired of the bad choices and will not do anything something other than those bad choices may mean those people won't be involved in having to make that difficult decision. But I think far more Americans fall into that other category where they don't have the awareness of all these issues that we're talking about, which is part of the challenge, is making people aware of our plight and then understanding what some of the possible alternatives are to trying to chip away or solve the plight we find ourselves in. But I think most Americans are pretty much bread and butter, busy with work, busy with life, taking it all in. They probably try to ignore politics because it frustrates them. They're pissed about inflation. They're dealing with a much difficult life. They're tired when they get home at night. They're feeling frustrated. And they're seeing on the pageantry we get every 4 years, which is this CNN debate and all this other stuff. They saw President Biden struggle dramatically, which put a lot of question marks in people's heads about his ability to function cognitively, which may not lead people towards Trump. They'll probably be less likely to vote for anybody because they can't bring themselves to vote for Trump, but they don't want to vote for somebody who's cognitively impaired, which is why I think he's going to be replaced. I don't think the number of people that you're pointing to are significant enough, and I wish they were. I mean, I'm not saying any of this because I want it to be so. I'm saying it this way is because I really believe it to be so. And our job, if we're going to change what I believe to be so, is to work towards what those changes require. Voting through the existing system, in my opinion, and again, I could be wrong, and I hope to God I am, I don't believe has any chance of changing the power paradigm that I see, which is stopping it. The system is set up to not allow it to happen. That's the whole point. And I hope I'm wrong. I really do. Do you want to get involved, Lal? Do you want to say anything, or are you?
How are you doing?
Okay, thanks.
That's good. Do you think that if Biden does step down, do you think that Kamala Harris would be taking his place or somebody else from the Democratic Party?
My guess. Sorry, just one sec. Ruby, hold on.
If this guy in the comments thinks Chip is being paid by somebody, I want to know who he thinks he's being paid by. APAC? Like, I don't understand.
Like
what,
kind of allegations
Chip, who do they think is
I can't hear him.
I don't understand.
I can't hear you.
Can you hear me or no?
Now I can hear you.
Yeah, let whomever's saying that kind of stuff make those allegations. It is what it is. It's just silliness. Okay, so to answer your question, I do not believe that Kamala Harris will be the nominee of the party, and here's why. Her numbers are worse than Biden's, way worse. And against Trump, she will lose clearly. So they can't put somebody like her on the ballot because it's just a giveaway. They're going to automatically. Plus, the other thing to consider are the down ballot races. Whenever people go to vote for president, they tend to vote for other races. And if Kamala has no chance of winning, and I don't think she has, it's worse than anybody in the entire Democratic Party. Other people won't go to vote, which means there won't be down ballot votes cast in swing states, which means there'll be more candidates lost for the congressional races. So the party has to think about all those things in making it. I believe that there are two people that I think will be most considered for the nomination. One is Gavin Newsom, a clear idea, although he has a lot of baggage from California. Number two is Gretchen Whitmer, the Democratic governor of Michigan. That's my guess.
Do you think that there is any world at all where the Democratic, like Biden steps down and the Democrats would nominate Jill Stein to replace Biden, since she's already on the ballot in every state? And obviously, like, the Green Party platform is a lot closer to the Democratic platform than the any conservative parties or whatever. So
Not if you threaten to push off every person off the Empire State Building would they do that. That's just, that kind of thing is just beyond. It's not even in the realm.
even in an emergency situation, they wouldn't at the last minute.
They would pick the most lowest ranking Democratic congressperson over somebody like Jill Stein. That's just the way it is. Listen, it's unfortunate. And I know the persons who just came off the Weeds Gaming account, the husband and wife team, probably are very frustrated and angered by me. Like, why does Chip say these things? Why doesn't he support Jill more? Why doesn't he be more optimistic so more people will sign on? I am all for people voting for Jill Stein.
We're being realistic.
But people are asking me my political opinion on this live, not to be a cheerleader for somebody and avoid what I believe is honest about evaluation of politics. If you want to go to a cheerleading session, we can do that. I'm happy to participate because I like Jill and I'd like to see her get elected. I talked to everybody I could before she showed up on Eric's lives both times and tried to get them to go there to watch her, because I believe she's a great human being and I would love to see her at least hit the 5% mark so that the next time she runs, she doesn't have to get on the ballot or whatever. I support Diane Sayre, who's an independent candidate for the state of New York, if for nothing more than the voice of these issues to get in front of a broader set of the public, because that awareness is so key to bringing the groundswell from the grassroots. But again, I wish I were wrong. And if I am wrong, I will kiss the ground happily as can be. I swear nothing would make me happier for someone like Jill Stein to find a way to get into the presidency. But even if she did, listen, let's face it, John Kennedy pushed back against the establishment about central banking and Israel policy, and look what happened to him. Someone like Jill Stein, who wants to fundamentally change most of society's policies from top to bottom, would get a much less pleasant reception from the establishment.
Yeah.
It's just the way it is. I hate to say it. I mean, this America is broken beyond recognition right now.
And
I
I
have
think
another question, and this is my last question for you. So I've been promoting and campaigning, I guess, on my end, like just from my social media accounts for Jill Stein for like the past at least 2 months now.
Yeah.
And what I've been getting from a lot of people that consider themselves progressives is that she is a Russian asset because of some picture that she was at a dinner table with Putin and Michael Flynn and some other people from the Russia scandal in 2016, the collusion investigation or whatever. Is there any explanation for that I can use to rebut these people? Or if
What, the fact that Jill was at a dinner with some...
Do you at all know about
saying
that?
that she attended... Yeah, I've heard the allegation before, but I don't know the details. So are you saying that people are alleging that she was at a dinner where President Putin was there, as well as General Flynn, the former Secretary of Defense?
And some other people? It was like a round table dinner years ago. I don't know many details about it. I just don't see her as someone that would betray the United States, you know? So like...
Yeah, well, again, this is part of the challenge when it comes to U.S. propaganda. So, one, talking or being in the presence of what Russia is doing vis-a-vis its security interests they're not our enemy, by the way. They're a created adversary that the U.S. has formally tried to make into an enemy. They're not our enemy. Trust me, they don't want to be enemies.
I believe you. I believe you.
So for Dr. Stein to go to a symposium to try to look at ways to resolve things like what was at the time a standoff because of the Minsk 1 and 2 accords from Belarus, that we're trying to negotiate a settlement between the more radical elements of the western part of Ukraine and those who were in the Donbass, who were trying to get the artillery from hitting their residential buildings for the last 6 years. That's not something that I think is inconsistent with Jill Stein's policies that are peace promoting.
All right. So you actually haven't heard the actual details from that meeting, though, that dinner?
No, I don't even know what it was about. But I mean, if it was about that or those issues about neutrality in Ukraine or trying to solve the problems related to the then conflict, I would be happy that she was there. She
Let
actually
me ask
spoke
you something, because obviously you have a lot more influence than I do. This is only my 4th week on TikTok. So, like, if you do speak to her again, can you try to remember to bring that up if you can? Or that there were some concerns? It was actually several people that brought that to my attention, not just one person or 2 people or whatever.
Can you just give me it was a Jill Stein 2016, how would we just describe
I don't know if it was in 2016, but it was between 2015, it was around either right before Trump got elected the first time to somewhere in between his administration.
There's a video that comes out. I typed in Jill Stein dinner with Putin just for some search. The first video that popped up was from Democracy Now!, September 27th, It says, why Jill Stein attended Moscow dinner with Putin and Flynn. So there's someone who was interviewed. Actually, she's there at the interview. She explains for herself. So she said she did not speak directly with Putin at that gathering, but I can't see anything else without playing it. Last time I played something, let me play the audio. If you guys want me to play the audio, I'll play it. I haven't heard it yet, but I can't show the video though. Okay, you want me to play the audio?
Sure.
Okay. This is Democracy Now!, which is an independent news station run out of New York. Amy Goodman and Juan Gonzalez and some others. Let me get the volume up here.
We handled everything. So I want to take that to the larger sense of the Trump administration as he handles everything. Your assessment of that as a person who tries to get rid of him, So, in a wonderful and transitional political
trying to fast forward
1960, and to say the least,
here we go.
I wanted to ask you about that famous photo that is the bane of Trump's existence, the former Trump National Security Advisor Michael Flynn and the Russian President Vladimir Putin together in 2015 at a dinner in Moscow. You also, Jill, were at that dinner, and you were actually in that photograph at that head table. So, to say the least, you had a bird's eye view. What were you doing there?
So I was there actually to deliver one of the main messages of my campaign, which is that war has failed in the Middle East and that we need a peace offensive consisting of a weapons embargo and a freeze on the funding, the bank accounts of those countries that are sponsoring terrorism. At the time, Russia had just begun to bomb Syria. And my message was that Russia was following in the disastrous footsteps of U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East.
But how did you end up at that table? This is the head table.
That's right. I knew I was going to be at the head table. All of the foreign diplomats were seated at the head table. Unfortunately, there was no interpreter at the head table, and there were no introductions made. Vladimir Putin came in.
And this was a celebration of 10 years of Russia Today.
Well, it was a celebration, but it was also a conference, and there was media there actually from all over the world, including U.S. media and Canadian, Chinese, etc. It was a real chance to lift up a different point of view about U.S. foreign policy, as well as Russian foreign policy, to a broader audience. On that same trip,
So you didn't get a chance to talk to Putin then?
No, I was hoping to deliver my message to Putin, but there was no interpreter. He walked in with a group of people that I thought were his bodyguards. It turns out they actually were his head of communications, his chief of staff, etc. But you wouldn't have known it. I spent the dinner talking to the German diplomat to my right. He was the only person who spoke English that was in earshot of me.
Your assessment of what has been made of that, and of course, ultimately, Mike Flynn was forced out as national security advisor.
Yes, well, bear in mind that Mike Flynn has many contacts to Russia, and in fact was paid $40,000, which he accepted from the Russian government. I wasn't paid a penny, and I declined sponsorship for my transportation, my room, and my board. So, I went there absolutely without any conflicts of interest or encumbrances. But it's like nothing happened at that dinner. Nothing happened at that dinner. Michael Flynn has his own issues going on with Russia. I can say that for my own part, that picture circulates without a single fact. I was there with a number of peace advocates who, unfortunately, we have to turn to Russian TV and to Democracy Now!, but there are very few TV stations that.
Okay, so you get the idea that that's what I thought. She was there to promote peace, which is what she does. And,
How did she get invited there to that table?
Does that help you at all with describing what's going on there?
Did she actually answer how she got invited there and to sit at that table with them specifically?
Well, it was a conference, and they just seated people at different places, and she just happened to get seated at that table. There was no rhyme or reason to it. Just they stuck her at that table. So she was 2 seats away from Putin and 4 seats away from General Flynn, who was mostly across the table from her. But she said she spoke with a German diplomat right to her right because he was the only person who spoke English, and she didn't get a chance to talk to either Putin or Flynn, is what she said.
Interesting.
And the reason why she said she was at this particular conference is that in many cases, just to get the word out about some of these conflicts that's not filtered by the U.S. propaganda system, is you have to go to places where other international media outlets like Russia Today are there. And by the way, RT, I know people that have worked for RT, which is Russia Today. It's a Russian. They don't do anything to influence the narrative. They literally they let people talk about whatever they want. There's no editorial, influence, which sounds crazy, but places like CBS News, MSNBC, CNN, it's the exact opposite. There's complete editorial sanitation of the news through the U.S. media.
Absolutely.
I had a question for Brenda, if I may.
Thank you for playing that, by the way.
Yeah, of course.
Brenda, in one of your recent videos, you said you went to occupied Palestine, and you said that they stopped you because your name was like Arabic or something.
Yes, that's correct.
I just thought that was
Not my first name though, my last name.
Yeah, your last name. And I just imagine what they do to people who are like more darker skin tone, have a clearly Arabic last name. They must harass them like crazy.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think just the suspicion of even being from Arab descent, I think that put me under huge amounts of scrutiny when I was there.
Yeah, that must be crazy because you're more lighter skin tone. But if people who are darker and look quote unquote look Arabic, oh my God, it must be a nightmare going to try to travel.
Well, I mean, it's. I'm glad that you brought that up because I stitched that video with an Australian creator who had like a verbatim experience as me. Like he was strip searched, he was grabbed, he like the same thing happened to me. And in his video, he mentioned that he made that video because he saw somebody else talk about how the same thing had happened to him or to her. It was a woman as well. Yep. So it's really interesting how many of us who have visited occupied Palestine have gotten that sort of treatment and for doing absolutely nothing, right? So it's like the same, and it's like the same thing. It's like, I always get like, I've shared this, I started sharing this story only recently because, as we know before, to even speak anything negative about Israel, brought on the antiseptic comments. And it was just such a traumatizing experience as well that I think almost as soon as I came back home, I was living in Miami at the time. I just completely shut it out of my brain and just wanted to forget it because it was absolutely terrifying. I was also 22. I was really, really young. I just turned 22. And this was before the internet, before like TikTok, before, social media. So for me, it was a long time ago. So it wasn't like I could just be in direct communication. I could just call up, the Israel or tweet at the American embassy or anything. Like I couldn't do any of those things. I was completely and utterly alone in that situation. And so the point is that like those type of things that did happen, I'm kind of like reprocessing a lot of that trauma, like recently,
Yeah.
only recently in like the past few months, because I'm also hearing other people talk about those experiences and then seeing what's happening to Palestinians, which is like a million times worse than what happened to me. I got like a tiny little taste of it. It's just incredibly traumatizing, on a personal level, because I felt like the terrifying experience for me. I just seeing what's happening to them, it's made me become like an even more fierce advocate for Palestine.
It's like what we do when when TSA stops Muslim people from the airport after 9/11.
Yeah.
I want to say something real quick. So the last time I went to Palestine was in 2005.
Yeah.
And I'm an American citizen. My dad's side of the family is Palestinian. My
Oh, they'll
mom's
stuff
side of
you.
the
They'll harass you for sure. I'm sure they did.
My mom's side of the family, I come from I'm a descendant of Holocaust survivors on my mom's side, Ashkenazi Jewish. And dude, yeah, I mean, I've had so many rifles like pointed at me.
Even if you are Jewish, they'll still do it.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Hey,
Yeah.
Lyle, real quick, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just did my DNA testing for my because I'm actually Turkish, Kurdish, and German. But I did the DNA test. My aunt did. I found out that I'm an Ashkenazi Jew too. Actually, I'm Jewish too. I just found out after my DNA testing. So and I'm an American citizen. I grew up here in the United States. My mom's Turkish, and so I don't know if I went to Israel or Palestine. I don't know how I would be treated.
I wouldn't recommend going. It's just a safety issue because they don't care if you're Jewish. They don't give a shit. Like, you've seen the videos of the Ashkenazi Jewish people refusing to serve in the IOF, and they get beat. They get harassed. They get beat with nightsticks at the protests, and it's all about if you don't want to serve, they're gonna be. Now that's anti-Semitic if you ask me.
I wanted to just bring something up, guys, just because I have to drop in a few minutes. I got to leave my house. But Chip, it's just something you were talking about earlier with with the people that were on before, in terms of like the political situation. I think something, and this is something that I think is just a really hard pill to swallow for a lot of us, especially for those of us who were brought in, the quote unquote West. For those of Americans it was shoved down our throat from inception that your vote, politics, like Republican, Democrat, like that was the way to change. Like, we've always been taught that is the way to change. And I think it's a really hard pill to swallow for a lot of us. And I think especially for those people who were on before, that politics is not going to change anything. And I think that this is the main thing that people need to start realizing and waking up from that. This is the bottom tier of the system of world control is politics. And they're all from the same stand. It's like, would it be great if we could have a third party that's not controlled by an outside force?
Let's just
Yes.
say, real quick, but electoral politics, meaning voting in the typical system.
Right.
Politics is definitely encompassing of everything that gets done regarding political change in society. But yeah, voting is not going to do it. That's the problem.
Voting is not going to do it. And I think the thing that people need to start looking up is the structure that's above that. It's like, where is our money coming from? Where is our money going to? Disconnecting from all of these systems of control that are really controlling everything, like BlackRock, like, where is your money going to? Like, everything, like, having these 9-to-5 jobs, everything is connected, because everything that the systems that are all set in place by, and that are maintained by the political systems, like, those are the true systems that are really controlling all of us. And I think if we all start disconnecting from these things, like start rebelling against this like 9-to-5 job that only protects like the worker bee economy, right? Like, all of these things, the things that are keeping us entertained, that are keeping us distracted, all including electoral politics, like these type of things are the things that we need to start deconstructing. So everything that you have known to be real, and I think this is what this whole situation with Israel has really taught us, is that nothing that we really thought was real before is actually real. So I wanted to just bring that up because I think that's poignant to, just the division that this political situation is causing, within the Palestinian within the Palestinian camp, because I think this type of thing is the same type of situation that we saw with you, Chip, with the other drama that you were. It's like, if you don't 100% agree with, a certain people, then they start kind of like, canceling you and saying all these things. Like that the woman in the comments, she said that I should take the watermelons off of my name. Like,
That was a man.
how,
That was a dude.
like, that was
the
ridiculous because, like, come on, I have been a fierce advocate for the Palestinians before most people even knew where Palestine was because of my experience. And I happen to, lucky or unlucky, to have had that experience. But, like, you're not going to come here and tell me, like, to take my watermelons off because I don't think that electoral politics is a true game changer. Like, that's why. Like, that's such a ridiculous statement, and we need to stop causing this divide within the movement, because we have bigger fish to fry here.
Brenda,
And
I
anyways, that
love
was all I
that.
have to say. That was all I had to say. Thank you guys. Thank you for be in the comments because I gotta leave. I gotta leave my house in a few
Okay,
minutes.
Brenda,
But thank you,
have a good
everybody.
one,
Have a
Brenda.
great afternoon. Ciao, ciao.
Thank you.
I
Have
have
a
one,
good
one
one.
quick administrative thing before the next person goes. There's two people that we're trying to connect in. A lot of times on this app, if it won't let you in, it's not. I didn't cancel you down. It wouldn't let you fully connect. So what you have to do to fix that is you have to leave TikTok, turn your phone onto airplane mode, of course, toggle it back to so you have internet, then come back in and then re-request. It usually fixes it. So I'm not trying to keep you from coming up. So give it another try. I'll try to bring you in. There's Zainab, and it is what it is. I'll try to bring you both up. While you're I want to, at some point after we're finished sharing our thoughts, I want to go person by person and say, do you think Joe Biden will remain the nominee? And if not, who do you think will be the replacement? We don't have to do that right now, but I want to do that when it's appropriate. So did you want to say anything else, anybody?
I wanted to say something about
Well, and
Brenda's
that's it. Art Life hasn't had a chance to speak yet. So
go ahead, Art. Sorry. Go ahead, Art.
There we go. Art Life, are you there? Hello?
Hello.
Hello there. Are you over are you over 18?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How old are you?
I am older than 25.
Okay. Just got to make sure because we're not allowed to have anybody on here under the age of 18.
No, I am older than 25 for sure.
Okay. Thank you for telling us. What would you like to talk about?
Thank you. I don't know how I got up because this is my first time. I don't know how that happened because it's really my first time. I don't really have followers or anything. I was just saying, like, if see, I'm not with any party maybe, but I was just thinking, like, I hope we get somebody else, or he can have another room for somebody else, and to give a chance for some other parties. I'm not saying it's just regardless any other parties, but because of, I see, this is my suggestion. I think because of the age matter, and not even like consider it can affect something. That this is my opinion because we all seeing that, and I don't understand if somebody with me on the same page because I can see that the age can do something. It matters, and I think it does something. I see that. I don't know if anybody else see it, but I think we need somebody to step in and have another chance maybe. And I don't want to bring another present name or something like that, but I'm saying, like, any other party, just give another chance. Maybe we can have a better like economy. Everything is a mess. We have so much mess. I'm just talking about like what I'm seeing in the real world. Like, I don't watch too much news. I used to watch too much news because that really messes you up. The news messes you up because you don't know where's the truth. But when you live in a real reality, you're outside, you live in what you're living, and you see it, then you know like what needs to be done, because we seeing so much mess. Like
What
we
needs, in
can't
your
afford
opinion,
groceries.
hold on, in your
See,
opinion,
my opinion, I'm seeing like,
I was just trying to get some clarity out of you. In your opinion, what needs to be done? You say you want somebody different, give them a chance. Who do you want to give a chance to, and what do you want to see done differently?
I don't think she knows how to unmute.
Yeah, you have to change your mic out. If you tap your square, a little box will come up, and then you can tap your toggle for your mute unmute. Art Life.
I think she just meant that she needs. We need people. We need people younger. You know.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
let's
the
let's do
United
this.
States has a very strange system. I don't really. I have like European and Swedish. I don't understand the American system personally, because every single state has different numbers of what is it, the seats, so we call it, and doesn't matter if the majority vote is in one way. It's about some kind of seats. I don't know. I don't really understand it, and then you have to be registered to be able to vote. In my point of view, every single citizen should be able to vote without telling anybody what is they're voting for. And so I don't really. I'm like European and Swedish. I don't understand the American system. I'm so sorry.
Well, let's okay. Let me try to clarify how the system works briefly, because I know it can get kind of boring. So we have a House of Representatives, like there's the House most countries have a legislature, but we have what's called a bicameral, two houses. So we have the House of Representatives is proportional representation. So states that have more people have more representatives in Congress. However, senators, which is 100 senators, each of the 50 states gets 2 senators, whether they have 20 million people or 2 million people, which seems a little unfair, but it's how the framers saw it. So a bill that's going through the process that's going to become a law has to pass with a majority in both the House as well as the Senate. And in some cases, it has to have a supermajority if it's being filibustered, which is 61 votes, which is very hard to get depending upon the legislation. So it's a very interesting system. And, there's constantly a shifting of the tide. So sometimes the Senate is controlled by one party, the House is controlled by another. So right now, the House is controlled by the Republicans, the Senate is controlled by the Democrats, and the president is a Democrat. So you have to try to work in a bipartisan, and a lot of things that get gridlocked. So does that answer your question? And you said everything's state by state. Every state has a government.
Yeah, that part I understand. But when you're voting, the voting system that you don't need to have an ID and all that stuff that they're all talking about. For example, like in Swedish, I just go to a voting booth and show my ID and I vote, and that's it. And without ID, I cannot vote.
Yeah, in our country, there's a big fight over that, but in most places, you have to be registered in order to vote. Most cities and counties have a registry of people. They send out a notice every season for every election saying, hey, this is your polling place, this is your voter ID card. Or if somebody's new to an area, they have to then apply to get registered. You can't. A lot of times they don't have. Some states have same-day registration on the voting day, others don't. There's a lot of people that argue that because many people who don't have driver's license typically vote for the Democratic Party in the lower income neighborhoods, that it's unfair to require people to register to vote with ID because many people don't have a driver's license to show ID. So that's a state by state issue. Every state has their own election laws, which makes it tough. And a lot of people argue that it's unfair against poor people.
Yeah, for example, in Sweden, we have ID card and we have a driver license. If you don't have a driver license, you can have your ID card or your passport, and that is enough. If you do have a driving license, you can show your driver license. So it doesn't matter if you have a driver license or not. You have an ID card or a passport. It's for me. It's like you have to register before. I already are a citizen. I show my ID card anywhere. I don't need to register or tell that I want to vote. It's automatically they expect me to use my freedom and use my responsibility to vote, and that it's everything is everybody votes that has an ID card.
Yeah, in America, the turnout is generally right around 50%. So half the people don't even show up to vote, which is pretty discouraging. And even this year, because of President Biden's situation, the fear is that even less Democrats than usual will come out to vote because they don't want to vote for President Trump, but they really don't want to vote for Joe Biden because of his current health conditions. So their fear is that the other races, what they call the down ballot races, the senators and the Congress people that they're not going to get the votes they need to maintain their majority in the Senate and to make up seats in the House. So it's going
Well,
to be interesting.
I've seen many films. I don't know if it's true, but I've seen in many films when they want to overthrow the president, they use Article 23 or something like
25th
that.
Amendment, the
Yeah,
25th Amendment.
yeah, something like that. I've seen it in a few films. Is it
Yeah.
actually real or is it fake?
It's real. The 25th Amendment allows the sitting president to be unseated if he's unfit for office.
And Biden is actually unfit. Sorry, he left the building like Elvis Presley.
Yeah, it's not good. It's clear to most people that he needs to step down and let someone else run. And
He needs to go and become an old man with dignity and take care of his family, and the family should take care of him and be a normal old man. And with all the due respect and wishful thinking that he's going to be fine the rest of the years that he is going to be there. But as a person, a human being, and as a leader, he's not there. I tell you, he's not there.
I agree with you. I think most people who have any sensibilities agree that President Biden's got cognitive decline to a point where he's unable to really effectively, carry out his duties. And given the level of responsibility the United States president has, it's not the greatest thing to have someone in his situation undergoing that medical condition. So hopefully the smarter, less stubborn voices will prevail. I think we're seeing a lot of major members of the Democratic Party step forward and call for his replacement, which means it's inevitable at this point. So I told somebody yesterday on a live I would bet $50,000 that he would definitely not be the nominee, that in the next month he's going to be replaced, which I believe that. And I would bet that kind of money on it because I think it's going to happen. So,
do you think somebody like Garrett Newsom will, or get the governor of California would replace him? I don't think that's a good idea, but Kamala would never get like you said before, her approval rating is lower than Trump's or something like that. So I don't think Harris will be it, but you think like Newsom could be a choice or something like that?
Well, I wanted to ask everybody their thoughts on that. I have my own thoughts, but let's do this. Why don't you start? And first of all, do you think Joe Biden will be replaced? And if so, who do you think is the person he'll be? Not who you think is the best, but who do you think it will be? And we'll go around the horn here.
I think that I don't know if he will be replaced, to be honest. He might be, but I think it will be Kamala Harris. I don't think it should be, but I don't know who else it could be though. Like I'm not sure. But
all right, so you're not sure if he'll be replaced, but if he is, Kamala. Okay, let's go to Raiders for Life. What do you think?
Well, I got a far take on this, being a political science guy. I think lately Newsom, I feel that is not going to be the candidate because he's too much involved with California right now, and he supports Biden. He keeps saying on his lives that he supports Biden for all his policies. I have a feeling it's going to be Michelle Obama, because the reason I say Michelle Obama, because Michelle Obama has a better rating, and everybody in the Democratic Party believes that she could beat Trump. And she was the first lady of this country a while back, and she's been around Biden and Obama. So I feel Michelle Obama is a better candidate out of all of them.
Okay, so do you think he will be replaced or no?
Yeah, I think I think Obama's talking to him. I think the Democratic Party is going to replace him with Michelle Obama.
Okay, interesting. So what do you think about? Is it pronounced Lal? Lal? L-A-L?
Yes.
What do you think?
I think that he's going to continue to resist, but I think that there's going to be enough pressure. I think that Democrats, like the establishment, realize that there's no chance that he can win. Not only has he lost so many, people of color and Arabs and Arab Americans, Muslim Americans, Hispanic Americans, Black Americans. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. But now it's like the cognitive decline in his bad performance at the debate. I think that they may put so much pressure onto him as to threaten to invoke the 25th Amendment. I think that's the amendment, right? To remove a president
It is.
that's
Yeah.
incapable. Just somewhat like how Nixon, he was threatened with impeachment, basically saying, you have to resign, otherwise. I think that there may be a chance that he would resign while in office and during this administration in some sort of preparation for that. But in terms of who to replace him, I don't think that Michelle Obama wants to be president. I think that she has said that many times before.
Right.
I think that, who I personally think would be a better candidate versus who I think that they would actually choose to replace him. It would have to be somebody that's establishment in terms of who they would choose, obviously. I don't think that Kamala Harris is a good option personally, but I think that that's probably what they may lean towards at first, just because it's an easier transition, because it's under the same ticket. I don't know who she would choose as her vice president, but who I think personally, man, that's a hard option. I wish that there was a world where Jill Stein could take his place, but I just don't. I really don't know. What about Cornel West? As an independent, I really don't think that they would ask RFK to take Biden's place.
No. Nope. They want someone who's going to be a get along, go along type of president, which is understandable. Okay, so you think it's going to happen. You think it's going to be. Who did you think it's
potentially while he's in office? If they do have to resort to the 25th Amendment. Because I know that Democrats know that it's that important because of not only just Trump himself being reelected, but also Project 2025 or something. I think that there's going to be enough pressure where they would have to resort to utilizing the 25th Amendment if they have to.
Does anybody know how the 25th Amendment is actually enacted? Like, what is the process? Who's involved?
I think.
I read. I think it was that it has to be the own party can be able to. Oh, they're the only ones that are able to call it.
Like the Republicans couldn't invoke it, the Democrats have to invoke it.
I think so. It has to be the administration themselves, but Congress invoke it themselves, or?
I want to say Congress should have. I think
Well,
Congress.
I think they have to all
I think
agree.
it's the secretaries, the Secretary General, all of the heads of all of the different departments, basically. I think are the ones, and the vice president maybe.
The way that it actually works is that it's the vice president along with a majority vote of the president's cabinet.
Oh yeah.
Interesting enough.
Well, I think Biden's going to run, but he's going to change some vice president. And as soon as if he wins, but he's not going to win, but if he wins, then he's going to resign, and the vice president will become president.
I think that would be a much more realistic decision.
Yeah,
why
that's
do
what I think.
Why do you think that would happen?
Because the wife, I don't know her name, the wife Biden, she likes the power. She's enjoying the lights, we call that the spotlight too much, and she doesn't care about what's happening with his wife, with his husband, with Biden, because she should have stopped this 1 year ago when this started. So if you love your husband or you love your wife, you see that, you actually stop and protect them from this, because this is so horrible. to see them decline so hard and so fast.
Yeah, I agree. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I'll give you my take. Well, actually, Zainab, have you had a chance to say anything yet? Would you like to say something?
Um, I'm not too well versed on American politics, but I
Okay.
do feel like what I've been seeing with Joe Biden, because I have been watching with, the whole G side in Palestine. So I have been like trying to keep up with the American politics because it's directly related just as UK politics, and just to see, like everyone else has been saying, like his decline in health and, his cognitive function. Um, it would only make sense that he resigns, like respectfully just says that I'm not like fit enough to be the president, rather than, people are like calling him what, Sleepy Joe or something like that. Like I've been seeing it on Twitter, and I
Yeah.
feel like it's just time that he kind of takes the shred of self-respect and is like, you know what, I'm too old, respectfully, and maybe it's time that he gives the youth a bit more of a voice, because I know that your candidates aren't young, but it's time that someone else who's a little bit less old, like, goes and, like, replaces him, because he's just not fit. He's just not fit to run, and it's obvious, because I don't know if you saw that video where he was just, yeah, basically that's all I'm gonna say.
That's why people went towards Vivek Ramaswamy, because he was much younger. I think he was like 35 or 36. I don't think they were really looking at his policies. They were looking more so at his age. He seemed like I don't know how you feel about his policies, but he seemed like a more intelligent young man that could take over the job, and it wasn't so geriatric, if I will.
Yeah, we're left with two choices. Here's what I think is going to happen. I think sometime in the next 2 to 3 weeks, Biden is going to be forced to step down. Not by the 25th Amendment, though. He'll be convinced to step down voluntarily. So he'll resign. And then what will happen is I think they're going to put up temporarily, Kamala Harris will assume the duties. So she'll be sworn in temporarily. And then come the convention, they'll have a normal convention, which is what they used to do, where candidates will vie for it. So it'll be Kamala Harris, Gavin Newsom, Gretchen Whitmer, and at least one other Democrat I'm not certain of. And one of those four will become the nominee, not Joe Biden. I mean, not Kamala Harris. I don't think she's going to be the
But
nominee.
are they allowed to do that money-wise?
Well, what will happen is the donors determine who the president's going to be. So what will happen is once this occurs, the donors will then rally around somebody in particular. They will, behind closed doors, decide, okay, we're going to back this particular horse. I don't think it's going to be Kamala Harris, even though she'll be the sitting president, from probably end of summer until the election, which is going to be the first African American female president in our history, which will be very interesting to see. But I don't think she'll be on the ballot. And I mean, if she is, because they put pressure on that for being politically correct, I think it'd be a disaster for the Democrats, but they may do that. We'll see.
I think that is wrong. I think it's so wrong because
the other
she has no.
Do you think it's wrong to keep her on as president, or do you think it's wrong that she won't be president, or what do you mean by wrong?
She is too weak and too what I see. I'm looking from her Swedish eyes, okay, from European, and so I don't know actually but everything I've seen about her, it's been so unsmart, nothing sharp. And you actually need a president, even for 2 months, somebody that's know what they're doing. And the United States hasn't have any good presidents for the last 15 years. I don't know what you're doing. I mean, it's like, wake up, take the lead. And you have the most intelligent people in the world in your country, and you choose crap and more crap and even more crap, and then you work more crap with crap instead of using people that are intelligent and smart and has a vision.
What does that tell you, though? Do you think that's by
I
accident?
can't believe a European just called us the smartest people in the world. By the way,
No, you have.
I can't believe it.
No. You have the smartest people in the world in your country.
Yeah.
I mean, you actually. I mean, there's two things you need to change. Okay, for my point of view, it should be enough to be American citizen to be able to become a president, not born in. because you got a lot of extremely smart people that have been living for 30, 40 years in the United States that
Yep.
build up companies that are intelligent and engineers, making mathematics, philosophies, or whatever it is. Because a country like the United States has to deliver a vision, if you know what I mean, for the rest of the world to hunt it. A vision that's 40 years and forward. So, okay, I believe. Don't ask what the country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. I mean, that kind of vision. It was some fun. I mean, so to put the whole world behind and say, okay, let's strive to the moon, not only to the treetops. I mean, the United States should be a beacon of trust and vision and a future, but you're a beacon of, I don't know what, more idiots ruling
Zionism.
than.
We're a beacon
Sorry?
of Zionism.
Yeah,
No,
unfortunately,
he's
I
not.
think you're right about that.
No,
Unfortunately, yes, we're a beacon of Zionism. To be fair,
you're actually a beacon of
our government
political.
is. Our people.
Misunderstand me right. I'm probably using wrong words. Remember, I'm not American. Political racism, I think you are. That means that the people in the floor are not racist. The American people in general are not racist. But the political establishment try to play the card of racism the whole time. And it has nothing to do with race. It's you vote for one side, our friend, we're enemies. And you should not be enemies. You should be thriving to find a better way to live together. I mean, I don't understand why you have what you call it polarized. You have two camps playing American football and try to tackle each other instead of putting together like rugby. You put the ball in the floor and you push the ball forward together. I don't understand. I feel so sorry, United States. You need to. I mean, Sweden not better. Sweden, we have shit. Trust me, we got the worst government in the freaking world. But we're a shitty country, small country, nobody cares about. But the United States, United States is this power of the world. Not, I mean, and it should be actually power of trust, love, and future, not distrust. I don't give a fuck, and I just want to take everything you have. I mean, I'm so sorry. I mean, you have right now. I'm talking too much. I know that, but you have Trump. Okay, I had no comments. And you have Biden, and before that, you had Obama, and he done a lot of crazy stuff too. And before that, you have I didn't inhale.
Bush.
I didn't inhale.
No, you had Bush before. That was inhale was before Bush. Bush
Yes,
before.
I mean, so you have had 15, 20 years of people leading the country that has been pockets of the big corporations instead of pocket of the people.
Yep.
You should start thriving and asking, what can we do to make America better? I mean, how can we do to the people get them the future, not the companies. Screw the companies. Let the people thrive.
Can I just add to that, because I feel like right, politics, especially democracy in general, like it doesn't really exist. It's become a little bit of a show, and everyone thinks that they've got this democratic like country. And even in London, even in the UK, even like all over, like I feel like even with the US politics, democracy is somewhat of like a little bit of a charade now. Like people are just having to pick between two lesser evils, and then that's really their options. But at the end of the day, it's like, I think the truth of the matter is, like, our politicians and the governments and people that we're kind of forced to be voting for don't really truly like represent us. And like that's the real fact of the matter, is no matter who you vote for, you're always having to choose between the lesser evil. And the fact is that once you recognize that democracy is just an illusion and it doesn't really exist, because we are unfortunately paying to like corporations and funding, even unknowingly funding like G-sides and wars and stuff around the world without even knowing, because we just assumed to believe that it's part of our taxes. The reality is that, you know, we are always going to be in the dark unless we as the people like find it in ourselves to go do the actual research, to go and find out who we're voting for. But until we don't put pressure on the people that are in power and our electives, we won't really have much of a say. So it really boils down to how the people can unite. We shouldn't put all the responsibility on our government to bring people together, when actually they've shown us time and time again that they're not reliable to bring people together, and it's really the people who need to come together and lobby our governments and show them that, you know, we are holding you accountable for all that you do. Because until we do that, we're just going to remain being enslaved by corporate jobs, becoming puppets, and really just living in denial and until we hold our officials and our people in power into account, it's gonna be a vicious cycle.
Are you from the UK?
Yeah.
How do you feel about the election, the new prime minister? How do you think the majority of people from the UK feel about, you know?
So I mean, to be honest, I
Because I think that was pretty shocking, right?
Yeah, it's shocking. I'm not gonna lie. It's like, again, having to pick between the lesser evil. I didn't personally like what I was voting for, so I refrained from voting altogether.
Because Rishi is a big Zionist.
He's a big Zionist, but who we've got now is also a very big Zionist.
Yeah, yep, that's true.
For the people who don't know, Keir Starmer, his wife is Jewish. Not that I'm conflating Zionism with Judaism, but Keir Starmer is a self-proclaimed Zionist. He literally says
they have a right to
Friends of Israel.
Palestinians. I saw that.
Yeah, so he's a self-proclaimed Zionist. His wife is Jewish. He lobbies for Friends of Israel. Like, we are not doing good right now. I think a lot of us feel very defeated because it's like we've got one Zio out of the government and now we're stuck with another one who's literally proclaiming that he's supporting everything that's happening.
Wow.
And it's just
So,
like...
but, okay, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Okay.
Yeah.
If you, I mean, let's be playing devil's advocate. You call it devil's advocates, okay? If we don't support what Israel is doing, will you support what Palestinians did? So like I see it, it's action have consequences, okay? And the actions what Palestinians did, the consequences are horrible. I cannot use word enough.
It wasn't the Palestinians who did it. It was a very small subset of a very small political group called Utru. That was the militant arm. It is less than 0.25% of the population of Palestinians.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they voted them in. They voted them in.
They're sort of an authoritarian. They were not allowed for new elections since 2006. That's 18 years ago.
Yeah,
I mean,
they don't allow.
I just wanted to ask. It is what it is. What a funny name. How far back are you basing your history from? Because if you're starting from October the 7th, then I don't even need to have this conversation with you.
That's a very good question. Okay, I will tell you the reason why I'm going to answer that one. Because before we need to start this discussion, we need to start deciding when we're going to start the count. Okay, are we going to start count 1935? Are we going to start 1822? Are we going to start counting 1775? Are we going to start the 1500s? Or was it 1400? We need to. I mean, both sides have to say, okay, from this date we agree we're going to start counting. Because we can't choose as okay. I started October 7. You started 46. So I started 46.
It started around 1948.
No, it started before that. But then let's play a devil's advocate. I would say, okay, no, I want to start 1882 when the did an inventory on the Israel and Palestine. So that is the main problem. So that's what we can't play around with dates that way.
No,
We
really
need to.
didn't start all the
okay,
way
you've
back then.
respectfully, you've monologued for a while now. I
Oh,
just
sorry.
wanted to respond to what you're saying because it's not as small as just picking and choosing dates. Because I think if you go back to history, in order for us to learn about history, we do have to refer to dates. So it's not just like when does it start. I can tell you when it started. It even started before the Nakba, but we're not going to go as far as that. But if you want to know officially when it started, you need to research 1948, right? That's where the ethnic cleansing and forced displacement, and all the mass unalivings started.
Yep.
It was, and you can't just say, oh, we're living in 2024, so forget what happened in 2012
No, then
and
I can answer.
2000.
Okay, I want to start
No,
1943
I
when
didn't
Arafat.
interrupt you.
Wait.
I didn't
No,
interrupt you.
no. Okay. You become so
No, I
violent. I mean,
didn't.
sorry.
I really didn't interrupt you. So I think it's only fair that you let me finish what I'm
Oh,
saying. Thank you. You're mentioning dates and you're talking about history, but in fact, if you're going to go as far as bringing up the Arabs and everything like that, we're talking about the Palestinians, right? I'm not talking about Arabian history. I'm genuinely talking about. You said when should it start? I'm not telling you to go back to 20s and stuff because there was a 30-year period where there was a quite a long of a time where the Muslims, Christians, and Jews used to live in harmony. The first Nakba is when it started, but people don't believe that because the genocide of the Palestinians and the displacement and the ethnic cleansing has been happening over a steady period of time for quite some time. People have only started realizing now when we've had October the 7th. But even then, you need to realize that it's like, think about a kettle that you've been boiling for like decades. At some point in time, it's gonna boil over. I think it's got to the point where people are frustrated. And yes, I'm not condoning any act of violence, but resistance is necessary. If you look at American civil rights history, right? Everyone who's got history, even in American politics, even if you look at American history, all the civil rights movements and stuff, it came from people who resisted. That's how your country was formed. That's how rights was formed, right? Like general rights for everyone around the world. Nobody was just given rights. You had to resist some type of occupation in order to receive those rights. This is what the Palestinians are doing. They are actively being denied electricity, water, food. They're being displaced from their homes and ethnically cleansed. And you're asking us, when do we decide and when should we start? And it's not a game of semantics and dates. If you have any respect, I really truly hope that you go and read and educate yourself without just assuming that we want to sit here and start.
Right. So I don't know. Those are very good points. Let me share two resources for anybody who cares to do any kind of work, and I'll give you both video resources as well as some book resources. So books first. The best two books I've ever read on the subject that gives you all of the history you need to know for the background, including what happened long before 1948. One's called The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine by Israeli Jewish scholar Ilyan Pape. The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine. I have both of these books. And the second one is called The 100 Years War on Palestine, which I actually prefer to Ilyan Pape's book. I think that's a really well-written, just right spot on. Everything's right to the point. There's no BS.
What was the second one called?
It's called The 100 Years War on Palestine.
All right.
Okay? Now, if you're someone who prefers to watch video and you don't want to have to, if you want to just take a little bit of time and just not have to read a whole book, you can go to the Empire Files YouTube channel. It's Abby Martin, Empire Files. And there's a quick video called Palestine 101. And you can watch that. It'll get you up to speed on everything that the books talk about, but it's a little less detailed. And if you're curious to learn about Gaza, if you want to know more about Gaza specifically, not just the entire issue going back for the history, there's a same person, same YouTube channel, Empire Files. It's called Gaza Fights for Freedom. Gaza Fights for Freedom. So if you don't want to read books, you can look at videos. But I strongly suggest that anybody who wants to understand the backstory of why October 7th even will thinkably occur, you have to see that first, because otherwise it doesn't make any sense.
And quite frankly, it's actually not fair to then have a like, you know, a rhetoric and start a discussion when you're not really well versed with what's actually happening. Like, you really need to speak from a place of like education before having these conversations.
But I don't agree with you. I'll tell you the reason why I don't agree. The reason is there are books that are for Palestine, and there are very good books that are against Palestine and pro-Israel. So the question is, you cannot stop throwing pancakes. My point of view is, you need to stop throwing pancakes. This happened that year. This happened that year. You need to say enough is enough. Enough people have suffered on the both sides. Let's put a line on the sand and say, we start counting from today, and let's start doing peace from today. How can we go from there?
I mean,
But the
it's
problem,
not
no, wait.
asking
The problem is you start throwing, 1948, 1935, 1970.
That's not how it works.
Oh, no.
That's not how it works
And,
at all. That's not how
It's not the only way.
that's not
It's
how
the
it
only
works.
way. It's
It's
actually the
not
only
the only
way.
way, because that's not how it works.
Hold on, guys. Hold on real quick. Hold on. Let me say this, okay? So first of all, again, I'm not trying to be mean-spirited when I say this, but it's unfair for any of us to tell another group who's enduring the occupation and brutality from another group to just be peaceful. Okay, that's the first thing. Second of all, if you understand what Israel actually does in what it says it's for its security interests, this is what got me upset when I learned about it I learned it when I was 21. I'm now 57. Over 35 years ago, somebody did a presentation in class. I had no idea these things were going on, and when I found out, I was like, wait a second, that sounds crazy. If once you learn what Israel does versus what Israel says it does, it opens your mind up to a whole set of like WTF. Like, WTF? Like, why do these people do these things? If you're someone on the receiving end of those things in perpetuity, what the Israelis have basically said is, we're going to do what we want, we're going to treat you how we want, learn to be peaceful, and let's have peace. And I don't know any human being in those circumstances that can be expected to permanently endure brutality, occupation, oppression, and then be told, don't do anything in return. In fact, as an example, there were Jews inside of the Warsaw Ghetto during the Schmazi regime, and they hadn't taken them down to the work camps, whatever you want to call them. They were still there. They had had some of their goods taken. They were living in squalor, and some decided, F this, we're going to fight back. Now, if you're going to tell Palestinians they have to play nice, then you have to tell those Jews in Poland that they have to play nice. And if you support the resistance of the Jews in the Warsaw Ghetto, you have to equally support the resistance of the Palestinians against their Israeli brutalizers,
100%.
and the U.S. patriots against their British occupiers, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Exactly. You cannot pick and choose activism, and you can't sit there and say that you wholeheartedly support one thing, but you want to scrutinize and pick out other things and say, oh, like, there's no rule book for how one should resist. If you are under siege and occupation and you're restricted and you have no access to anything and your human rights don't exist, to the extent that UK dogs and American dogs have more rights than Palestinian children and Palestinians in general, then you really need to ask yourself the question that over 70 years they've experienced this kind of oppression, and the fact that they are and have remained as peaceful as they have and haven't literally gone absolutely bullshit crazy, then, you know, it just goes to show that you can only tolerate as a human being as much as you can. Once you get to that boiling point, there is really not much you can do. And respectfully, us living in the West comfortably, right? Like, you know, you're in a Swedish house, I'm in a London home, the host is in America. Like, we're speaking on this from a very westernized colonial perspective, whether we are, you know, the ruling or elite class or not. We are from privilege. And when we have that privilege and when we have that comfortability, we cannot go and tell people who don't have that how to then behave and how to then govern themselves. It's only fair that we hold ourselves accountable and we refrain from telling other people who are oppressed how to fight back.
And that's per international law. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chip, but somewhere in there it says you have the right to resist against an occupier or something along those lines. Is that correct or am I?
Yeah, it says that if you're occupied or even blockaded, like in Gaza, you
Yep,
have the right to
that's
resist
the word.
with using any means available.
Yep, thank you. I knew you spoke on if you're being blockaded, you're under international law, which we clearly see Israel does not follow. You're allowed to, under international law, you're allowed to resist and try to protect your people, even if
Yeah,
they
but
call you terrorists
but at the same time,
or terrorists.
if
Sorry.
I start a fight with Mike Tyson, okay, even if he's having power over me, I risk to be total destroyed.
That is
Okay,
not
so
the same.
no,
You
wait,
cannot use that analogy, sir. That is ridiculous.
Let me finish this
So
point.
now,
Let me finish.
the president in the 10 October, they picked a fight that against a overwhelming power against them. Okay, totally overwhelming power, and then they picked up a fight in a way that the consequences are so high that it's so easy for you, and it's so easy for me sitting, like she said, in our countries, in our homes, say and supporting. Oh, I support the age group. They are freedom fighters. Yeah, but it's so easy for you. But nothing is falling from the sky from in your roof. It's on the Palestine side or in the Israeli side. So it's so easy for us to be the voice screaming, "Don't give up! Don't give up! Don't give up!" When it's not our family, our blood that's in a risk. So I feel so. I mean, I'm so I'm a peace maker. I like peace. I love peace. So for me, it's like it's so freaking it's crazy to support the unaliving on any person because you are not the one taking the risk. We're sitting and getting.
Yeah. Can I say something if you don't mind?
Just give me one
Yeah.
second. You just completely contradicted yourself because firstly you used the analogy of Mike Tyson, right? You said if you go to war or if you go and fight Mike Tyson, of course you're gonna get injured, and then you started on talking about then you're a peacemaker. I mean, firstly, all I'm gonna say to you is you have a very utilitarian mindset with the conception that you believe that the world is free and there's rainbows and there's no type of oppression going on. We all would love to live in a peaceful world. I can tell you that all of us in this whole wide world would love to be awoken by the sounds of birds, by rainbows, by butterflies, and by fairies.
There's a country.
No,
There is a
no,
country.
no, no. Let
No,
me
wait.
finish.
No,
You are saying that you are for a peaceful world, but then by saying that you're ignoring the suffering that's happening. You're choosing to turn a blind eye because you can't comprehend the fact that there is oppression happening in the world, and because that oppression is happening in the world, you're justifying it by saying if the underdogs go and fight a big dog, of course they're going to get hurt. Do you know what the Israelis refer to Palestinians as? They don't differentiate between civilians, babies, women, and men. They call every single person in Palestine. They call
same as the
every
Palestinians say
single
about Israel.
person. No, shush. They call every single person in Palestine
you shush me.
a
Okay.
military. Shush. Then I let you speak. You don't want to hear. You've got two
I
ears
need to
and
be
one mouth
able
for
to
a
answer you.
reason. Can you
You
shush?
need to
I'm
be
not
able-
done. I'm not done. So shush. You got 2 ears and a mouth for a reason.
Okay, let's do this. We want to give equal time, so I'm going to let Zainab finish her point. It's 3:13. Take up to a minute, and after that, we're going to let it is what it is respond back. I want to put my 2 cents in really quickly, though. It's unfair for any of us to tell another group of people how and why they should deal with their plight. It's for example, I could say to the Irish when the English was occupying them and taking their women before they got married and doing what they did to them and beating them and brutalizing them and stealing their money and taxing them, that they have no right to fight back. They should play nice because England is bigger and stronger. But it's their choice as a people what sacrifices they want to make towards their goals of freedom and autonomy and dignity. And if they'd rather die on their feet than be on their knees taking it from a stronger power, that's their choice to make. So we may look at it as counterproductive that their people will get hurt, and because we're not the ones feeling it, we shouldn't talk to it. But that's their choice. Kassan Kanafani, look him up. And listen to his interviews. He was assassinated by the Israelis, but he spoke to this exact thing. He's like, why should I make peace with my occupier? Why should I make peace with the person that's oppressing me? It just doesn't exist. If they stop oppressing me, then of course I'll be nice to them, or at least I'll leave them the hell alone. So I think it's just unfair to make that request. The United States, we wouldn't even be talking 4IM if we didn't have people who did the things that you're saying we shouldn't do. Britain was the stronger power. We fought them. We got unalive. People got hung for fighting for treason against the crown. But enough of us overcame the military problem eventually. And the Palestinians might do that as well, although through other means. They're not going to do it militarily directly, but maybe the political situation that they've been able to shift because of the visibility this has brought to their plight, as well as people seeing what Israel actually does, like I learned when I was 21, it may change the political dynamic around the world and force Israel to behave differently. We'll see. Okay, go ahead and finish, Zainab, and then we'll let Is What It Is, and then we'll go around the horn, okay?
I'm gonna be really quick. Basically, what I'm trying to say is you can't ask for peace when you've got the occupying state saying that they don't differentiate between militants and civilians. They literally carpet boom every single person, and if they really did care about, eradicating the hate group, they wouldn't actively be creating more by, having using so much of their military forces upon these innocent civilians. Again, it's not an equalizing power for you to say that they should be choosing peace. One side is clearly getting occupied and fighting with rocks for existence, for literally they're being forced into famine, right? And then you've got the other side that are being literally funded by the UK and the US from our taxes, and they are now going up with their big war arms and whatnot and attacking these innocent people. How can you then ask these people to choose peace when all they know is suffering, when there's babies who have been alive for 2 days and then they just unalived because unfortunately that is the price of war? You can't do that. You can't do that at all. And it's not fair for you to then go and say, sit with these people and make peace. You wouldn't ask a rape victim to sit with her oppressor. So why do these people who've gone through far worse, need to sit with their oppressors and talk about peace?
Thank you. Go ahead, Israel. It's your turn to respond. Give you a couple minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, I mean, there are two parts of this argument. There's a country called Andorra, okay? That's it's between Spain and France. And it has total peace between them, and they're actually oppressed. They don't have a port, they don't have airport, they don't have any the military. They're not allowed to have military. They don't need it because the neighbor is not trying to unalive them, and they are not trying to unalive the other ones. And so Palestine could have the same statue as them. They chose another way. Then next one, that you have to realize there is the Palestinians saying the exactly same thing about the Jews. They want to unalive every single one of them. So and they did unalive.
I got to stop you there. When you say the Palestinians say they want to unalive all the Jews, I want you to be very clear. Where did you hear that? And how did you come to know that? What is the source of that knowledge?
I basically saw it live on with their own GoPro cameras. It was horrible. And they were.
Hold on a second. So, hold on a second. When you say the Palestinians, so again, let me make one more point. There's a very small percentage. Let me make this point. There's a very small percentage of the overall Palestinian population that is called the political group called Hamas. Among them, there's a much smaller subset of 20 to 30,000 militants, which is smaller now because of the war and the attrition. That makes up less than 1/4% of the population of Gaza. So Gaza is 2/5 of the Palestinian population, 3/5 of which live in the West Bank and is governed by a separate group called Fatah, or the Palestinian Authority. So my question to you is, when you say the Palestinians, which is a group of people that identify both in their totality in the territory, as well as those that live outside the territory in that diaspora, want to kill the Jews, what the heck are you talking about?
Well, the 10th of October, they came in, civilians and militants came in there and unalived. I mean, like I say, when a son calls their mother and father bragging that they have just unalived with their own bare hands 10 people, I mean, and they're
How many?
free.
How many
They say,
does that behavior conflate with the remaining part, the 99.9755% of the population? Yes or no?
okay, let's put it this way. Okay, you say 30,000 militants. Let's say 30. Every single 30,000 has 3 siblings, one mother and one father. So there are 5 people in that. So they know their son are doing that. They're supporting their son or daughter doing that. That becomes 30,000 is not 30,000. It becomes 700,000. That's supporting their son and the militant.
How did you go from 30,000 to 700? 2 times 30 is 60, so 60 plus 30 is 90.
No, they got 2 siblings and 2 parents. That's a normal family in Gaza. 5 people.
That's 150. 90 plus 60 is 250. 150. I'm sorry, 150. How'd you get the 700,000?
They got cousins, brothers. They got the whole families.
So you're including everybody in the family, extended
that's
family,
supporting.
and the entire.
That's supporting them.
Hold on. How do you know for sure that all the extended family, even the parents themselves, how do you know just because this one person called his mother and said, "Hey, mom, look what I did"? You're conflating that relationship, or maybe you're assuming that she was excited, with every other single person that's a militant and every other single person that's in their sphere, whether it be a cousin, a family member, a brother, sister, sibling, parent. How can you make that conflation with such certainty?
I got 2 kids. I know exactly. I got 2 kids. One is 25, one is 23. I know exactly if they would done something illegal or something that kind of way or any way, I would know exactly, and I would never support it whatsoever. And so that's the difference. If I support my son, and my wife and my others are supporting it, we are actually.
The logic does not make sense, my friend.
We are actually I don't know what you call it in English. When you do a crime and you're covering for the crime, and the person makes a crime. What do you call that?
Complicit.
Yeah, complicit. Exactly. They're co-complicit. So I would have stopped my son to do that stuff. I went to become a member of that group immediately, or any kind of group that kind of way. I would have stopped it. So you have to realize they chose that way of life, and they put their own people in jeopardy. And that is, they have a responsibility to their own people. And these 30,000, they put their own 2 million people in jeopardy because they did what they did. I don't say it's wrong. I don't say it's right, but they put them in jeopardy. And now we are where we are. And Israel is going like a bulldozer over the Gaza Strip and ripping everything out. So,
Dominic,
hold on. We got to give Valente a chance to come in because he's new. You made your point. Let me summarize. You think that the family members are aware of the militants, that if they didn't want this to happen to their people, they should have stopped their son from participating in this, or civilian, whoever did it, and that therefore they're complicit. And therefore, they made their choice. They made their bed. What's happening is happening. They have to live with that. Is that your point? So, Valente, what do you have to say about that point? You think that's accurate or not accurate?
That's not accurate, Chip. I mean, what he's talking about is a complete, utter gibberish to me. Because, my friend, I'm going to say this, and I come in here with peace. I'm not in the mood today to have an argument with anybody, but I'm saying this to you guys. Israel keeps going on this hostage situation and October the 10th all the time. Okay, I get that. But before that, you guys were poking the bear for a long time, even though there wasn't any conflict, as you say, where you guys were unaliving kids, unaliving news reporters, unaliving anybody that could speak the truth or could ask for something, which is God's naturally given right, which is their own land, their own house, or whichever. You guys go in, you take it, and then somebody's taken out, Well, let me just say this to you guys. If we go down the rhetoric of the October the 7th situation, Israel has a history of this. You unalive 10 of us, we'll take 25,000 out of you. It's like the stock market. You unalive 20 people of us, we'll take another 10,000 or 15,000 or 50 or 20,000. Now, when you talk about situations such as, a H group member calls up his mom and says, "Hey, you know, I unalived a couple of people." Do you honestly think that makes that mother or the baby that she has an automatic hate group? It doesn't, because in the West, in Europe, we grow up with a logic. When somebody in your family commits a crime, that person is held accountable, not the entire family. Now you say you have a moral army that comes with morality and a democratic country that you are. Now tell me something. Even if you took, like, let's say, I'm against any unaliving of anybody. And if, you know, anybody that unalives anybody should be held accountable, whether it's the IDF or H group. But if you say to me 600 or 1,200 hostages were taken in et cetera, it's been 9 months or something, man, 8 months. You guys are still going with that rhetoric. Hostages, give it back. But you've demolished Gaza. You've unalived nearly 18,000 kids. And so on. You can't turn around and label everybody as an ID person, even babies. I heard the most horrendous comment the other day. And I think Lal was in that same panel at the time. You guys say, oh, we unalive kids so they don't become terrorists in the future. What kind of morality is that, my friend? What kind of morality is that? That means you guys, if you guys are that determined to think that the future of a population is going to become a T group in years to come, then we would have went in Nazi Germany and unalived a lot of Germans, because they had more Nazis over there than anybody else. Well, you guys have to come with logic. You can't go unaliving. And when your own people are doing some rhetorical things like that poor girl Sidra, and I want you to remember Sidra, sir. Sidra was a girl who had her legs blown off and then hung on a wall. Now, what kind of humanity does that, my friend? Even you don't do that to your worst enemy. We have enemies in the West. You don't see us hanging people off the wall. So if you want to talk peace and if you want to move forward, the only way is to do this, is to give those Palestinians their land, their homes that they're being kicked out of. You take whatever you got to take, whatever you think is the right for yours, but give these people the rightful land that they had. And then give them their own government, give them their own police force, give them their own airport. In that rhetoric I heard the other day, oh, we don't give them airports because, oh, you know what happened in 9/11? That wasn't a Palestinian. So stop spreading misinformation. Then maybe we can sit all talk and move forward and hold those people accountable. The United Nations says that the IDF is a T group now, same as ISIS, and so is the H group. Now, when somebody's accusing you of that, and then you say, oh, it's the United Nations, I don't care anymore because they're anti-Semitic. Anti-Semitic has got nothing to do with it, my friend. It's the same United Nations that give you your part of that land back in 1942.
Got to give someone else. Got to give another person a chance. Is it okay? You land the plane in a couple seconds?
Yeah, yes, sir. No problem.
Okay, I want to give. I think Truth and Justice was here, and then Basilisk, I think is the name. Real quick, I want to ask a question. So somebody in the comments says, "Where was the morality on 10/7?" So Basilisk, Truth and Justice, do you think that what about 10/7? The morality there, was that moral? Was that acceptable, or was that barbaric? What do you think about that?
Well, I think the actions were barbaric, all right. Anytime any civilian gets murdered or unalived, yeah, it's a barbaric act. But people being oppressed is always going to strike back at the oppressor, and that's a fact. That's factual. You know, you can't have inequality in a society. You know, if people feel like they're downtrodden, the kids aren't getting the same shot as other kids are getting. They're gonna strike back. It's human nature, you know. You're not gonna let someone else's kids get a better shot than your kids, and that's just the way of the world. As I see it, you know. I am not a fan of H group or Islamic, any of them groups. I wouldn't be a fan. I wouldn't like their politics, but I do have an understanding of where they come from, and I do have an understanding of why what happened. Like, I am pro-Palestinian, obviously, by my sign and everything else, but I do, I would have a deep understanding of why they did what they did. I do not agree with it, but I understand it.
What do you think about the fact that people who are pro-Israel say never again, whatever we have to do, regardless of consequence, we have to make sure that the H group is totally destroyed. We have to get all of our hostages back, and until then, there is no talks about peace. What do you think about that?
I think they are absolutely fooling themselves more than they can ever believe. I think what they are creating now and have created is going to, for decades and decades and decades, even say you don't like H group, right? Say they eradicate H group, the vacuum after H group is gone, there's going to be a vacuum, right? And I'm not religious, but there is a lot of religious people in Palestine. And religious fundamentalists could get a hold of that more so than H group, and they've created a vacuum now. Even if they destroy H group, the vacuum that they've created, it'd be like ISIS all over again, like what America created really in Iraq and Syria. Like what America created, it's going to be 10 times worse. I believe, yeah.
Here's a question for you, and this is a big part of the issue, so I want to hear your opinion, and maybe anybody else who wants to jump in. So I've been on so many pro-Israeli lives, and so what motivates people to do something is really important to understanding, like, why. So do you think that the reason why this is all happening in terms of violence and back and forth is it, and why other countries seem to want to, do something too? They want to get involved, or at least want to see changes. Is it because of hatred towards Jewish people in general? Is it about Islamic fundamentalism, where they want to convert everybody and have everybody be part of one big Muslim caliphate? Or is it because of the anger of the changes that occurred in the region that people feel are unjust, in addition to the further injustices, despite the periodic resistance attacks that have occurred? What do you think motivates it, and why?
For me, I think all that's involved, Chip, to be honest with you, as you know, it's a very complex situation. You're well informed. Me and you have had it back and forward a long time ago. You know my symbol. Anyway, it's a very complex situation. I think all that is involved. For me, it's the injustice. Why I'm involved personally as a person, it's the injustice and the inhumaneness of it. I am not religious. I have no interest in religion. I've experience of a little bit resistance on the peripheral of my family, being Irish. You know what I mean? Most Irish people do. It's and I have an understanding of that, although I'm not involved in anything like that. But it's injustice for me. But I believe all them factors that you said come into play, and I think the more this goes on, the worse it's going to get. And as I said, I think the worse it gets, the bigger the vacuum becomes, and the bigger the problem becomes. And whatever about being, I've no problem with Jewish, nor you do. I hear you speak. You know what I mean? Or Islam, for that matter, or anything else. I've spoken to a couple of people on this panel looking at it right now. But yeah, I think it's a situation that's going bad to worse day by day, and it's our own complicity as Europeans and Americans by not standing up and not holding our politicians to account. You know, me and you included.
Okay, well, thanks for your answers there. Just administratively speaking, folks, we have 71 people watching. We have a number of good panelists. Thanks
I'm going to drop.
Yeah, thanks a lot, if you don't mind. And I may have to cycle, as we get new guests, I may have to cycle some of the older panelists out. Please, no offense. I'm not trying to be rude to you. We do have somebody from the pro-Israeli side that's in the waiting box. I'm going to give Basilik a chance to jump in. Do you think this is motivated by hatred of Jewish people in general? Is it motivated by Islamic fundamentalism? Is it motivated by a sense of injustice over the land situation, or some combination? What do you think, Basilik? And we'll bring up a couple more guests as we go here.
Yeah, I mean, I believe it could be a combination of a bunch of those things, but I think it's mainly political. I think the thing that bothers me about Zionism a lot is, pro-Zionist people, is that they look at a single pixel instead of looking at a bigger picture. Like, you got to zoom out and things don't occur in a vacuum. You got to zoom on it and look at how these things became this way. Like, what led up to this event? How did this group became this way? Like, if you go back in history, did H group always exist? These types of groups, militant groups, were they always like this? And how did they start? Who funded them? What led up to their creation? So, I really don't. I think it's just like a political movement mostly. And again, I'm not Palestinian. I'm not allowed I don't want to speak over them. I'm not allowed to tell them how they should feel and what they should think and who they should vote for. I can't be the one telling them how to fight their oppressors. I can't be the one telling them how they should go about their own rights. How should they get their own rights? So just know this. I just want to reply to it is what it is too. He's committing a theological fallacy, saying things like over limited information, called hasty generalization. We can do the same thing with Israel. And the thing about Israel, it could be far worse. We actually know that these groups, what led up to these groups and how these groups formed and stuff. There's Jewish extremists who not only are anti-Palestinian, but anti-Christian, anti-Muslims, anti-Palestinian, anti-Arabs. And their attacks, like Baruch Goldstein, this is like Jewish fundamentalism that's also harming Israel and Palestinians. So if you want to make a hasty generation, we can play that dirty game both ways.
Okay, thanks for your point of view. We're going to give Bear Jew a chance to come in. Welcome, Bear Jew.
Hi, Chip. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
Good. So yeah, I just wanted to say, I believe fundamentally it's 100% a religious war, and it's been that since the beginning of time. Okay. You can look at Christianity, you can look at Judaism, you can look at Islam. It's written all in there. It's all in the books, and it's been recycled and regenerated since since the beginning of time till now. And October 7 was just another highlight of that. And Israel will not stop, and the Jews will not stop, and the Christians who believe in Israel will not stop until the enemy is defeated and Israel secures its borders.
So in terms of it being a religious-based conflict, what from your point of view, what is the evidence? You said the books speak to that. In recent history, in terms of what have you seen that leads you to believe what you just shared?
I feel that, well, if you look at the Old Testament and you look at the New Testament, it's, and then you also look at the Quran, it's very clearly stated that, if you look at all the books, that Judea and Samaria is the land of the Jews, is the land of Jesus Christ, and Israel is important to both Christians and Jews worldwide. And unfortunately, in Islam, it's the complete opposite. Judaism has no relevance, has no importance, has no significance to Muslims whatsoever. In fact,
so true.
Oh, please share. Please share.
Can I respond to him when he's done, please? Because I think he doesn't know.
Give him another second. I do want to ask him one question. So you said that Israel is the land of the Jewish people. So that's, in other words, the word land is in there. So
correct.
When somebody makes the argument that this, I've had this conversation with countless people who are pro-Palestinian, both in person as well as through TikTok. And I always ask them this because I'm curious to know. So from your point of view, this is me speaking to them. What is this about? Is this about religion? Do you have a problem with people who practice Judaism? You want people to be, Islam, it should be the way of the world. Is it about, hatred towards another group? You just can't stand Jewish people. You want them out because you want people to be Arab and Islam? Or is it because of what happened in 1948 and the anger around the changes of where everybody lived? And without fail, every single one of them says, I don't care what someone's religion is. If they want to practice Judaism, hey, have at it. You're people of the book. Mad respect. 2, I don't care if you're Jewish from ethnicity. We're Arabs, Jews. We've lived in the place before without total disgusting, things happening to each other. It's never been perfect, but it's not been crazy. So who cares? But when somebody, from my point of view, this is the person telling me, takes something from me, whether it's a Jewish person or whether it's my cousin, I'm going to be angry at the person who has done, my perception has done this thing to me. What do you say to that? If that's indeed what they feel, versus the way you're perceiving it, how do you square that?
100%, I understand. And the issue is that the British were very messy with regards to how they went about things in the partition plan, that's for sure. But then at the same time, it was a British mandate, and therefore, the Jews and the Arabs were meant to live together and share the land. And then obviously when the Arabs attacked, war is war. You lose the war, these are consequences.
Do you know the partition plan breakdown? Does anybody know the numbers?
I think it was 70-30 or something. 70% Arab, 30% Jewish, approximately.
Well, the way the land was being designated in the partition plan that was discussed that the Arabs were going to potentially agree to was 56% of the land for 31% of the population, and the other 44% for 69% of the population.
The Arabs still have the majority, Chip.
Yeah. So in other words, if you're the majority population and somebody says, "Hey, we're going to try to strike a deal here. We want 55% or 56% of the land, but we're only a third of the people." Obviously, you're going to say yes to that right away. Right? Like, hey, you're only a third, but you're getting more than half. It's like, okay, that's a good deal. So the Jewish population said, let's do it. The Arab population said, wait a second. Something
No, I
doesn't
get
seem
it.
right
No, I
about that
completely get it. But
split.
what I'm saying is, I get it, Chip. But what I'm saying is if you then disagree to that and you start a war with 7 Arab armies and you lose, then you've lost. You can't keep crying about it for the next 75 years. You can keep trying, but that's it.
Well, there was a little more going on at the time. If for those you don't know, you can read up on this. So I'll give you 4 names: Irgun, Stern, Haganah, and what's the 4th one? Did I say Stern, Irgun, Haganah, and Leahy?
Yes, the Haganah is the idea. The Haganah is the idea, Chip.
Those are 4 groups of very aggressive Zionists, and what they refer to themselves as is T-words, self-proclaimed T-words, that conducted both T operations and massacres that was part of the impetus for the conflict that took place, in addition to the proposed partition plan. Because simultaneously to the partition plan being discussed and thrown around and negotiated, these activities were happening simultaneously to push people physically out of certain territory as they were preparing the spaces for this transition. So that was also a part of what led up to the conflict.
You mean a preemptive attack, Chip?
No. What I mean is that, in other words, if somebody is murdering another group of people in pursuit of its goals in what is deemed to be an unfair split by others, and then they decide to use force to try to stop it, that's not, quote, starting a war. That's resisting an unfair imposition of a nation state based on arbitrary boundaries from a third party that really had no right to implement it in the fashion they were. People weren't given a chance to say their piece. They're like, take it or leave it. And therefore, they're like, we're going to leave it because we don't think it's fair. And these other people are
I get that,
murdering
but
it.
it was a British mandate. It wasn't a sovereign nation.
Yeah, but the point is that when you try to force something onto people the way that it happened, this is why they reacted the way that they did. It wasn't something that was negotiated and agreed to. Now, of course, looking back with hindsight, it would have been a much better deal to say yes to back then than it would be now. We know that. But to say to somebody, you fought us to try to stop this, you lost, tough luck, deal with it, doesn't change the anger and the vitriol that somebody feels.
For sure, the emotions will forever be there. But now,
yeah. Hold on, let him speak. Don't mute him, please.
But now we have to find a way to move forward. And unfortunately, the 2-state solution is far gone now, unfortunately, from both parties because of the emotions and upset and anger. This is the issue.
May I please respond to what he was saying?
Let's let Zaggy go ahead. Okay, go ahead. Everybody mute up. Let's let Zaggy respond and give her a couple, 3 minutes. Go ahead.
So basically, he came in with the rhetoric that, this is 100% a religious war. And actually, it has nothing to do with religion, because if you go back to the 20s, Palestine was home to Israel, to Jews, Muslims, and Christians who lived in harmony. You then go on to state that,
you mean the mandate of Palestine?
No, I never interrupted you.
I'm just correcting you. The British
Hold on, just stay on mute, Bear, please. Let her finish.
Then you go on to state, right, that Israel is is home and you said Israel is home to, it's a special and holy site for the Christians and the Jews, and you said that 3 times without mentioning that its Islamic significance. It's actually the 3rd holiest mosque in Islam, Masjid al-Aqsa, which gets trampled and destroyed every single Eid without any sort of provocation. You guys just attack it every single Eid because it's the 3rd holiest site in Islam. And in regards to the fact that, we know that it has religious significance to the Christians, the Muslims, and the Jews, no one's debating the significance of the holy. It's debated it's a debated and wide known fact that it's holy. No one's going to negate that and take that away from it. The issue is you're bringing it back to religion when that's not what this G-side is. No one's talking about whether it's got religious significance or not. That's not a discussion up for debate. We're talking about why that now means that, you know, this is okay and justifiable for the Israeli Zionists who have, you know, come from Theodore Herzl, who was a staunch atheist. You know, the founder of Zionism is an atheist, yet it's, you know, somehow conflating Judaism with atheism. And then you've got pro-Palestinian marches, and you've got your rabbi, you've got your, like, what are they called, your rabbis with your beards and stuff. Yeah, exactly, them. You've got them who are saying not in our name, and we don't believe that.
You know how many Netzach Carter there are in the world, Zainab?
No, but listen, you're saying you've got. I'm gonna believe an Orthodox Jew over somebody who doesn't practice their religion.
Do you know how many Netzach Carter there are in the world?
It is an argument. Do you know why?
Let's let her finish. Take our 30 seconds, Zainab.
Okay. You've got.
Just real quick. Hold on. This is administratively. I'm just letting you know. Let me show you guys something. This is called a notepad. So what I do is, if somebody's making more than one point, I write down what they're saying. If you're someplace where you can't do that, you can use your own little notepad app, or you can write it on your arm, or you can just try to remember the best you can. But if you come off mute and interrupt people, I have to drop you, which I don't want to do, by the way. So please don't do that. You'll get your chance. If somebody mentions you during their talk, we'll let you respond for like a little bit, and then we'll go to the next guest to try to be fair. I do the best I can. I'm not perfect, but I'll do my best. Zainab, please take 30 seconds to land the plane, and then we'll let Bearju come back for a little bit. Thank you.
Yeah, I just feel like their whole Zionistic trope and their like indoctrination and propaganda comes from the fact that they're trying to negate anyone who calls out Israel as an anti-Semite, when actually this has nothing to do with religion. The fact is, you are now justifying G-side by conflating religion with this whole war. Like, this situation is not a war here. You're bringing up religion to kind of hide your war crimes. It's not okay. Like, you need to understand that there has been so much injustice going on, and there's Palestinian Christians, Palestinian Jews who are being carpet boomed. You're telling me that the Jews in Palestine deserve that?
All right, let's let Bearju respond. Go ahead, Bearju. What do you think about the fact that religion is being used as an obfuscation to hide Israeli war crimes?
Well, firstly, I'll start off by saying I'm going to start making notes, because you just get thrown so many ridiculous allegations of propaganda. So I'm going to have to start making notes now so I can respond to each single point. Firstly, Hamas, H Group is a religious organization. Number one. If you don't know that, you should Google it and find out the origins of H Group. They are a religious fundamentalist Islamic group, which were invented, and Iran actually helped to initiate them and establish them. First you should read about that initially before you start talking about religion.
It was actually in Egypt. It was the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt.
Correct, but the Iranians did help together to rise them. And they are a religious group. They are a religious group. So therefore, when Zainab was saying how, what was the other point you said about Hamas and where are all the Palestinian Jews? Please tell me where are all the Palestinian Jews. I'd love to know, because the last time I checked, all the Jews, Israeli Jews who lived in Gaza, were pulled out in 2005. And not one single Jew now lives in Gaza. They were ethnically cleansed out of Gaza. Now, the second point is that, can you please tell me where and how all the Jews who lived in Arab lands are now, and where did they go, and what happened to all their property and all their money? Can you please share that with me?
Well, sorry. Can I say something?
Go ahead. Yeah, if you want to jump in, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. First of all, again, you're making hasty generations from the very beginning, using a lot of illogical fallacies. First of all,
no, you're the one sharing propaganda, spreading propaganda. Go on.
Oh, okay. For sure, I'm the one brainwashed watching propaganda when you're.
You can't answer my question. That's why you need to now go to this. Yeah, answer my question.
Hold on, real quick, guys. So real quick, we want to do it politely. So he brought up 2 points. I'm just going to repeat them. If you can address them as best you can, or if there's a reason why you don't, you can say why. He claimed that the Iranians are propping up or helped found the H Group, as well as being a derivation of the Muslim Brotherhood, so they have a fundamentally religious underpinning. And that in 2005, there were no more Jews in Gaza because Israel withdrew their settlements. He claimed that term. He claimed that was ethnic cleansing, and there are no more Jews in Gaza. And he says, what about Jews in other Arab lands that they've had their property taken and most have had to leave? So what do you think about that? Is that, do you want to respond to any of that stuff?
Sure, yeah. First of all, again, you got to read up on Israel again. We're the ones spreading propaganda, because even Israel themselves did not call them a T group or religious organization. They even funded them. Netanyahu funneled money to Qatar to fund them. So, and he even called them a political stance against Gaza's freedom. Number two, the reason why they pulled out in 2005 was because of extreme international pressure, and they didn't even pull out. They control the water, food, electricity, internet, everything. So they made it an open air prison. Second of all the Jews were forced to leave out by the Israeli government themselves, and they didn't want to live there anymore in the first place. You have to give me proof that they were ethnically cleansed. Second of all, do you want to talk about what Muslims country did prior to World War II or during World War II to Jews when they were being persecuted? You can actually, again, if you call me a propagandist, why don't you go up and read about it, how Iran helped many Jews escaping Poland, how Morocco did the same, how Egypt did the same thing, how Muslims in other countries, in Albania and Turkey helped persecuted Jews escape. If you want to call it a religious thing, how come for a good chunk of time Muslims were out there protecting Jews? So if you want to call it a religious battle, you can sure go ahead, call it that. But then why was this happening in the early 1900s?
Real quick, before you go, Bear, I want to set the batting order. We're going to let Bear respond about 1 to 2 minutes, try to be fair. And then I'm going to just tell you the rest of the best. So it's going to be Federico, then it's going to be James, then it's going to be Lily's, and then I'll figure it out from there based on the new guests, okay? Just want to be fair. So, Bearju, go ahead. Please stay muted while he's talking. Just take notes if you have to. Go ahead.
So tell me, why are all the Jewish properties and money in Arab lands also in now Arab hands, Mr. Basilik?
Okay, you can answer if you want to, if he's asking you directly.
Sorry, what did you say? You cut off.
You said why is it that property from Jewish people and land is still in the name of is still in the Jewish lands or held by Arab countries or Arab people?
Yeah. Okay. Can you tell me what led up to that situation? Can you tell me, was that before the Nakba or after the Nakba?
Oh, so now you want a justification for it. I asked you a direct question. Answer the question directly, please.
Yeah. Let me know if it was before the Nakba or after the Nakba.
The Nakba didn't exist, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, okay. So
first answer my question directly.
Hold on.
Answer my question directly. Answer my question directly.
He asked you a fair question. Like, what time are you talking about? Can you just clarify the time frame you're talking about?
Host, I just want to quickly say something. The bad Jew, you need to calm down, brother. Let him answer. Calm down. People will give you answers. We're speaking with respect. You speak with respect. Don't need to get aggressive. Thank you.
That's fair. What time frame are you talking about, Bear?
Early 1900s.
Okay. Go ahead, Bill.
Yeah, can you show me a proper source? Because in the early 1900s, Palestinians, Iranians, Moroccans, all these Arab countries are actually accepting and very open to Jewish communities that were accepting Jewish people.
Wrong again. I'm an Iranian Jew, and every single person in my community, all of our property and land
You're
was
not Iranian. You are not Iranian.
You want to bet?
We don't claim you. We don't claim you.
Hold on. Let's not make assumptions. Let's ask questions. Okay. So, your Iranian background? Are you saying that your family was negatively affected by some of these things you're referring to, Perju?
Yes. Every single of my family and my family friends, all of our property and land was robbed by the Ayatollahs.
And so this was in the early 1900s?
Iranian. Can you speak Iranian?
During the Iranian Revolution in 1979.
Oh my God, buddy! I was talking about the early 1900s. You just said early 1900s, but then you're talking about.
We're talking about the Iranian Revolution now, Besnik.
No, I'm not. Am I talking about the Iranian?
Guys, don't get confused. Don't get confused.
Okay, let me just make sure I understand. There's one claim being made that people were dispossessed of property that were Jewish in some of these, quote, Arab countries in the early 1900s, but your family in particular in Iran was negatively affected when the religious government took over from the Shah in 1979. Is that accurate?
Correct. All religious minorities were forced to leave and give up all their homes and property and cash.
Right, perfect. Okay, yo, Chip, can I have like 30 seconds to respond to this and I can drop?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so again, my claim was in the late 1800s and the early 1900s. I'm not going to talk about Islam. You can actually go research it yourself because Islam was very open to Jews as well. It was the Byzantines and the Romans that were persecuting them. But anyways, even if you don't disagree with that, it doesn't matter. But in the late 1800s, the early 1900s, Arab countries were fully accepting of Jewish communities. They were fully accepting of Jewish people coming back to their homeland after
Why
being
did they kick everyone out and take all their money, Basilik?
Can you let me finish, buddy?
Respond.
Okay, so the population of Jewish people in Iran was rising because they were accepting people from Poland, they were accepting people from Ukraine, everybody in the...
Poland and Ukraine? I don't know what planet you're on, my friend.
Can you research this? When they were
I don't need to research it. I know, my friend. My family lived there for thousands
Let me finish.
Do you speak Iranian? You say you're Iranian. Do you speak Iranian?
You speak Iranian. How things are near now?
Bearju, the reason why you keep interrupting, deflecting, because you cannot fathom a different world point. You cannot fathom something, something criticizing your propagandist mind.
You talk nonsense. That's why you talk nonsense and lies, and I won't have it.
How about you research this yourself? Again, you cannot fathom a different opinion from the brainwashed mind that you already have. Here's the thing, okay? In the early 1900s, the Arab countries were accepting of Jews, especially at the start of World War II, when they were being persecuted. All these countries were accepting of all sorts of people, especially Iran. And the reason in the 70s that this happened, Iran was actually one of the most liberal countries in the world. If you look up Iran, they were leading in mathematics, they're leading in English, leading in science. They were actually on the rise until U.S. imperialism staged a coup and put the Shah in power. That's when those Jews were persecuted after, not in the early 1900s, not when Israel was being formed, not when this shit was going down, not when these Europeans were persecuting Jews. Arab countries were open to your fucking people.
Until they took their stole.
Watch the language, guys.
Until they stole all their land and cash, motherfucker.
What about hey, have some respect. And what about the Israeli settlements right now?
Hold on. So just listen. The next person that uses foul language, I have to drop you. Please don't do that because it can get the live taken down. Plus, it just gets things a little too heated. Let's be respectful to each other. Come on, we don't have to hate each other and disagree. Okay. So what I want to do is I want to give somebody who hasn't had a chance to speak yet a chance to come in. So if Federico hasn't spoken, and then we're going to go to, like I said.
Yeah, Chip, I'm looking up something for the Bearju. I just need a couple more minutes.
Okay, let's go to Lily's. Let's go to Lily's and Federico. Go ahead, Lily's.
I got 2 minutes video for him.
Okay. Go ahead, Lily's. Lily's, can you unmute your mic? I think you need to unmute your mic.
Oh, I'm just going to say hi in the beginning. And
Hi.
I was going to respond to him about the history.
Yeah.
The thing is that the Zionists come and say that they are the only one that have the right version of history, and they claim that they know everything. They are the chosen people of God, which we don't know even their God name is. They think that all the people around the world, Christians, Muslims, whatever, we are the slaves to them. That's in their books.
I tell you what's in your books.
They
How
know
all Christians
everything,
and Jews
but
are
they are
dogs.
not.
How all Christians and Jews are dogs.
Hold on, we have to give a chance for people to speak real quick, Bearju. I know you want to jump in and share your views, but let's be respectful and give people the time that they have to. Thank you.
So what they basically do is that they want the whole world accept their agenda, their thinking, their history, their book, their God. While there's billions and billions of people, they don't believe in your book. You just cannot tell billions of people that your book is correct, that your religion is correct, that your history is correct. No, you're not. You are not Arab.
Christianity
You are
and
not a
Islam
Muslim.
agrees with us.
You just
Albert.
lied about that. You are
Christianity
Arabian
and Islam agrees with our book.
Jew. Just listen to me. Listen
Okay,
to
real
me.
quick. So listen,
You have
when somebody repeatedly interrupts people after they've been asked like 9 times not to, I drop them. If you want to come back up, Bearju, I'm happy to have you, but you can take the same notes that I'm taking when people speak and then respond back if they're making more than one point. That's the way it's going to go. Disagreeing with somebody doesn't mean you have to be disagreeable. So no bad language. So you bad language and interrupting, I can't keep you on the panel. Okay, nothing personal. Come on back if you want to play by the rules. Go ahead and finish up, Lilies, please.
So what I'm trying to say is that they come up in the media and they say it clearly by their leader, by their president, or whatever. They say they will kill Arabs, they will kill Muslims, they will do any bad thing to them, while Muslims never did anything bad to the Jews. Well, the Holocaust happened by Germans in Germany. They should go to Germany and live there. Germany owed to them their land. Germany made the Holocaust in the Jew. What the Palestinians have to do with this? So if they are very angry, they should go to Germany and go after them, not Muslims. Muslims have opened their land to them. They came as refugees. They didn't came back as a Jew. They were living there in Palestine. So they originally not from Palestine. We know Arab Jews. We know Arab Christians. I live in the Middle East. So we live with Christians for hundreds and thousands of years. They never left Arab land. They didn't claim that the land is to them, or they should be Christian name in the land, in Egypt, in Syria, in Iraq, in every country. They did not claim that these lands are for Christians and should be like Jesus' name or whatever. But the Jew came with this idea that we should kill all the Muslims, all the Palestinians, and we're going to make this like their land, whatever, the chosen or the promised land, because they believe that in their book. So we already have a book, and our book saying that this is a delusion and just a lie, and the Jew, they don't even have a God. They don't. These Zionists, they don't have a God. They don't even believe in God. If you go to the Holy Land, as they say, it's all about LGBTQ. It's all about this. What about the Holy Land? I know there's a book. I know the Talmud. I know they just worship Kabbalah. They just practice Kabbalah. They worship devil. The star symbol in their flag is...
Okay, hold on. Lily, I don't want to get too far down that path. Listen, I don't believe that everybody from the Zionist community wants to unalive everybody in Palestine. I do think that they've acted with what seems to be callous disregard recently as far as how they've conducted the war. Whether it meets the standard of G-side, we're going to find out from the court system. I don't want to go too far down the path that you're going down because it's very, I guess you'd say, very potentially hateful. And I don't want to be hateful on this live, but you can feel whatever you want to feel. It's your opinion. I do want to give James EFC a chance, and we'll let you come back in a second, Lily. I just try to keep it a little more moderate if you can. James, welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much for letting me come and speak. I've waited a long time. Some lady in the comments who disappeared off your panel who has this symbol, and as I understand this symbol for the Palestinians, they're using this as a protest sign, which is an old sign that the Jews were marked with by the Holocaust. Now, is it a coincidence that they're using this sign? So this is an actual Yahtzee sign that you're using.
A red triangle is a Yahtzee sign?
Yes, I'm afraid it is.
How can I look that up? I've never seen that before. What's the evidence of that? I've never seen that.
You go and just look it up on the internet if you like.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So, what would you like me to search for? Red triangle equals...
Yeah, you can look for a red triangle. That would be okay.
What else? Hold on. What else would you like me to type into the search? Because I can't just type in
red triangle. Red triangle Jews.
Jews, anti-Semitism or something?
Yeah, something like that.
Let me see what comes up, because I've never heard this before. This is, as far as I understand, that marker is used to signify the targeting that is in the videos from the I guess you'd say resistance forces, T-word forces, according to some, where they show a red target like that, and then somebody usually is targeted.
Yeah, okay, well, let's have a look. And you type it in and you'll see what it was actually used for in the Second World War by the Yazidis. They marked the Jews with this, not just with the David star, they used this symbol. And I think...
Let me show you one that I found here, okay? Because I want to make sure that I'm fair to the audience. Okay, so this is what I found when I looked it up. I went to pictures just to see. Let me show my screen. Okay, so there was a whole bunch of results that came up, obviously. One was this, which I wasn't sure about, and then I found this one, which I blew up here. And it's a sewn patch. It's got a beige triangle covered with a red upside down. It says identification badge of a political prisoner, Montreal Holocaust Museum.
Yeah, so you have the red triangle under that triangle. I can see it in your screen.
Yeah. So okay. So I want to make sure I was fair about that. So yeah. Okay. Thank you. What would you like to say?
So this has been used as now a symbol for the Palestinians to use against the Jewish people or the state of Israel. Why are you using Yahtzee symbols and you're calling them Yahtzees while you're using Yahtzee symbols? This is crazy, people. Why are you doing that? And why is the Palestinian flag? Why do you have a triangle in the Palestinian flag?
Oh my God, the propaganda.
No. This is a genuine question.
Well,
this is a genuine question. And you don't like it because I brought it up.
All I'm going to say
has
to
actually
you,
shown you that it was used as a symbol in the Second World War for the Nazis.
The symbol in the Israeli flag have lots of triangles.
Symbol, and I say to all you people who are using that symbol, I'm not a Jew, and I would never, ever use that symbol against anybody.
James, I don't think you understand.
Tell me what your flag is about then. If you know so much about Palestine, explain the flag of Palestine.
Hold on, guys, real quick. Okay, so there's some articles you can look up. I found one at the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, CBC. It says, what does the inverted red triangle used by some pro-Palestinian demonstrators symbolize? Okay, so there's an article here. It was posted on June the 4th of this year, which is very recent, going back just last month. So if you go to cbc.com, it's cbc.ca. Let me put it up here. I can show it to you on my phone. So you can actually Google this article. We should look through this and see what they say, because as far as I know, the Canadians are, I don't know, they're probably less, you can go to Al Jazeera, or you can go to the Jerusalem Post, or you can come to some place like this, I guess. So let me see if I can make myself screen turn around here. Just a second. Reverse screen, flip camera. Okay, here's the article. You can type this into Google. What does the inverted red triangle used by some pro-Palestinian demonstrators symbolize? All right, let me read a little bit of it. Depending on how it's used or who you ask, it's a target, a symbol of resistance, or a piece of history or propaganda, meaning what the guest just referred to. The inverted red triangle has been used in videos by the Al-Qassam Brigade's H Group's military wing to identify Israeli military targets, like I said, such as tanks, in Gaza as Israel began its ground invasion. A caricature mocking Israeli soldiers included the symbol, as do many pro-Palestinian social media posts. Cat. Get out of here, Cat. Sorry about that. Okay. Symbols take meaning in a life of their own, Masoon Sarakai, a senior lecturer in Middle East Studies, said. So either way, it's very contentious, says Kostu Muzo, an associate professor at the University of Ottawa. It's so important in this conflict to understand symbols and words, they really matter. Now, this goes into some of the historical issues here. It says the origins predate October 7th, the day 1,200 people, blah, blah, blah. The red triangle appears in the Palestinian flag, where it represents the role of Hashemite dynasty played in the Arab revolt against the Ottoman Empire during the First World War. So it doesn't seem like the triangle is related to World War II, because it goes back well before World War II, just to let you know.
What year does it go back to, please?
Well, it says when the Ottoman Empire, so that's 1932. No, wait a second. No, here's what it says. I'll just read what it says again. So the red triangle appears where it represents the role the Hashemite dynasty played in the Arab revolt during the First World War, which predates 1918.
Are you sure you're not reading? Okay, that's okay, Chip. I'll accept
I'm not
that.
making this up. This is what the article says. You can Google it, and there's other
There's
articles.
lots of articles I could.
It says the cover red. The cover red. This is a British author.
I just find it. Sorry, Chip. I just find it a real coincidence that triangle is connected in so many different ways to the Jewish people.
Let me finish.
And it's a hate. It's a hate triangle. Well, I don't really have anything more to say.
You got to learn to listen. I'm about to share some information that I think you're going to like. Okay, the author also says, but for some, the red triangle is reminiscent of the classification used during the Holocaust to identify political prisoners in Schmazi camps. He said, as the Auschwitz-Birkenau Memorial Museum explains, the camp identified prisoners using colored triangles, including red for political prisoners and pink for gay prisoners. Several posts online have noted the similarity, including Instagram reel by Jewish actor Amanda Markowitz, who wrote, either they truly don't know or they do know and are using inversion. Both of these options are dangerous. Okay? So it does talk about both. Just want to make sure you knew that. Go ahead.
Okay, is it okay if I speak or?
Yeah, I just want to make sure you knew the article talks about both, to be fair.
James, can I ask you a question, please?
I also understand. Yeah, sure.
Hello, mate. Just wanted to say thank you for supporting Israel. We appreciate you. Can I ask you?
I don't really support Israel. I don't support anybody. I just come with some facts that I don't like when people are using symbols that are used in a very, very evil way. So
No, what I'm trying to say is, James, is what do you think about the influx of fundamentalist Islam in the UK at the moment?
Well, I have no views on that.
Why does that have anything to do with Israel Palestine?
Why
does
does
that have anything to do with it? Why?
Fundamentalism has no right on society.
No, it doesn't.
Yes.
Again, you're conflating Islam with this whole G-side. There's no need to bring up religion. And the fact that you come with a very propagandist tone, what they would indoctrinate the Israelis, that's the tone that you've come with. A very hateful tone. No, you come with a very hateful tone. I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you.
Me?
No, I'm talking to Bear Jew.
I can prove it.
You asked me a question, and you were like jumping in and answering. So if it was
but it's disrespectful. It's disrespectful.
I can prove to you it's a religious war. I can prove to you it's a religious war. Do you know why?
Hold on, guys. Hold on. So, real quickly. If you can tie back the actual existence of the immigration to Europe as a Palestinian-related thing, then make that case. Otherwise, I've heard people argue that, hey, this person who is Jewish got attacked by 4 Muslims and such from such and such. What does it have to do with Palestine? It's really important that you make the connection, or it's really not relevant. Okay, so what's the relationship, Berju, between Palestine or Arabs in Palestine and what you're referring to in Europe?
The level of fundamentalist Islam in Europe is skyrocketing, and it's causing a danger. It's a security breach. What does
it have to do with Palestinian Arabs? That's what I'm asking.
What's it got to do with Palestinian Arabs? It's got everything to do with Palestinian Arabs, because Palestinians are protesting on our streets every weekend, and it's causing a security breach.
So what have they done that's violent? What have they done that's violent or problematic to the actual peace?
They've attacked a lot of monuments, so old war monuments in Great Britain. I don't live in Britain myself, but I know, and I've seen on film, and we've seen on the BBC how these people have attacked war monuments in Britain and sprayed them with
democracy. No respect for democracy whatsoever.
Hold on.
They have actually attacked the country they're living in, and
this is really important though. When you use the word "these people," okay, so I want to be very clear. If somebody is Muslim,
I meant fundamentalist Muslim.
Hold on. Let me finish the thought. This is important. So James just said these people. Okay, so if you're going to make that statement that these people, does that include all Muslims? Is that Palestinians protesting that did this specifically that are Muslim that have migrated to Europe? Is it other people that have migrated that happen to be Muslim? Because these people as a term is not fair unless it's a specific group that ties
Okay,
back to.
sorry, Chip, let's rephrase it. The people that are on the march. Now you're taking my terminology and just trying to like, which is okay. I understand
What about
One second, guys, please.
People on the marches are not protesting in the right way. Now, if I was a Palestinian, I would be asking if I was being attacked by, if Great Britain was being attacked by France.
So you would put these people equivalent to the settlers that goes to Palestinian lands, burn the tree and cuts the tree and steal their crop and all of that. Would you put them in the same category?
But okay, fine.
What is it? No. I'm just trying.
Let's do this, guys. Let's let James finish his point, and for the next minute or so, James, go ahead. Nobody interrupt.
I'll finish it very quickly. It's very easy. If I was on this march, I would be asking for a ceasefire from my own government. Now, if Great Britain went to war against France and we had a much smaller army, we were getting the absolute poo beaten into us or beaten out of us. We're losing lots of people. We're losing our families. We're losing our friends. We're losing our children. I would be actually asking my government, hey,
give the hostages back.
Great Britain government, please stop this war. I wouldn't be asking the French to stop it because they'd be winning. They'd be thinking, yeah, let's carry on. We want this war. Now, why wouldn't we ask our own government, instead of firing 15, 16,000 missiles into Israel, why not ask your own leaders for a ceasefire? It's very easy, and we've never heard one time that Hitler has been criticised on the streets of Britain or America or France. Nobody's criticising them. That's all I have to say. Thank you for letting me speak.
James, please can I respond? Because I'm at these marches.
Just real quick, everybody. Earlier I announced an order, and I know everybody's dying to speak, but if I go to the person and they want to yield the mic to you, that's fine. But I don't want to skip past people because people are eager to talk, but I'll try to get you in as quick as we can. Federico, you were going to be next, but do you want to let Zainab say something?
No, let me finish. I got a few minutes, and Zainab can talk. So I want to ask James and the Bear, are these Jewish settlers that go to Palestinian land, cut their trees and burn their houses and cars, are they extremists like the one you're talking about? These people are uncivilized and they do not respect their neighbors, or they don't respect the land they're staying in? Do you put them in the same category? Okay, so no answer, it means we get the point.
No, he muted me. Can I respond?
Were you asking Bear Jew or James?
Any of them, because they both went in on the comment.
We have a democracy. We arrest anyone who does anything wrong in Israel.
But how is it then the Israeli soldiers are guarding these settlers while they're cutting the trees and stealing the crop from the Palestinians?
They are not stealing or cutting anything.
They're Palestinian land.
Show me now.
Okay, pass this one. You're gonna deny it. You're gonna deny it. You can look it up. I don't have to show you anything. You can have. Listen,
what would happen if you would have actually won the war?
Listen, guys, did I interrupt you? I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt anybody.
Everybody, please let him finish his points.
Okay. The Bear Jew that you are Iranian. So now there is no more Jews in Iran?
Thank you for letting me up, Chip. I'm going, but thank you very much.
There used to be 150,000, now only 10,000. Why?
Okay, no, because I was just looking at a documentary done
Ask yourself why.
Hey, I'm coming to you slowly, step at a time. Okay, interrupting me, you don't look good. Interrupting me, you will look like you don't have an answer. But if you go on CNN and you look that Jews feels at home in Iran, you will see this documentary right here.
It sounds like almost any other Jewish prayer anywhere in the world.
Can you give me a big stream?
Just don't show the video too much, okay?
No, there is nothing, just the prayers and synagogue.
What I mean, just don't show the video because I'll take down the live.
Okay, you see?
Yeah, just move the camera away, let the audio go.
Okay.
Let me respond when I can.
Okay.
I have a lot of Muslim friends.
There have been Jews in Iran for more than 2,500 years. Their numbers dwindled after the Islamic Revolution in 1949, but have since stabilized. Zion Mahrefte is the head of Isfahan's Jewish community, and he says despite Iran's rhetoric, despite the warnings from Israel's prime minister, they feel at home in this community. Israel and Iran are countries, he says, and we consider ourselves Iranian Jews, not Israeli Jews, so the hostilities between Israel and Iran don't affect us. Isfahan is a historic town. It used to be the capital of the Persian Empire. It's also a place with people of various faiths, with Orthodox Christian cathedrals and the strong Jewish community. This mall is known as the Jewish Passage here in Isfahan because most of the shops are actually owned by Jews. There's a lot more religious diversity in this country than many people know about. For instance, in Isfahan alone, there are 13 synagogues. Saeed Shemyon owns this clothing store. His friends call him Mordechai. He says the problems between Iran and Israel are not an issue here. We just want peace, he says. We really hope that all these problems can be solved one day. God willing, we're just hoping for unity and peace. In a country so hostile to Israel, these Jews say they're able to practice their faith with no interference. And they're working to keep Iran's ancient Jewish community alive and vibrant for many years to come.
So what do you have to say about that? Is that a
I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Why were there 150,000 Jews before the Islamic Revolution, and now there are only 10,000? Tell me.
I mean, they made their own decision. They decided to leave.
They made their own decision. What are you talking about?
Listen. You cannot interrupt before you hear the whole answer.
I was talking.
If you wanna have a conversation, we have a conversation. If you want to troll and shout on the live, you're gonna get dropped. Okay? So, what do you think about that one?
I just told you, and you interrupted me.
No, I answered you that they left voluntarily to Israel, to the promised land that they promised them.
No, and I just explained to you, they robbed all the Jews. Stop muting me.
I didn't mute you, but anyway.
They robbed all the Jews, including my family, from all their land and property. That's why they left.
Just should I take your word for it? That's like, should I take your word for it? That's it. I know he's lying. But
okay, so why did they leave? So tell me why they left. Tell me. Why did they leave?
Like the majority, guys, let me answer.
Why did all the Iranian Jews? Why did let me finish? Why let me finish.
Go ahead. Let him finish.
Why did 150,000 Iranian?
Stop muting him, please.
Who's muting him?
Why are you muting me?
Because you're chatting rubbish.
Stop muting me.
No, don't mute anybody, please.
Please, Elisa, please do not mute anybody, please.
You can't censor me. This is not Gaza. We're not Hamas here.
You are. You're a freaking indoctrinated propaganda.
Zainab, let him answer. Guys. It's very good to hear the whole story.
You explain to me why 150,000 Jews had to hand over all their land and property to the Muslims before we left Iran. Tell me.
Fuck you. Hey, listen.
You just left by your own. Israel doesn't have any right to exist.
Yeah, you see, this is guys.
Real quick, everybody, hold on. This is me, the moderator, Master. Please don't make light of someone else's plight. We wouldn't want people making light of the Palestinians' plight. If his family or others among his family were hurt in this way, don't say boo-hoo. Okay? Their family didn't do anything wrong at that time if that happened to them. You can argue what happened later in Israel is wrong too. That's fair. But if that did happen to them, that's horrible. So I'm going to look it up and try to verify it. Now, my question is, the people that were in the documentary or the whatever you want to call it, the interview that was just shown by Federico, I didn't hear them say that my family, everything was taken from us. So maybe it didn't happen to them. Maybe it happened to some versus others. I've actually heard this, and again, I don't know if this applies here, but I've heard that some of these crazy gangs, because they wanted to get more Jewish people to emigrate into Israel during the 40s or later in life, they actually went to other countries and they made it look like the local population was terrorizing them. And this may not have happened in Iran. It may have happened in Syria. It may have happened in Iraq. Morocco. I don't know. But that's something I've heard. I'm going to go look up in 1979 how pervasive this was and try to get to the bottom of it. If it did happen the way he's describing, we should condemn it. Okay? That's not okay for anybody to be treated that way.
Exactly.
It did happen.
But
It did
one
happen.
second, guys. The Islamic Revolution did not come in until 79. So whatever happens, and if it happens before 79, that means that the Shahanshah was in place, which he was a very good friend of Israel, and I do not understand why the Shahanshah will kick his family out. And after the Islamic Revolution, we all know they may got scared and left. That is their problem. But the people that stayed in Iran after the Islamic Revolution, we have not seen any cases of any Jewish family expelled from Iraq in Iran.
Federico,
And
you're right. You're
yeah,
right. In
and
1979, it did
one.
happen though to a small degree. It did happen, but it also happened to the Sunnis. It also happened to others, like for the example, the Baloch people when the Ayatollah came on a French plane in 1979, and later. So there was a small amount of Jewish people and small amount of Sunni people and small amount of Baloch people who it did happen to, and then the Jewish
So that means
people
also happened to the Sunni Muslims too, right?
it did, yeah, exactly. It did
Okay,
happen to
so
Sunni
he doesn't
Muslims.
become. Yeah, so he's
Hey,
so blind. He doesn't know.
I'm just stating the facts.
yeah.
I'm not giving an
Yeah.
opinion. I'm just stating
Yeah.
the facts, right? So it did happen. It happened to the Sunni Muslims and the
But
Baloch people as well.
the question is, Megan, the question is, did they were driven out or they got scared and they left on their own? That is the question.
Both things happen. Both
Because
of those things happen.
there is nothing recorded. I follow very closely the Iranian, and believe me, I pro humanity. I don't care what religion are you. If you get oppressed, I'm against the oppressor. So in all the research that I have done, very few people claimed that they were kicked out, which is I don't believe. Why would they kick you out when they had the chance of imprison you if they want to impress you? But again, it says that all the religious faction in Iran get equal share from the government. So not just because the Ayatollah is a Shia, the mosque of the Shia gets more than the synagogue of the Jews in concern of a financial aid. They all get equal cuts. They all get equal rights. I follow, and I don't follow through only Iranian media. I follow through CNN, through all kind of, and not only I listen to the one that they talk bad to see if they make sense or not, and I follow the one that they speak whatever they see on the ground, and I can basically know. But like when CNN does a documentary, CNN is not a pro-Iranian, and that's why I chose a documentary done by CNN. There is many documentaries that are done by Iranian media, Arabian media, whatever it is.
So,
I chose the CNN because.
But why you are
can I just say one more thing, please, about this? Can I please say one more thing? Between 1925 and 1979, the Pahlavi dynasty, the Shah, basically they invited Jewish people, especially when they were being persecuted by in World War II. So they took in a lot of Jewish people then. In 1979, when Ayatollah came in, again, in a French plane, I keep saying, I think there's an undertone over there.
French
That
plane
is when
because he lived in France or French airline
no,
or where did he live?
it was because the fall of the Shah of Iran was designed, right? It was
But
basically
did the Khomeini lived in France or he came on a France like a secret intelligence agency? France took him to Iran. Did he live in
I
France?
don't actually.
About the Sunnis, what happened to
Sorry,
the
can I
Sunnis?
just please complete my sentence and then I promise I'll be quiet. And then
Maybe
in
you just
19
speak about the Sunnis also. What happened to them? Where did they go? Can you speak about this also?
So the Sunnis also migrated out, some to the US, because again, like Iranians have always been very educated individuals. So migration for them was not that difficult because they had a lot of them have very good professional careers. Some of them came to Pakistan. A lot of them came to Pakistan as well, which is why Pakistan has a very high number of Pakistani Iranians, in my family included. And it is some of that happened during the Ayatollah, but that was a lot to do with just the general political milieu of the time. So again, because I am part Iranian as well, I know a bit. I don't know exactly where exactly the Ayatollah was based, but I do know that the conspiracy against the Pahlavi dynasty and then the installation of the Ayatollah and the Ayatollah were going to be very minimal. They were going to be what you call an interim government, which is now years on. However, the exodus, which we often talk about, Iran's exodus of the various people, happened between 1979 and 2006. Up to 2006, people from Iran would actually migrate, even the Sunnis would migrate into Pakistan as well, and other neighboring countries, or go to the US and UK.
All right, I need to say something really quickly for Bear Jew, if he's still in the audience. So Bear Jew, I've brought you up and given you a chance to speak uninterrupted as best I can for multiple instances and here's what happens. Every time I bring you back in and I try to keep you on mute, you unmute and you interrupt others, sometimes cussing, saying the F word, MF, or that kind of stuff. I'm happy to have guests from any persuasion come up and speak, try to make it as manageable as I can. But if you unmute and interrupt people constantly, it just makes the conversation unmanageable. So you're welcome to come back, but if you're going to keep going and doing it your way and interrupting people, I can't keep you around.
He shouldn't have any chance. He's not respecting other
Well,
people.
I'm trying to be fair. I try to be fair to everybody, like more so, but people who behave that way, eventually I just have to keep them off the panel. So I'm trying to bend over backwards and do calisthenics and cartwheels to bring you up. But if you're going to do that, I can't keep you. Okay, I want to let people know about a resource. I looked around for a number of websites. The one that I found that had enough information, I hate to say it, was Wikipedia. And it's not always reliable, but it looked like it was pretty reasonable in how it presented it. If you go to Wikipedia, I just typed in Exodus of Iranian Jews. That was the search criteria that I used, and this is what came up on Wikipedia page. I'm going to make myself big and show it to you really quickly. It's too much to go through, but I'm going to kind of give you an idea. I thought that it was much more rapid than it was. It happened very gradually over time. Some people left during the 1920s to 1930s. Some people left at the time of the establishment of Israel. Some people left before the Shah was overthrown. And a lot of the business people who were doing well left because of the fear of the overthrow. They kind of felt it coming. And then from 1979, some left, like as many as 25 or 30,000 between the next 8 years left. Many stayed. There was like a population of 60,000 that were there from 1980 to 2005. There was a lot of migration that took place during that time. I don't know the exact number that's still there, but if you read the article, it'll tell you. So it wasn't like there was a switch that was cut in 1979 and everyone was kicked out, and I didn't read anything about property dispossession in the article. Maybe it happened.
But we don't trust these actual websites because Zionists actually control these websites.
Well, it could be, but I didn't see. But again, to be fair, I didn't see any of the allegations that the Bear Jew was discussing about people having their property taken in the Wikipedia article.
We know the history very
You have to understand one thing about the Iran.
something?
Can I just say one last thing, please? On the Iranian side, you also have to understand that there was a political issue as well. If you were involved with the Pahlavi dynasty, and if you were a very pro Shah, you were going to get political persecution regardless of who you were.
Right.
So this is not just a simple because they were Jewish. No, it's much more complex than that. And it's the same for Sunni. Sorry?
What is about?
So people leaving Iran and migrating out of Iran was also because when the Shah, the people who were, so most of the people who were supporters of Shah also left. So that way, Shias, people who are in Iran can also say, well, a lot of Shias were also dispossessed of their properties and were thrown out. That was because they were pro-Shah. And Ayatollah didn't want the pro-Shah people in there. So if you were politically involved and you were very pro-Shah and very pro the Pahlavis, then it is likely that you were going to face political persecution at the hands of the Ayatollah.
I have a question for all the Iranian here or have any ties to Iran. We still have the same government since 1979 until today. And do you all know any of religious minority that are oppressed at the present time in Iran?
No. Religious minority or persecution is not an Iranian thing. This is what I'm trying to say. It was a political thing. It's a political issue, and it was not only the Jewish people. It was not just the Sunni people. It was also the Shia and lots of other people who, if you were pro Shah and the pro Pahlavi dynasty, they would go. There was a time when people used to have these small rings. I remember when I was a kid, they used to have these small rings in their little fingers, and they would wear, and it had the symbol of the Shah. Even when they went to Dubai, even when they came to Pakistan, they would hide it. In Pakistan, they would wear it in some areas. They would hide it from other people just in case there were other Iranians and there could be a target on them. It was not because of their religious beliefs, it was because of political issues.
Yes, if I may interrupt really quick. We got a few examples from history. When the war erupted between Iraq and Kuwait, the money of the Palestinians, for example, were taken away from them while they got forced to leave Kuwait. We also have another example in Lebanon when the civil war erupted. Few Christians, or let's say a bunch of Christian families, lost their homes to the new rivals. We also have examples of when we had issues between the United States and Japan. When the attack happened on Pearl Harbor, Americans oppressed the Japanese here. So these examples, I do agree with Magna. It is political. We cannot say it's due to religion. During the revolution in Iran, not only Jewish people or Jewish people were, let's say a portion of the Jewish people were kicked out of Iran. I'm sure there were Muslims. I'm sure there were Muslim Sunnis, Shias, and other minorities as well. But we cannot take that example and say Iran kicked us out as Jews. We cannot also say World War II was about us, the Jews, and we got prosecuted. During these wars, there were plenty of incidents and victims, not only one portion. So for Bear, the Jew, Bear, if he stays with us, he feels so burnt out and angry over the fact that Iran stole his land and kicked him out. How does he feel about the Palestinians, if he's still around?
We just want to demonize Iran and Hamas or whatever, all the Palestinians. This is their agenda. It's just like to demonize Islam, demonize every people, every single person that fighting for Palestinians. This is their agenda, and we know this. So they're trying to say, well, this has happened to us in all the Middle East, it's happened to the Christians, while actually Christians live in harmony with Muslims in their land for thousands and thousands of years. And Muslims and Christians in every war, they just live together. Okay, right now in Sudan, in Congo, whatever, there's lots of Christians. They also left because of the war. So they cannot say the Muslims have done this to them. We all know who's the real enemy.
And can I just add one more thing to that? Sorry.
If I can say something here. I
just wanted to say something about the flag. The man who just saying that this is a triangle and just like you're trying to make this symbol is related to Nazis or whatever. But the thing is that the star symbol in the Israeli flag is related to the black magic in Islam. So we know this. This is a symbol of worshiping a devil. We know that. We use this in the black magic in Islam. So these people have taken Quran and they just read the Quran and they say, oh, Muslims hate Jews. So now we're gonna just say Muslims are terrorists, Muslims are doing this, Muslims are doing this. They made this for hundreds of years. 11 million Muslims have been died since 9/11. Why no one spoke about this? They just go to Iraq and at the end they say there is no mass destruction weapons and just is a mistake. It's the same to Palestine, it's the same for every country. And we know these tactics. We know that this is a political and religious war. It's not about, it's about making their own land, promised land or whatever. But They I don't know who promised them. We don't know their God, even though we don't worship their God. They don't have even God. If you
Lilies,
ask
are you
any
Palestinian?
Zionist, they are not religious. They don't even practice their religion. If
Sorry,
you ask
Lilies,
the
are you
Jews,
Palestinian? Are you Palestinian?
no, I'm not black Palestinian.
So just one thing. Sorry, Chip. I know you might want to say this yourself, but one thing. The
Just let
Palestinians.
me finish my point.
Sorry.
You
No,
are
this is
you are
important.
saying,
No, Lilies, this is important because I don't think the Palestinians, Zainab included, I don't think they think of it as a religious war. So I don't think, their struggle should be co-opted by us and given a narrative which is not Palestinian approved.
well,
Firstly,
listen.
to just answer what you're saying, I have never sat there and conflated Zionism and Islam, or Zionism and Christianity, or Zionism and Judaism. Not once have I said. I've actually been debunking that. Every single Zion that's come up has used the same propaganda trope to try and conflate the two.
They did 9/11
Yeah,
to demonize
I've not sat
Muslims,
there and
occupy
conflated that.
Middle East. So this is the plan, is that they wanted to occupy Middle East again. So what they did, they making Muslims like terrorists or whatever. They made 9/11 and they say, oh look, this is Muslims, and they just control the media, control everywhere, and they just like news, whatever, and say this about Muslims. They kill 11 million Muslims. No one spoke
But
about them.
respectfully, we're not going to talk about religion because there's loads of religious atrocities happening. We are not bringing I know what you're saying, and I agree with what you're saying.
No, we gotta
But
speak
again, it's not
about
a
it
religious.
because
It's
he's
not a
saying
religious
they're crying
debate.
about symbols. They're crying about anti-Semitism. If they could criticize Islam, but you cannot criticize Jews or whatever Zionist, and
Can
that's
I just
fair. And that's not fair. Listen to me. Because when they spoke about Muslims, they're gonna say terrorists or whatever, ISIS or whatever, and they don't spoke about the truth or facts. That's their agenda. That's it. So if you want to say he just coming up and say, well, they kicked my family, and he's a liar, and we know that. He just want to say Muslims are very bad and they kick his family from Iran because he's a Jewish or whatever, and this is a lie. There's a
Okay, I want to say one thing. I can't say for sure that the person who said that is lying. It's possible that those things that he's referring to did happen, which is why he's angry. I don't know how many other families that happened to, because the reading that I've seen so far doesn't speak to it in a large sense. But it's not fair for anybody to say someone's lying when we don't know if they're telling the mistruth or not. If we could prove it, then certainly. Is that fair? I'm not trying to be unfair to anybody.
Fair.
What do you
Yes,
think?
fair.
That's completely fair. All I was going to say is that I think we should let the Palestinians decide whether they think it's a religious war for them or not. I understand your point.
No. Listen. We are all Muslims. We are Muslims.
As a Palestinian here, we always say it's not a religious war. There are Christian Palestinians fighting with Muslim Palestinians against the Israelis in this war. This is definitely not a religious war.
Can I clarify what I think Lily means? Lily, sorry.
And there's
I didn't mean to
also
interrupt you.
Jewish people living in Palestine. Unfortunately, we lost a lot of their population because of the existence of Israel. The younger generation has moved to find better opportunities. I'm sure some of them, they probably got abused because they're Jewish and because of some misconceptions in Palestine, just like any other country in the world. So they found better opportunities, just like me. When I left Palestine to come to the United States, people move around.
Can I just piggyback?
Want right now.
Can I just quickly say, Lily, I think it's important to define what you mean by it's a religious war. And I want to say that I agree with you. I think Muslims right now, what's going on is that they're becoming a scapegoat for a lot of the proxy wars in the Middle East. And it's absolutely not fair what's going on. Whether it is a religious war or not, I don't think so, because ultimately it's about land grab. They're trying just to, expand the settlements and grow the Zionist empire and the Zionist regime. So I think maybe the discussion here is because you guys have a different understanding of a different definition of the religious war. And I also quickly just want to say, in terms of what this Bear Jew said, I believe it was him, he said something about that Christian, that Israel is an important place for Christians and it's an important place for Jewish people, but not for Muslims, or he said something like that. And I just want to remind everybody that it was in the name of Christianity that Schmittler, he committed all those war crimes. And so it's very, I think it's very telling that the Zionists right now, they're cherry picking which groups of religions they want to work with. And it just further confirms the fact that Muslims are just scapegoats in this three-front war that's going on right now in the world, but specifically in the proxy wars in the Middle East. Okay, I yield my time. Thank you.
I want to touch point 1 second. I want to touch point on that religious. They keep mentioning the Quran, the Quran, the Quran. In the Quran, it says we have created you in population and tribu to explore each other. And anything that God mentions in the Quran about Jews is just a storytelling that we all know. Like when Moses went to the mountain and they waited, then they ended up worshiping. They made a cow out of gold, and then when they told God, "Go, you and your God fight." These are stories that these stories huh?
Your leaders say the same thing when they go up in the media. They say the same thing.
I know.
They
Can I ask one question, guys? I'm sorry to jump in. This is for the
and build the
recording.
temple. I just want to say this. They just want to destroy Al-Aqsa Mosque and build the temple. So this is a religious war. It's not about just taking a land. When they came back, they come back with a tank and guns. If they wanted to live in harmony with Muslims and they say Palestine is to them too, they shouldn't came back with the guns and tanks. They shouldn't kill anyone if they really think that this is the Holy Land.
Let me just ask this question, Lily, real quick. So
Why
you
they
keep
came
making
with tank and guns?
Lily, hold on. Lily, I know you like to say this. We have somebody on the panel who's Palestinian. I like to give them deference. So if you're a Palestinian, Lily, forgive me, I didn't know if you were, or if you're not, let me ask the question to Elad and Joseph. Elad, are you Palestinian? Elad and Joseph, are you Palestinian, or Lily, are you Palestinian?
I am Arab, actually.
I am a Palestinian.
I want to talk to the Palestinian real quick, the person who's of Palestinian background. So, if you had to describe to somebody why groups like H Group exist, why the actions of 10/7 took place, why people from Palestine are upset, and what motivates them, is it hatred towards Jews? Is it religious fundamentalism? Or is it the perceived anger of a lack of political outcome to a perceived injustice based on land and mistreatment?
Well, can you hear me first?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay, I'd like to imagine this, and I'd like to throw this question. Let's imagine when the Jews were getting prosecuted in Europe. Let's imagine them as they came in boats as refugees. They would have came to Palestine as refugees, just like any other refugees in this world. Now, what has happened then is that they separated themselves from the actual population in Palestine, and they came in with the idea that this land belongs to them, or now they have a free land. So that's the beginnings. It's just a question I'd like to throw out. Let's just imagine if they came in and just lived with the Palestinians, Muslims, Christians, and Jews. You know, we probably would be living in peace today. We might have some issues here and there, but generations move on. So something wrong happened there. Now, if I was to explain why the H group exists, I'd like to look at the root causes. I don't like dealing with symptoms. Okay, there is a root cause why H group exists in the first place. There is a root cause why we'll always see Palestinians, let's say, uprising. That we will always see there is a root cause for Palestinians to get mad. So what is the root cause? The root cause basically simply is the occupation. Now, I do find it hard to explain to people what occupation means. Just for the people who never visited Palestine, Occupation means, and it's tough to explain, but every Palestinian has his own, let's say, occupation experience. Some people lost their family members to the IDF. Some people lost their homes. Some people lost their land. But I'll talk about myself. For me, I am, for example, I visit Palestine. I am not allowed to visit Jerusalem. We're not allowed to move freely between our cities. We're not allowed to fly out of Palestine. We just would like to live free, just like any other population in this world. We do not want to be harassed at checkpoints. Just like let's say the black people in the United States, for example. If I might be able to relate to some people that way, but like when you hear a black person got murdered by the police, to the general public, okay, just a thug who got killed, he stole a Snickers or he did something wrong, boom, it's done. In reality, black people look at it as no, these are issues we have against us, and if it doesn't get resolved, the black people will be counting how many people die and get hurt. Every person who dies or get hurt basically will be embedded in their memories. Just like the Palestinian, as a Palestinian, I can tell you all the images I have seen in my whole life of kids, of people, of the first person, for example, I've seen dead or murdered by an Israeli settler, and he was burned alive. And I was like 1 meter away from this guy, while they were holding him to his burial. And that was my first experience seeing these things. And it leaves bad memories. It leaves anger. Like, why is this happening? So simply, when to look at that conflict, we need to look at the root cause. So oppression, apartheid, racism, occupation. When we have oppression and all these issues, you will always have people that basically will be mad, and they will always resist. And I always tell people, October 7th is not going to be the end of it. We definitely will see more attacks. We definitely will see more uprisings from the Palestinian. But that's not happening out of vacuum. You have to look what happens before the uprisings. The one who's actually attacking is the Israelis or the IDF, not the Palestinian. But they attack slowly. They keep digging here and there. They keep stealing, a piece of land. And there's a lot of news in Palestine that does not come on the table. Like, there are villages in Palestine who has been fighting for their land that was stolen by the IDF. And these guys, they go weekly basis to their land and they clash with the Israelis. And there is a good example. There is a village called Belin. I'm not sure if you've heard of it, Chip. Belin. I'll write it down. Okay, that's an important village to take a look at.
Let me type it in.
Here, I just texted you the name of it. So Belin, for example, has a really great story.
Oh, Belin, yes, I've heard of that one, yes.
Yeah, Belin has a really great story. So IDF came in and they decided to steal the villagers' land. This village in particular got recognized internationally. A lot of internationals started going there and visiting. And they brought ideas with them and strength, from different languages, whatever. At the end of the road, one person got killed by the IDF. At the end of the road, the Israeli court decided to give that land back to Palestinians.
Aladdin, can you stop with this propaganda always, let's say, blaming the IDF?
Hold on. He was describing what I asked him to describe. So let him finish, and then when you want to make notes, we can have you finish. This is something I really want to hear, okay? Morocco, you can come in when he's finished. You can come in when he's finished, okay? Let him finish describing, okay? If you think it's wrong, you can come in and tell him what you think is wrong when he's done.
Yeah, so Belin is a great example on, let's say, a peaceful protest. Now, I am not saying we Palestinians should always do peaceful protest either. You try peaceful, and when it doesn't work, unfortunately, you have to go to the other routes. But Belen is just a good example for people. You know, if you're more interested in more information, look it up. See what they call them over there. How the people from all over the world, they brought in good ideas against an oppressor. To kind of expose them, and it was a successful story. And I wish this gets implemented in more villages in Palestine. However, it is not as easy as we may think. The IDF is watching every single person over there, and they try their best to make it fail, basically. And I am aware other villages tried. It does take a lot of work from the villagers. It is not easy to have people go out and stay united every single week to, let's call it, clash with the IDF. But Belen is a successful story. That's all I want to say.
Real quick, I have one question before Morocco comes in. And by the way, everybody, please be respectful. Don't interrupt. Once Morocco's talking, let's let him finish. Let's give him courtesy. And in the comments, no personal attacks. Just we want to be fair. But here's a question I have. I hear a lot of times on the Israeli lives that I go on that there is no such thing as an occupation, and that the Oslo Accords signed in 1993 designate 3 different territories. One is Area A, which is strictly under Palestinian control. B is shared, and C is Israeli control. And as long as they're settling in Area C, or building, I should say, in their terms, they're not violating any laws. What do you feel about the statement, there is no occupation, and the Oslo Accords? How do you feel about those?
Well, the way I look at it, the way I look at the Oslo Agreement, unfortunately...
permission to talk.
This is Morocco. I wanted to get his last point on this and then let you come in and finish the thought. Thank you.
Unfortunately, I think this is my philosophy on this subject. When you're dealing with a power, an oppressor, the peaceful agreement you're going to do with them basically will always be unfair. Netanyahu may have, and I'm not completely, there is ignorance from my part regarding Oslo, so I really cannot dig in much. But I will just tell you what I feel. I should know more about this, but unfortunately I don't. As a Palestinian, we watch all these settlements grow and grow and grow and grow. And it's literally our land that gets taken to the IDF. Literally. This is our land from grandpa's, grand parents. It just gets taken to them. So the occupation, if I was to explain again, the occupation we see, why do we feel angry? Why are we oppressed? Or why do we feel we're oppressed? Again, it's actually simple things. We need to be able to move freely. I would love to have the rights of a normal population. I'd like to be able to vote. I'd like to be able to travel. I'd like to be able to get my own water resources without them getting stolen. Just the simple, basic stuff. I'd like not to be stopped by any military checkpoints. And when I say military checkpoints, to some people it may sound very simple. Okay, so what is a military checkpoint? See, all these tiny stuff, you have to actually just kind of stop and take a deep breath on what is a military checkpoint. So what does that mean? One, I must have my ID with me at all times. And this is something I had to learn as a Palestinian. Never forget your ID at the house. As simple as this. We're kids, you're going to forget your ID. A lot of stuff going to happen. You may replace your pants, lose your wallet, whatever. Going at checkpoint, if you don't have your ID, let me just finish this. If you don't have your ID, the IDF will take you out of the car. Of course, after they humiliate you, after they treat you bad, they will make you stand right under the sun or right under the rain. And this is a part of how to dehumanize the people. And then they will send your parents to go grab the ID and come back. Okay, and that can take 3 hours. What if they can't find the ID? See, these are just simple, basic things that the Palestinians go through. And my stories are truly very simple. There is way much more complicated stuff. For example, a pregnant lady going through a checkpoint. The checkpoints takes 2 hours. She's pregnant. She's, her water broke. What's going to happen now? She cannot go back. She cannot go to the front. She actually delivers on the checkpoint. Okay? These are all issues we have. This is why we feel mad. This is why we have to uprise always against the IDF until we have our full freedom. That's the goal of Palestinians. It is not to eliminate the Jews. We do have Jews in Palestine. We do have Christians. We do have Muslims. And we also have other minorities that even me, I'm not even aware of. We learn these things. And that's it.
Okay, let's let Morocco go ahead. Morocco, we're going to give you 4 minutes of uninterrupted time. Nobody interrupt, please.
Aladdin, it was a propaganda and this information, this right information to put in this panel, all right, in general, all right? Because Be'er is in the B area. B area is Palestinian authorities, right? Controlling by the Palestinians, and I know even the mayor of the city is, there are 3 families who are controlling this city. I don't remember the names, but there's 3 Hamullah, we call it. باللغة العربية, that it's families that controlling this area. It's true that in many years there was a kind of how do you say, not a fight, but kind of a problem with the border of Berlin. Why? Because there are some radical Islamic, like anywhere in the world, in the Muslim countries, especially with the Palestinians, the age group and the jihad and the whatever, that they're always trying to unalive the Israelis and trying to do bad stuff inside Israel. I mean, not in the B area and in the A area. Okay, as the host said, there is the C area, A area, B area, C area, right? And what they're trying to do always is to do some, I don't know, say unalive, but to create problems and to fight and to even unalive the Israelis, the Zionists, or whatever, inside the territory of Israel. So, in one hand, you're saying, oh, we want to live in peace. There is a pregnant woman that wants to go to hospital. What hospital she want to go? Why you don't build your own activities, your own hospitals, your own organization, your own technology? You always want to say, oh, Tel Aviv belongs to us, Haifa belongs to us, and Beersheba belong to you, and all the Israeli cities are belong to you because in 1948, because we had a war, and you lost the war again and again and again and again and again. So what I'm trying to say is that I didn't hear from you nothing for the future, always blaming, and there is no positive words or positive subjects that you put in this panel to try to have a solution for the Palestinians and the Israelis, for the future of the kids of the Palestinians and the Israelis. Because my solution, as I said before in the house, we talked in the past, we are talking about 2-state solution. We will never have 1-state solution because you will control the land, and you will not let us to live under a Jewish or Israeli, say, prime minister, or our strategic of a Jewish land, right? So to build your country as a Palestinians, it would be a huge honor. It's a big pleasure that you build your own country next to Israel. You're going to find a solution of the settlements and all those problems. And the radical from the Israeli side and the radical from the Palestinian side will leave us because they are the one who create the problems, the age group and Ben Gvir, all those extremist people that are trying to always doing, how do you say, they put an agenda of fighting, disrespectful, religion, tradition, whatever, Muslim, Christian, Jew, all of them are very radical and they need to go. This is the only way you're going to free Palestine, but get out, but throwing the age group. And the Israeli side took out this Begver and all those extremist people, and to try to build a 2-state solution side by side. But there is one condition, because, there is not condition from my side, but from the world and from the other countries, from the United Nations, from Israel, from China, from France, whatever, that the Palestinians have to put down the weapon. They must put down the weapon, not as surrender, no, to build a country like Japan, a beautiful country, successful country, with Ramallah and Jenin and Bethlehem and Nablus, east of Jerusalem, but no weapon for the next 500 years. And you will build a beautiful country, and we can live in respect, right? I'm not saying in peace, because we lost the thiqa. You know Lugha al-Arabiya, you speak some Arabic, right? You are Muslim, right? So we lost the trust, right, between us, right? It's an issue.
Okay,
So,
that was 5 minutes. Just, is it okay? You want to finish up a point, and then I'll put you on.
just a sentence. Please don't forget Egypt, Morocco, Jordan, Indonesia, Emirates, Bahrain, and other countries, Muslim countries, are signed and will sign an agreement with Israel. It's more than 70% of the Muslim population in the world. So hopefully together, all us together, we're going to have a better future for your kids and our kids. Thank you.
May I
Okay.
respond?
Well, real quick, I want to say a couple things to make sure we understand the points, so everybody can make sure we got it down. Okay. So he was upset that Aladdin did not bring up more positive, solution-oriented stuff. He said there's no chance to have a one-state solution because there needs to be a Jewish prime minister. I do have some questions about, equal rights and why is that the case. But a two-state solution should be possible. There should always be a Jewish state. Need to remove extremists from both sides, Ben Gvir and the settlers, as well as the militant H group or other jihadists. That they need to put down their weapons for the next 500 years. Question would be, does Israel get to keep weapons, but the Palestinian state doesn't get any defensive capability? That's the question. And then there's peace agreements. Now, I've heard people say that who live in these countries, Egypt, Jordan, and other places like Saudi, who are on the border of the Abraham Accords, that the agreements are no more than toilet paper with leaders that are not representative of the people, that those deals are because leaders are corrupt and they've agreed to make peace over sort of enacting the will of their people. So who wanted to come in? Is that Zainab wanted to come in?
No, I just quickly wanted to say one quick thing, 30 seconds.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to say something. Morocco, you said something that caught my ear, and that was that you said that the Palestinians had to put the weapons down, and I don't think that really makes sense in a situation where, first of all, Israel is the bigger army. Okay, they have more power than the Palestinians. So if anybody should be like the bigger person or taking the first steps or being the most proactive towards peace and resolution, it should be the party who holds the most power in this situation and the most influence. And that's Israel, because they're also allied with the UK and France and Germany and US, major superpowers on the global stage. That's one thing. And then the other thing is these people, I don't think it's fair from both from a rational standpoint and also from a moral standpoint to judge a group of people who don't have the full scope of rights and the full scope of tools in their daily life like you and I maybe have. I don't know you and the kind of life you live. I'm sorry, I don't mean to assume. But the people that live in Palestine, they don't have the same type of life like Israelis do. So you have to understand people and the circumstances that they come from, because it's those circumstances that lead to behaviors. So if you want their behavior to change, you have to first understand their circumstances, and then you can talk about the behaviors that need to change. So I yield my time. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to make one quick point before I hand the mic over to, I think, who's going to be next, whoever wants to volunteer. But in terms of the solution, first of all, I commend Morocco for having the open-mindedness to point out that we need to have extremists on both sides move out of the way so we can get to peace. Secondly, the H group has agreed publicly to put down their arms if Israel agrees to a two-state solution with the pre-June 4th, 1967 borders and shared capital inside of Jerusalem between East and West. They've agreed to that.
Chief, let's make a deal.
I just want to point that out, that I think that
Let's
that's a
make
fair.
a deal. Let's do
I'm
it.
all for. I'm all for it. No, listen. And here's the difference. Again, I can't prove this because I don't have any, evidence.
Exactly. They're only talking to. They're not
Well, hold on.
really.
No.
Minutes.
I don't mean. I wasn't going to say that though. I was going to say I can't prove what I'm about. I can't prove what I'm about to say, but we'll never know unless we give it a try. That's one thing we know for sure. But one thing I will say is this. Well, their 2017 charter actually speaks directly to that. In the charter, they say that while they still aren't going to, that, by the way, this could be changing based on politics, they still aren't agreeing to recognize Israel, although the Palestinian Authority, has recognized Israel. And I think that if a deal were to be struck, political pragmatism would be the order of the day. I want to ask this to Aladdin, just for him personally, and then we'll go back to the other issues. If somebody right now came to you, Aladdin, and said, hey, I'll tell you what, we're going to withdraw or land swap for settlements in such a way that you have all the territory of the June 4th, 1967 borders restored minus whatever's, can't be changed for whatever reason. And the cost for doing that is to guarantee Israel's security, to recognize Israel, including disbanding the H group as a political entity as well as the militant arm. Would you accept that as a reasonable compromise?
Honestly, that's a very tough question for Palestinian. Now, of course, every Palestinian, has different views. I do not represent all Palestinians. Okay, I am from the West Bank, so I cannot speak of other Palestinians. However, as a Palestinian, I would love to visit the Mediterranean Sea with no issues. I would love to travel through, I'm going to call it historic Palestine, with no issues. But that's my own opinion, okay? Now, let me
finish.
Let me also say this. There is, in Ramallah today, in Palestine, in the West Bank, we are aware as Palestinians that these leaders are not our leaders at all, okay? These are a product of the occupation, which means the reason they exist is to protect Israel from the Palestinians. And I'm not saying protect as we're bad. Basically, it's their tool to keep the Palestinians oppressed as much as possible. Okay? Now, there are some modest opinions, and I've heard one of them. I did ask this question to one of the guys, and I will not mention his name, but I asked him, and he's an old leader, okay? A Palestinian good leader. So I asked him, but he does not work with the current, Palestinian Authority. Because also good people get oppressed and they leave the current authority if they know that it's basically the reason for its existence is to kind of oppress and suppress the Palestinians. So a lot of the good leaders are out there, but they're not in any position. So here's an opinion. I told him, if we had the power as Palestinians tomorrow, if let's say we hand you a nuclear bomb and now you can win definitely the war and basically solve our problems, what would you do? He's like, the first thing, and watch this. The first thing he said, I would make sure I lock down the airports. I don't want the Jews to leave Palestine. These guys are us now, and they are part of us. Okay? To me, that was a shock. It's like, really? You guys fought the Israelis all this time, and now you're talking like this? So it was kind of shocking to me to even hear this. But it's interesting to hear it from some leaders. So the good people actually exist. Okay, now, why do we have the itch? And mind me, Chip, I may have went other directions regarding your question. But again, why does the itch group exist? We go back. It's the occupation. If occupation leaves, I mean, Morocco, do you think we Palestinians like to live the way we live today? Absolutely not. Do you think we
But you're
love
the
to
one who
see?
choose. But you're the one who choosing the age group.
No, up now. Here is the thing. If you were a Palestinian living in Gaza, you personally, okay, you would pick the age group to defend you because that's your last hope. Okay.
Why? Why? You live in a
Because there
peaceful
is
way. It was beautiful,
no.
guys.
Now let me tell you. Let me say something. You did
Hotels,
sugarcoat.
business,
Let me
restaurants.
say. No.
It was beautiful.
Hold on. No. You're wrong about one thing, and let's be clear about it. You sugarcoated. What Netanyahu does, he sugarcoat. Well, we left Gaza. They could have made it like Malaysia or whatever, but they didn't. Okay, here's the problem. Here is the meaning of occupation again. Occupation does not only mean movement. There is, okay, a friend of mine in Ramallah, he wanted to expand his steel business. He's not allowed because of the Israelis. So when you come and tell me that, why don't you guys build this and build that? And we're not allowed to have pay bail in Palestine. We're not allowed to have anything that can advance us. So when you come here and sugarcoat things, no, these are facts. These are facts, buddy. These are facts.
Aladdin, I have a question for you. I remember you mentioned the pregnant woman on a checkpoint. Is that checkpoint going into Israel or is it inside the Palestinian territories?
Now, there are types of checkpoints, of course. There is some in the West Bank, inside the West Bank, and some going to Israel.
So it's inside Palestinian territories, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear. Because
now that's what I know. Now I could be wrong. I forget.
Yeah. Because Morocco was telling you, why don't you build your own hospitals? Why don't you?
This is the sugar coating again. This is the sugar coating.
You have your own hospitals, but they put checkpoints in between the roads, so you make it hard.
The thing is, we go back to occupation. So, what does occupation mean? It's hard, honestly, to explain. It's everything that relates to your life. You as a person, okay? If I find out that you're becoming a smarter person, me as an Israel will make sure that I defeat you. If I see you uniting, if I see you building, let's say, a good theater. You know, Israelis, they destroyed theaters in Ramallah. They destroy every single thing that will allow you to build. When they see people unite, they will do their best work to defeat. So we can sugarcoat Morocco and say, you guys can build. Yes, I'll tell you what, Palestinians are very talented. We can build probably better than Israel today. Okay? But when you have occupation, absolutely, we're not going to move anywhere. And this is a part why the Palestinians are mad. As long as we have the occupation, we will always be mad. Now, the good way, or there is a difference between how Morocco talks and there is a difference between how I talk, okay? We're the oppressed people. He is on the oppressor side. So it's easy for them to sit and say, hey, why don't you do this, do this? Why don't you make peace with us? As if we are the ones who are oppressing them. You know, let me tell you, if we, the Palestinians, were prosecuting the Jews today, and when I mean Jews as a Palestinian, I'm talking about the Israeli Jews, like the occupiers. We're not talking about Jews in general. Okay, we're talking about the colonizer Jews, and this is an important thing from a Palestinian. When you see kids say the Jewish people, Jews, they don't mean the Jews of the whole world. They mean very particular people. Okay, it's easy to sugarcoat from the end. Why don't you do this?
Morocco has left. I had a question for him because he keep mentioning about these Arab countries want to make peace with Israel. I wanted to ask him, did he get kicked out of Morocco, or he left voluntarily, or his grandparents left voluntarily? Because I know there is a chunk of Moroccan Jews that are still in Morocco. But the question I wanted to ask him,
I think he got kicked out.
Did he?
Here is how things work in reality, guys.
Who kicked him out? Who kicked him out?
I think he left.
He was on his own, or his connection dropped. I don't think anybody kicked him out.
Can I say something? Can I say something? Like, let's say, imagine you're a Jewish person living in Morocco, okay? During the rising of Israel, is there discrimination in every community? Yes, there is, okay? There are some Jews, maybe they don't feel like they belong. There are some Jews who hold certain political views. Just like any other conflict, Some Jewish people will leave. I look at Palestine. It's sad for us that we lost Jewish people from
Aladdin,
Hebron and
that question was for him. I just want to know more about the checkpoints inside of the Palestinian territories. Like, they just go randomly and put a checkpoint on. Like yesterday, I watched a video of a guy. He was actually special need, and he just walked by the checkpoint unarmed. They called him. He didn't stop. And what they did is they killed the guy.
We have checkpoints in Israel too.
Oh, lies. Oh my God.
Yes, I can explain.
Explain, please.
Okay. When you go to malls, they have a checkpoint. They check for weapons and stuff like that. When you go to an army base, they check for weapons. When you go to
So
a prison,
that's for the security of Israel, right?
Really
yes.
One second, guys. For the security of
That's what it's
Israel,
called. It's security.
Yeah, it's inside of Israel, right?
So that's the same thing at the checkpoints. When you guys
It's
come
David,
my
that's
question.
with a
My
suicide
question.
vest, that's why we have checkpoints.
One second.
Don't come
Israeli
with
people
civilians.
One second, guys, please. King David, the checkpoint inside of Israel for its security, that is understandable.
It's the
But
same
my
thing with
question,
checkpoints.
my question is, if you have already checkpoints on the border between the Palestinian territories and the land of occupied Palestine, why is it that you have to go inside the Palestinian controlled territory and do checkpoints over there? Like, why do you have to make their life miserable on a daily basis when you have a border? Like, you can stop them at the border. I would understand if you stop people on a checkpoint going to Israel from the Palestinian territory. I would understand that. Hey, it's a checkpoint. But why is it that you would go like inside the Palestinian territories and you do checkpoints?
King David, question for you.
Can you guys let him answer, please?
Yeah.
Can you let him answer?
Here, take me 2 seconds. It's simple fact. There's a reason why there's checkpoints, because there's a stat that there's on average 400 T attacks every month from Gaza and West Bank. Every month.
So what is the
Every month.
what causes these T attack? What is it? What do you think is the motivation for that?
What causes the checkpoints?
Is it hate? Is it occupation? Is it fanatic? What is
Why is there checkpoints? Because it used to be Intifada when they used to come in and beat buses and weddings.
Hold on. It's important. Hold on, real quick, King David. So I know you're saying that it's like chicken and the egg. There's violence, therefore there's precautions put in place to preclude violence. That's what you're saying. But so security-wise, but my point is, what leads to people committing acts of violence? Is it just pure hatred? Is it religious fanaticism? Or is it the frustration around their life circumstances and an inability to have a legitimate political outcome to have their own freedom?
Chip, if you're frustrated at work, you don't unalive all your employees, right?
I'm just asking you what motivates the violence. You don't have to
I'm
say
saying
it.
you don't go to your boss and unemployed.
Hold on, I didn't say whether something.
It's the same thing.
I didn't say whether something should or shouldn't happen. I'm saying, what do you think motivates it?
Well, what motivates you being mad at your job?
Just what do you think motivates it? Just be honest. Just what do you think motivates it?
But what motivates you at your job to get mad and then go
Just come on, man. Just what do you think motivates you? We can do part 2 after that. What do you think motivates?
Bro, it doesn't matter, man. If they had plenty of time, they had plenty of chances to make peace. They didn't want to do it.
Very telling. So if it doesn't matter, that means that you don't care why someone does something. If they do it, you're going to do whatever it takes.
It's not that we don't care. It's that there's other venues besides unaliving civilians.
But the point is that this is the whole point I try to bring up, which everyone dismisses and doesn't want to listen. And again, you can do it any way you want to do it. But if everybody sincerely wants peace, and most people I talk to say they want peace, who wants to have rockets or whatever the hell else? But the point I'm trying to bring up is, absent certain factors, peace becomes impossible, because what one does is one ignores the core issue of what motivates the other. And if you say, so what does it matter? That's the exact point.
You know what? I have a solution. I have the solution for everything, and I'll tell you what it is.
No one has the solution.
I'll tell you what the solution.
No,
I have the solution.
Answer a Chip question.
I have the solution that nobody ever came up with.
Let's hear it.
What I would do? I would change the name of Israel right now to Palestine and say all the people in the West Bank and Gaza, go fuck.
Go what? Like have sex?
Yeah. Goodbye. We're Palestine now. We're Palestine. We don't want you no more.
Yeah. Oh, we have actually the
We're gonna
same.
change the name from
Yeah.
Israel to Palestine, and we're gonna say we don't want you guys no more. So what you gonna do?
You can't.
We
That
don't want you
sounds.
guys. What do you mean by we don't want you guys? Who are you
This
referring
is
to?
No
Palestine.
need for a two-state
Thailand.
solution if we call ourselves Palestine.
No, you can't call yourself. You're not
Why not?
Palestine. You're not
That
Arab.
Why
is
not?
There's no
that is
equal
the
rights, though.
most.
There's
Why?
no
You
This
equal
said we're
is
rights.
Palestinians
one
before.
You're
second,
not
guys.
Arab. You're
Oh,
not
There's no
Palestine.
equal rights, though.
You don't like
don't-
that solution, do you?
No,
this
you
is the
don't
most
have. You don't
ridiculous
have
solution.
Canaanite
Why is it
DNA.
ridiculous? Why is it
Actually,
ridiculous? If we call ourselves
actually,
You don't
from a
have
Palestinians,
Canaanite
Palestinian,
if we
Guys,
call
guys,
ourselves, if
one
we
at a
change our name to
time, please,
You can't
please,
call
please,
yourself a
please, please,
Palestinian. You're not a
please. One at
Palestinian.
Ah, you don't like that,
Hold
huh?
on, real quick. Just everybody stay muted. So listen, they don't necessarily want a state, okay? What people want, this is why they say from the river to the sea. What they want is they want equal rights. They want some form of autonomy or self-determination or some form of life that doesn't involve someone else having control or oppression over them, which I think is what most of us would want anyway. So whether it takes the form of a state or whether it becomes a single region again, or whether they get a separate spot to be in that they have sovereignty over, it's the end result. It's the ends, not the means that they want.
So
So
if
you can call
Chip, if we change the name of Israel to Palestine, we can just say we don't want these people in our land. We can just say we can cut the land off.
well, but
Then you
again,
have the
that's
same
what's
thing that
being
we
done
have
right
in
now.
America.
That's what's being done right now, though, because if you look at what's happening on the map, forget about all the political
Yeah, well,
justifications. What's happening now? Is more land under the control of one party or the other? Yes. Is one group of people losing more people than the other? By far, yes. Is one group living under military occupation of the other? Yes. This is the reality.
well, it
Chip,
wouldn't be
you
a
forgot.
military
Chip,
occupation
listen to
if
me,
you
Chip.
didn't
Sorry.
do military terrorist activities.
Sorry, Chef, you forgot something very important. Israel, by the international law, is illegal. It's illegal occupation. They don't have any right to exist. By the international law, Israel doesn't have any right to exist.
Okay, but
So it's illegal
who says you
occupation.
own the
You
land? That you
cannot.
who says you own the land?
Hold on, real quick, guys. Listen, this
Who
is
says
important. We got to go by the facts, okay? Israel, according to the United Nations, is a legitimate state among nations right now. Whether we like it or not, or whether who doesn't like it or not, it is what it is. To say that they don't have a right to exist is not technically legally right. However, there is a legal
It is actually.
dispute.
It is. No.
Hold on.
You're
There
right.
is
we're saying that,
relax,
Chip?
relax, just relax for a second, okay? Listen, I'm not happy about it because I don't like the way Israel chooses to behave given that reality, but that's just my personal take. But that is international law. They're not a rogue country that doesn't exist. They exist. However, what they've chosen to do vis-a-vis the 1967 war is under dispute. According to their interpretation of the events, they launched what they called was a legitimate preemptive war based on self-defense as they saw it, and they took over the territory after prevailing militarily in southwest Syria, in the western parts of Jordan, on what we call the West Bank, and of course in the Sinai. The Sinai has since been renegotiated back to Egypt, given a peace accord. But
Oh,
at the
so we
time,
gave them land.
hold on. So that land was a swap for a peace accord. So right now there's the West Bank and there's the Gaza Strip and there's the Golan Heights that are still considered to be at least the
So
final
Chip,
two.
so from those facts, hold on. From those facts, so we can say that Israel can give back land for peace with Palestinians, right?
I think that's the key to the whole thing right now. I think the key to the
So it's
entire
possible.
solution. I know it is, and this is the point I'm trying to make. Even the H group in their charter has said, and they've publicly also reinforced this, if Israel tomorrow morning called up and said, you know what, we want peace, here's what we're going to do. We're going to withdraw 94% of our settlements, we're going to do land swaps for the other 6, and we're going to give you the 1967 borders back in its entirety in exchange for the disbanding of the political and military group called H group and any other jihadist group, and with an international peacekeeping force to guarantee Israel's security over a 5-year period, they would say yes.
Won't happen, brother.
They would not.
I know it's not going to happen. I'm not saying it will. I'm saying
They tried that already.
they would.
They would
No,
not.
you haven't. No, you haven't. Here's the
Yes, they
difference.
have with
Okay?
Omer. Omer tried to give them about 98%.
Hold on. This is not true.
Hold on.
This is not true.
Well,
This is not true.
Omer tried to give 98% of what the Palestinians were asking for.
Not true, because it didn't include any sort of autonomy. It was always going to be under Israeli military control.
We
That's
have
the
to because
problem.
look. Okay, well, look
That's the
what
thing.
happened.
You just
Look
said
what
the
happened
key
in
words.
Gaza with no control.
You just said the key. You just said the key words. We have to. As long as that's the stance, there won't be peace.
Okay, but look at Gaza.
That's it.
There's no control in Gaza. It's only a barrier from stuff coming in.
Why does Gaza do what it does? Why? Tell me why.
Because there's no occupation and there's no checkpoints.
But what motivates them to do what they're doing? Not the logistics of it. I get that part. But what makes them do what they do? Why do they fire rockets?
Bro, you can't do violence and then ask for Holy Grail.
Answer that question.
From a Palestinian here.
I'm just
answer
saying
this
you
question,
can't
man.
kill and then not expect
Why do
not
they
to go to heaven.
listen? Real quick.
Take a minute and think about it.
Just
David,
real quick.
King
Yeah,
David.
David.
You want to go to heaven, but you want to kill to get there. Okay.
Hold on, just think for a second.
Smart.
Here's my question. What you're not doing is you keep coming back to the methods and saying, well, because the methods are this, there's no more talking about it.
It doesn't matter, man. You don't do evil to get good.
Let's say the method was flinging rubber bands across the border, okay, and couldn't harm a fly. But you're saying, why do these people fling rubber bands? What is it in them that makes them fling rubber bands?
Okay, let's look at it like a child. If a child does something bad, what do? You punish them. You put them in timeout.
Will you please stop? Listen, I'm going to ask you.
I'm just saying.
This is the last time I'm going to listen. If I can't have a dialogue with you, I'm going to have to drop you. I'm going to have to drop you because
why would you drop me?
You're not willing to address. Okay, have a good day. Sorry, you're not going to listen. What I was trying to say is this: if you're going to keep saying they're doing bad things, so end of story. That's what you keep saying. What I'm trying to say is, what do you think motivates the behavior? Not the logistics around the behavior. What is happening in the core of the inside of a human being that says, I'm going to go do fill in the blank? And if you don't address that, you're not addressing the core problem. And the core problem is the reason they do it, and the reason they did this in 2005, when Israel withdrew in 2005, and in 2006 the political nature changed because there was a lot of frustration around how it was being decided, and there was a difference of opinion. The reason why they do what they do, when Israel withdrew from 2005, the occupation didn't end in the West Bank. Palestinians see themselves as one people, not as Gazans and West Bankers. So if you have a military occupation controlling 3/5 of their people, and you withdraw settlements and pull back away from 2/5, there is still 3/5 of a problem remaining, therefore they resist. If you don't get that, you don't understand the mindset. And if you don't understand the mindset, there cannot be peace. That's it. You can blame them all day long. You shouldn't do bad things. A child, that's not going to matter. Because if you kill every last one of those people, other people will step into their place and do the same exact thing because you haven't changed the circumstances in which the mindset persists. Don't you get that? If you can't get that, you're not being objective and rational about this. And if you want to stand behind the fact that, quote, we have to because, there'll never be peace. Because as long as you control somebody else in perpetuity, they're never going to have what they want, which is their own liberty. The United States patriots had the same problem. The British made the same claim. You have to be obedient to the crown. You can't have autonomy. We have to control you. What did the Americans do eventually? They fought an unconventional guerrilla war. They were called terrorists, and they won the war, and they kicked out their occupier. I'm fearful that's what's going to happen with Israel. And it's going to take a very, very bad lesson, if it ever can happen, for Israelis to experience, which I hope they won't, to learn that if you ignore the core problem, you're going to have a problem with resistance. It's never going to end. You can't ignore that. If you do, there's never going to be peace. I don't know why you can't see that. That's so obvious. It's painful. Am I missing something? Am I missing something, Aladdin? Did I miss something?
Yes. Well, I'd like to relate to the Jews during the Holocaust in the concentration camps. This guy, he's talking as if, let's say, we're the Germans and we're saying, here they live free in the concentration camp. Why don't they just want to make peace with us? Well, all these excuses. They are in a concentration camp, guys. The Jews in the concentration camps, they digged holes. They tried to exit. They fought. They got killed. So I try to relate to people where to where they're coming from. So in the concentration camp, what do you think the Jews should have done? Should have they stayed silent? Because they're so violent, they're thugs, whatever the names they used against them. What do you think they should have done? What would I have done as a Palestinian if I was in the concentration camp? I would have fought back if I had the bravery to do so. I would have digged holes if I had the tools to do so. I would have done my best to get rid of oppression. So what the Palestinians are going through today, it's literally the same of what has happened in the concentration camp. The images are different. Maybe the size of the concentration camp is different. You know, it's bigger, larger walls, maybe more technology, but it's the same principle.
Hey, let me say this, and I appreciate you sharing it that way. And again, some people get very offended when you make that reference because the circumstances are different. Obviously, there was an extermination program, and it was disgusting. And yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. I think that's a fair point. However, it's what goes on inside the human brain that we're trying to talk about. When people in the Warsaw Ghetto resisted, it was what was going through their brain. When people in the camps dug holes, that was what was going through their brain. When people who are in Gaza fire rockets, that's what's going through their brain. When people in the West Bank come at an Israeli soldier with a sharp object, that's what's going through their brain. This is the same human, emotional, and mental and physiological experience that everybody who's in those circumstances goes through. And if you can negate it, you can say, ignore that and just be nice. But it doesn't go away until the circumstances that create that mental condition go away. And that's the part that I think the Israelis can't understand. And the problem with
just compare a little, like a little amount of people. They don't have a state, president, any rights. They don't have army. They don't have nothing. So the Israelis have taken everything from the Palestinians. They don't even let them defend themselves. They are occupier, and the Palestinians are the oppressors. So you cannot equal the occupier with the people of the land. You can't. The occupation should be end. This is the solution. That's it. If the Jew wants to live in Palestine in harmony with Muslim, he's welcome. But he's not allowed to control Muslim or Christian or whatever in Palestine. You cannot let people live, check their home. You cannot let them do their religion. You cannot destroy churches. You cannot kill Christians. You cannot kill Arabs or Muslim or whatever. You can't.
I like to relate to the Palestinian-Israeli issue as this. There is my language. It's a bit extreme. The rapist versus the raped. So when we are talking with the raped, we cannot tell them, hey.
You got to say SA. You can't say that word here on TikTok.
SA?
Like SU or saw. You can say the word grape with a G.
Grape. Let's do grape. So the grape has, if you were to talk to a victim of a grape, how would you talk to them? Be patient. Stay strong. I'm sorry for what happened to you. You will get the justice one day. So that's on one side. Now, when we go to the rapist, how are we going to talk to him or to her? There is another language that we use. You made a mistake. This was wrong. You should never do this, and you will be punished. So that's the way from a Palestinian perspective regarding Palestine-Israeli issue. So I see some, let's say, Israelis saying, hey, why don't you do peace with us? Well, we're not the ones who are causing the chaos, guys. We're the victims of this whole grape, we have not attacked anybody. We were attacked. We were stolen from. We were occupied. So, and the graper would come, why are you attacking me? Of course I'm going to scratch you back. I'm getting raped. Of course I'm going to attack you. Of course also I'm going to hate you. That's something internal for me to deal with. Can I live with my rapist also? Now I'm taking it a little bit extreme because we're looking now, we shouldn't go that extreme, but can I live today? Because you asked me this, Chip, earlier, what's a good solution or I have as a Palestinian and after this genocide, things has changed. It's like, I'm getting raped. Maybe this is not the right time to even ask me about this, about the solution. The solution is not in my hand. Something has changed in the mentality of mine personally. I'm asking the question now, can we live with these guys in the future? Now, there is another thing when I look at Palestine and Israel, I look at the Israelis. I'll tell you what, quoting from that one good dude I told you about earlier, the good leader, He said, and he truly sympathizes with the Jewish people. He's like, they are the victims of this whole issue. They are victims just like us. They are being used by powers in the world to basically colonize Palestine for other purposes. So they are also victims of that issue. And Palestinians, as one poet said, you know, we are the victims of the victims.
Aladdin, just let me interrupt you for we have 80 people in here, guys. Please tap Chip's face, tap the screen where Chase is. Let's bring it to at least 35 to 40,000, and share the live. Let's protect it and boost it. Thank you.
Now, I want to say something really quickly. I'm going to bring up two more guests. One is Mindwares, and one is we're going to let King David come back in. So, King David, here's what I'm trying to do. I don't disagree that it's not ideal when violence is used. I'm against violence in all forms. I was in a war. I was participating in terrible violence with a tank, of all things, and unaliving people. It's disgusting. I'll never be able to get over it. It's a bad mark in my life. War is horrible, but I understand why it takes place sometimes. And our war wasn't even justified, in my opinion. It was, just a imperial bullshit war to take over the oil fields in another country. But for these folks, they believe, and you may disagree with them, but they believe that they've been wronged and that they're fighting for the land that they believe was taken from them and for their very dignity as human beings. So they fight for that reason. And if they felt like everybody would work with politics. If there was a legitimate way to peacefully get this done, they'd be like, okay, cool, let's do that. And they've tried that for periods of time before. If you don't know, and this is the real sad part, and this is the stuff that I learned about David that switched my feelings on the issue. I didn't know much about it till I was 21, and I had a presentation that took place in my political science class. Someone did an hour-long talk on the First Intifada. I had no clue. I mean, I was just another American kid having a good time in college. And what I learned was like, what? Like, I was like, literally, WTF was the word of the day. And when I read about what happened during some of these peaceful protests, I was like, wait, are you telling me that Israeli snipers will shoot Palestinian kids in the head, in the groin, in the shoulder, and get away with it? Are you telling me that settlers go into territories and literally unalive people and take their properties? I mean, how can this possibly be true? And then I heard from people here during these talks, well, they get punished. These are the bad apples. This is systemic stuff. If it was just a couple of bad apples, and I'm shocked how few Israelis or pro-Israeli people know about this stuff. And it's always pushed under the carpet, oh, it's a couple bad apples. No, it's not. This is systemic stuff. And this is why I take such issue with it. People are like, why are you so rabidly against Israel? Listen, I'm not against Israel. I'm against the behavior that Israel is perpetrating, and it just so happens that Israel is the country that's doing it. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. And hold on, I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. Hold on, I'm not done yet. Please stay muted. So all I was trying to do earlier was to make this point, and this is for David. David, it goes with any human experience. If you're under a terrible set of stress and you can't find a political outcome to your problems, you've tried peaceful protest, you've tried peace agreements, you've tried everything under the sun, and nothing ever works. And then you have a political group in one part of your territory that decides to try to cooperate with your oppressor and strike a deal for shared control while you work out the details. Well, if the details never get worked out and they're just delayed and delayed and delayed, and you get frustrated. And that's why there was a political split, and that's why people voted for the H group, because they were sick and tired of the same bullshit. And so would you and I. If you're in a perpetual situation where you feel like you're being oppressed and your leadership is not doing anything to further your cause, you got to do something different, which is what they did. Now, you can disagree with the tactics. I certainly have my criticisms of them, and I don't strictly call it resistance because I think that unaliving civilians is a bad choice. But I'm not in their shoes. I can only imagine. I'm frustrated as a human being, and I'm not even Palestinian. I'm not anything to do with any of this stuff. It doesn't affect me one way or the other. But I can feel and understand that frustration. And I think you and I would feel it too. And so I would also be pissed if I was on the receiving end of violence. So if I was having a rocket fired at me, or if my cousin got hurt in a bus, or if something happened at the Nova Festival, I understand that point of view too. But the question is, what will eliminate the back and forth? And if Israel continues to settle more territory and make alignment with other governments and try to force these people off the land, which is what it appears they're trying to do, how is that going to make it better? It's not going to be peace. But they have the upper hand right now. They don't have to be peaceful. And that's what I find the most objectionable, is they have the power and they're abusing their power. And so many people on this app are just very arrogantly going, yep, we're in charge. F these people. They're just, they're the scum of the earth. We don't have to deal with them. And arrogance with power is a bad cocktail. And I fear that if and when the dynamics of this situation change, and they may never change, or they might change dramatically at some point, especially if there's a big scale conflict. You never know if the United States is going to be there to be the big brother. You never know whether the nations that currently have agreements with Israel, those will get shattered and torn up, and there'll be mass mayhem. But nobody likes a sore winner. And if you're behaving like a sore winner and you're taking advantage of somebody else, and then things change, it's like the bully who loses the ability to be protected by the school principal or whatever, or the rest of the football players behind him walk away, and he's left by himself, and he gets the crap beaten out of him. So again, I just caution people to be so arrogant and so, kind of spitting in someone's face when they have the upper hand. I think that's a shitty way to be, and I just don't like that attitude. That's the attitude I see and feel in this app so frequently. Now, it's fair to argue against violence. I'm for that. But we have to first address the core issue, and then we can talk about the symptoms. The violence is a symptom of the core problem. And when David came up, he would not acknowledge the core problem. And I think that's the problem, is people want to go straight to the symptoms and not address the core. So David, if we come back on, I'm not trying to corner you, I'm not trying to make you agree with me. I'm just trying to say, do you acknowledge that exists? And if you don't acknowledge that exists, there can't be even a next step. There's no reason to talk about anything else, in my opinion. It's like, what's the point? Okay. So whoever wants to go next, Federico, did you want to? Or no, Russell's here. He just came on. Russell, how you doing?
Hey, brother, how are you? It's great to see you guys, man.
Trying to keep my thoughts about it.
I'm on the same page with you. Just like you said earlier, Palestinians see themselves as a whole. It's not the West Bank, Gaza, and East Jerusalem, right? It's like one whole entire body. So let's say you are holding me down, right? Or, you have my hands tied up, you have my legs tied up, and then you have my neck or held up, right? And then you say, you know what, I'm gonna let Gaza go, right? Like, okay, I'm gonna let you go on your neck, right? Or let go of your neck, and then be like, why are you still fighting? Because I still have my hands tied up, I still have my legs tied up, So until you let me free, right, I'm still gonna fight, because it's the entirety of it, right? Is the whole struggle is for the entirety of it, not just like Gaza or East Jerusalem or West Bank. It's the whole thing. And I fear exactly the same thing you fear. I would never want to see a situation or a day when somehow, world situation changes so often, it doesn't take that long, US been a superpower for almost more than 50, 60 years. There will be a time soon that we would not have that power anymore. And, Israel would be left to defend itself by itself.
By all means.
And that
by all means, man.
But
we defend ourselves, of course.
Yeah, that they, they're arrogant people, say a lot of things. They don't
not
realize
arrogant.
that.
Hold on, let me do this, guys. Hold on, we have a certain way we run the panel. So let me just review.
It's okay, Chief.
For those who are new, real quick. So the way we do it is we're going to give somebody like Russell a chance to speak for a couple, 3 minutes, whatever. We're not going to be crazy. And then if somebody who's next, let me see the order. The order is going to be, it'll be conciliary next, and then mine wars, and then we'll go from there, because I don't know, there's one more person trying to get in. But give somebody a chance to go in uninterrupted. If you can make a note or two in your head, if they say more than one thing, please do that. But interrupting each other, unless we have a back and forth, if somebody mentions your name and asks you a question, then we can open the mics up and go back and forth. But otherwise, please be respectful. Be nice in the comments. If you don't agree with somebody's point of view, talk about that, not the person. No name calling. Let's keep it civil. Go ahead, Russell.
All right, sure. So my fear is that we don't want to see that day, and I know there's a lot of arrogant people, and everybody has their day, and I know at some point there will be a country mightier than Israel, and and they will take on Israel, and I don't want to see that day. I want people to. I want a solution where we don't repeat the history again of what happened, and if they go like that as an arrogant like they are right now, time is coming very soon. It's not going to take that long. That's what I'm going to say.
Okay, Russell, go ahead. Please don't interrupt. Consular, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chip. First of all, you see what he wished for? He wished for all the Arab countries come and annihilate Israel. This is the ideology for this guy. Now, Chief, for you, what you were saying, it was true if there were peaceful protesting in the beginning, but everybody knows this beef between the Israeli and the Palestinians is way long before 48, way long before. So you cannot tell me it's because it started in the Intifada. What about the Oslo agreements? How many times we reach our aim for peace? Yes, we are not perfect. There is a lot of things that I condemned on the Israeli government. There's a lot of things that, yes, and there is bad apples in the IDF, and it's not systematically. I'm sorry to say that. I don't know. I don't want to disappoint the viewers, but I was a commander in the West Bank. I've been in Gaza for the last 67 days since 7 of October. I'm now 41, so I've been released. So maybe I'm gonna go to the north if the war they're gonna bring the war into us in the north. So yes, again, we are willing to do a lot for peace, but they always make a bad decision. Even when Abu Mazen, it's kind of in a lot of perspective in their mind is like a traitor because he want to make a deal with Israel, but as a person, he one of the biggest those who say that the Holocaust didn't happen the way it happened, but still we want to make peace, some agreements, and you have to remember the only parties in Israel that make peace with Arab country are the Likud party. Yes, there's a lot of morons in the Likud party. Bibi is not one of them. Bibi is one of the greatest leader that ever was. But the problem is, from my perspective, is the responsibility is on up to him about 7 of October. So after the war is gonna finish, you have to resign. I don't know what's. Yes, and I want to bring another thing that you can see on TV. Probably you see us divided. This is the main reason. It started before 7 of October because Bibi Netanyahu, and when it's all over, things in Israel are gonna sell down because we cannot be divided. We are Jews from Poland, from Germany, from Morocco, from Algeria, from all across the world. This is the only Jewish state, and you are welcome to stay side by side with us. And I will tell it again for the viewers. Wait a minute. The Palestinians in Gaza and the Palestinians in the West Bank not gonna go anywhere, no matter what you think. And I'm a right Zionist Israeli, vote for Benjamin Netanyahu for so many years. And I don't like people like Ben Gvir because I think he's a warmonger. I know that the fact that good things start with the bad things. So inshallah it's gonna be peace some way, somehow. Thank you, Chip.
Yeah, thank you for sharing those thoughts. I think those are really, genuinely spoken thoughts. And listen, let's face it, we're not going to agree on everything, but I think that was about as reconciliatory as one can speak in this type of situation. So I appreciate that. And, there is a lot of consternation in Israel right now. Let's face it. If you don't know, there are massive protests.
And I'm sorry, Chip. I have one last thing. And I'm not rejoicing for the falling of my enemy. Most of our people we are not rejoicing of our falling of our enemy because we should not allow to do it. Go ahead, man.
Ruby, hey. Sorry, my dog ran away without her leash on. Sorry. Come on, dog. All right, there we go. Okay. She wants to go to this other park. Okay, thanks for saying that. I want to mention just a couple resources to the audience. You can do with it what you want. So there's a group of Israeli soldiers, former IDF members. I'm not sure exactly what their ages are, but they speak to some of the things that they did that they don't feel good about or they feel were wrong or whatever. It's called Breaking the Silence. So you might want to check them out, see what they say about some of the things that they said were more systemic than not. There are literally hundreds of videos that show right of return protests, both in Gaza and in the West Bank, where people are literally just out there holding Palestinian flags. These are mostly younger people. They're well off from any soldiers. They can't harm any Israeli soldiers. They're hundreds and hundreds of meters away, and yet they get shot. Now, I don't know whether or not that's a policy in the government or just a lot of bad apples. They get away with it, or maybe a few get punished, most don't. Say what you want about that. I'm not totally sure, but
Rubber bullets. I use rubber bullets. Yes, I can
okay,
say
it's
that.
possible. But in many cases, what happens is that they don't necessarily get them in the head, although that happens sometimes with like tear gas and stuff. But they get in the groin or in the knee, and they get permanently injured, so they can't. They become basically disabled.
You're right about that. But again, when you see protest with flag, yes, you can see it. You can manipulate it, TV or photographs anywhere you like. But when me and my soldier, when I'm responsibility for their life, when we drive and we want to disperse the protesters, go okay. Don't throw stone. Don't throw Molotov bottle at us. But somebody send them. It's not this isn't wake up in the morning and say let's go protest. Somebody send them. And now let's talk about breaking the silence.
Well, let
Everybody
me,
know.
there's a few
Go
other
ahead.
people
Go
that want
ahead.
to get in, but if you just wait, I'll let you get back in. I promise. I'm not trying to keep you out. I got to get out of the sun for a second so I can see the list here. Okay, I think the next person that was going to come in was Mind Wars, and then we'll go back to King David. But let me finish my thought. So there's some back and forth about that. Maybe people say some videos are fake. People use propaganda. We've heard allegations of that. My point is this: when I found out some of these things, whether or not they are whatever you want to call them, they're not good looks. Let's put it that way. Nobody wants to have their army or military accused of doing these kind of atrocities. People get mad at people for fighting, doing T attacks. Well, what's the difference if you're using a sniper rifle or a knife on a soldier? It's the same shit, except one's a lot more deadly than the other. Okay, let me let Mind Wars go, and then we'll go to. Please don't interrupt each other, guys. I know there's probably a lot of emotion, but let's be respectful. Go ahead, Mind Wars, a couple 3 minutes, and then we'll go to King David.
I'm not going to need 3 minutes, Chip. How you doing, man? Peace and blessings to everybody. Hey, Chip, listen, I just wanted to say I really, you know how I am, man. I just shoot from the hip. And honestly, to be honest with you, I'm trying to keep myself from vomiting right now. That guy that was just speaking, he's not one of those people that break the silence. He's not one of those guys. He said he was in Gaza. How many children, old ladies, and men did he unalive in Gaza?
He said he was in the West Bank.
Oh, whatever. West Bank, Gaza. How many people has he unalived?
I also been in Gaza. It's not
Okay, so how many people have you killed? How many people have you killed?
Go ahead.
You piece of dog shit. You're a coward. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Mind Wars. Come on. We don't. First of all, we don't know if he did that or not. So we can ask nicely. Hey, did you unalive anybody?
Thank you, Chip.
He obviously condones it, Chip. He obviously condones.
Hold on. We don't know that for sure. Okay, there are, believe it or not, I know this probably sounds crazy, but there probably are people that want to protect Israel, but they're not the worst people that ever walked the face of the earth. Whether we agree with the overall mindset or not, that's a different story. But there are good people that are caught in bad situations. I was a soldier in my army. I don't want to kill Iraqis. I was stuck in a situation where I had to. Those were my orders. So hopefully you don't condemn me because I was in a war zone for a bad imperial country like the United States. So
I don't condemn you for that, but I do condemn you for taking bad orders.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, again, that's where, who knows where we have to draw that. That's why I like asking questions and not making assumptions about people. So, this person may be a person that does crazy shit, or he may be somebody who did the best he could with a bad set of circumstances. I mean, the world isn't perfect, man. Anyway, so do you want to ask him a question rather than make
No, listen, I just had to just let that go because I hate when these mumble mouth idiots come out
Why?
here
Ask me a question,
talking all this
bro.
junk.
Ask me a question,
I already know the answer, man. If
I don't want to call people mumble mouth idiots unless we know that they're necessarily.
Ask me a question, please.
Stop the occupation. Stop the occupation. You want Israel to be safe? You want safety? Stop the occupation.
Bring our captive back. Bring our captive back. Bring our captive back.
I think a lot of, we can always chicken and egg this conversation, right? If you do this, I would have done that. But I do believe this one point. I don't believe that the H group would exist right now. I don't believe that Islamic J House would exist or any of these other groups, the Qassam brigades. I don't think any of these people would even be around if there was some sort of peaceful resolution to this in a while back. And if Israel, when it made its decision to attack in 1967 based on its intel or whatever justifications, the world basically said at that time, hey, you went in, but you got to go back. After World War II, this is the way we're going to play the game. Israel said, no effing way. We came in, we did what we did. This is now, this didn't say it's our land. They say we're going to maintain this particular security presence, which they have indefinitely since then. Now, what have they also done? They've decided to build what are called, some people call them neighborhoods, some people call them illegal settlements, but international law deems them illegal because they're on what's considered under international law, UN Resolution 242, occupied land. So this is where the crux comes down to it. If you're someone who's pro-Israeli, many say, well, that's our land, God gave it to us, we're just decolonizing it from Arabs. And people who are Palestinian who lived there for centuries said, wait a second, what did we do? We were just born here. How can you take us off the land and tell us we're criminals on your land? I mean, we're just living here, you took our land. This is the impasse. But I personally don't believe that the reason for the Six-Day War was justified. Just like the United States said that we're going into Iraq based on weapons of mass destruction, which turned out to be a bullshit reason. Israel went in to fight Jordan, and they went in to fight Egypt and Syria.
Chief, there was proving that they were going to attack us the same as the way they attacked us in the 73 war.
They were mobilizing to attack us.
It wasn't proven, but they did have military
was
forces. They did have military forces that were massing, but they didn't actually attack. So if you're going to
so you see, it's what you as an ex-military man, you should count on this, if you do it or not.
If somebody attacks another country, then it's fair to say that they attacked you, and then you respond back militarily. But if somebody doesn't attack you, then they don't attack you. And if you attack them first, you're attacking somebody first. That's just the way it goes. So again,
attack America.
Let me just finish the thought.
Attack America.
Israel made a case that it was acting in its self-interest by attacking first based on what he called preemption.
But Nasser was very militant at the time. You remember?
But that's not, just to let you know, that's not a defensive war. It's a preemptive strike, but it's not defensive. This is really important because the language matters. Everybody in these lives, I hear it all the time. They say that they attacked us, and therefore we just had to win the war. Nobody attacked
Israel. 67 in 6 days war? No, it's not true. We attacked
Nobody
first.
attacked Israel in 1967. Israel perceived
Chief,
a threat.
bro, what about Nasser? Nasser, he was very militant towards Israel. He wanted to attack us.
I know what he was saying. I know what happened with shipping lanes. I know what happened with regard to the massing of military. But they did not attack Israel first. They didn't. That's the truth. Bro, listen to me again with Forget about that. Let's just say Israel was justified. Let's take that for what. So Israel goes in.
Thank you.
No, I'm just saying for the sake of this argument. I'm not agreeing with that, by the way. But for the sake of the argument, Israel goes in. They prevail militarily in the Sinai. They prevail in the Golan Heights, which is strategic territory that overlooks northern Israel. And they prevailed in the West Bank. They pushed the Jordanian forces across the Jordan River. They won the fight. They won the battle. Now, international law after World War II, and everybody knows this, everyone's agreed to this, Israel was created by the United Nations. People who are members of the United Nations agreed to this. No more territorial expansion through conquest. That was a war of conquest. And Israel did not defend. If it defended itself, it would have defended its borders from invasion.
Tim, do you know who Eli Cohen is?
Let me finish just a second. We'll get to that.
Everybody knows
if you defend yourself, you vanquish the military, you return to your borders. Israel didn't do that. Israel moved in.
You're right.
Israel moved in and they stayed in places where they didn't have to stay for their own
But look what happened in Sinai. We brought peace because of Sinai. You
can make that argument, but the point I'm trying to make is that territory has ever since been considered occupied. Now, from the Palestinian perspective, and you can disagree with this, but the way that they see it is that not only did they lose their homes back in 1948, many of them thought that they were mistreated at best. Let's leave it at that. And so they were already made refugees once. And then in many cases, more people were made refugees or their land was basically now.
67.
They had a military presence now, in addition to being made a refugee at some point, in addition to settlements. And the settlements started, by the way, in 1971 after the 6-Day War. So both in Gaza and in the West Bank. They've continued unabated in the West Bank. In fact, Israel just announced in this past couple of days that they're going to do the largest territorial expansion in the last 30 years. Pretty amazing given the circumstances that they're going to do something that provocative. Even the United States government has been trying to push back on Israeli settlements, which is the closest ally of Israel in the last 4 or 5 decades. So this is definitely a policy that is looked upon as accelerating. It's accelerating the conflict and further angering the Palestinians, which obviously it is. So we have a guest here today that's been speaking to this for quite some time, and he says, someone just came on and literally said, end the occupation, meaning that as long as Israel maintains this finger in the wound, so to speak, in the Palestinian people, the question is, why keep pushing that? All you're doing is going to make the angry person on the other side even angrier. If you really want the violence to stop, which is what I think most people want, not the government, but the people, the government's going to have to change its policies and not keep sticking that finger in the wound. Do you agree with that or no?
Can I speak?
Let's say for the sake of the argument that I agree with you, but look what Rossi said in the beginning. He wishes the whole Arab nation will come upon Israel and destroy us all from the river to the sea. This is the ideology, Chip. You have to recognize
it. Who said this?
Chip, this is disingenuous, man. This is so disingenuous.
Hold on, hold on. We got to have an orderly conversation. Hold on. So this is the other point I want to make is this, okay? This is really important. I want to
don't actually say that, but this is what you believe.
We have a Palestinian here that can speak to this, okay? The argument that I've been making, and I've probably talked to several hundred Palestinians in the course of meeting people through here and in my regular life just in general. And I've always asked them the same question. What is it that's motivating the violence that we're seeing in the different instances that we see it? Is it hatred of Jews? No, is the answer. Is it religion? No, we don't care if you're Jewish. We don't care what you do. Is it the anger over what's happened since 1948 and especially the occupation? The answer is always yes. I said, would you be reasonably peaceful? Would you be willing to be completely peaceful if the occupation were to end and the 67 borders became a separate state? Never had somebody say anything but absolutely 100% we'd even recognize Israel. Every single one, not one person out of the several hundred has said anything differently. What do you think, Aladdin? Are you different than everybody? Are you the same, or how do you feel?
Can I respond to you about what you're saying?
Well, let me hear Aladdin's response, and then I'll let you jump in. Yeah, go ahead, Aladdin.
I think we do right now, from a Palestinian perspective. I think Israel has an issue. The way I look at it, I would imagine myself being an Israeli right in the heart of the Middle East. To everybody else in the Middle East, Israelis have stolen the land. They created this oppression and occupation, and it has been going on for a long time, like 75 years at least, against the Palestinians. And today they are committing genocide against the Palestinians. So Netanyahu, in the name of the Jewish people in Israel and maybe around the world, has actually maybe dragged the whole Jewish society over there to an end road. What's happening today is very dangerous to the Jewish people, of course to the Palestinians, but also to the Jewish people. Now, as a Palestinian, and I mentioned this earlier, how, like,
Jewish people,
if we had in the back of our minds, you know what, let's live with these guys, it's okay, let's do whatever. But now we do have something new going on, the genocide. Now, I have not been affected personally by the genocide, but I feel the anger of other Palestinians who has been affected. Do you think these guys hold the same views as me? They don't. So we have created a whole generation of hardened Palestinians today, that me as a Palestinian who wants peace maybe, or let's not say I want peace, let's say I'm willing to compromise, they probably will not be willing to compromise. So if I was a Jewish guy in Israel today, or a Zionist, let's say, I would be terrified of what's happening, because Netanyahu has dragged you guys to a genocide that has stained the people of Palestine or the relationship.
I ask you, do you threat? You threat us?
Now hold on, and also just one
Is it
sentence. I'll come back to you. And he also have created fake peace agreements in the Middle East. The UAE agreement, the Bahrain agreement, and they're working on Saudi Arabia agreement. All this, honestly, is BS. And why the reason why I'm saying this, because we Palestinians, when we talk to Saudis, we are all on the same level. They always will tell you the same thing. These are all BS agreements. We stand with you, the Palestinian people. Now, go ahead. What was your question?
It's not a genocide. You're getting your numbers from
It's not a genocide. There's no genocide going on.
Let me ask you a question. So I think you'll like the question. So in a response to what you just said, Aladdin, what if somebody said, hey, the H group did what they did on 10/7, so therefore whatever happens in response is their fault. They're using human shields, and also Israel's got to do what it's got to do for its own security. How would you answer that claim?
Well, Israel doesn't have the right to exist.
Again, we go back to the root cause of the issue.
Chip, did you hear that? What she said? Israel doesn't have the right to
Don't have. You
exist.
are illegal
That's the
occupants.
ideology, bro.
You are
I'm sorry to say that.
Genocide.
You wanted to live.
We don't
What's-
make a
what's-
genocide.
what's your
There's no
ideology?
genocide.
What's your ideology, consider?
My ideology?
Listen to me.
Hold on.
If you wanted to live peacefully from the beginning,
Hold on, guys. We
Yes,
have some
we are.
order. Here's the thing, just to let you know, I'm not trying to stop anybody from talking, but when
please
four
finish my
people talk,
point.
hold on, Lily, real quick. When everybody talks at once, though, nobody can hear what everybody's saying. So I didn't even hear what you said because we're both talking. Okay, so let's
She
do
said
this.
Israel doesn't the right to exist. That's
Okay,
what she said.
let's let her listen. Let's let her express her views if she does believe that, which is it's her right to say that. But I think it's I don't agree with that. So Lily, what were you trying to say, and so we can understand your point?
Back to my point, if you don't mind, regarding my fellow Israelis over here.
Sorry.
Well,
You guys are.
Let me let Lily say her little thing, and then we'll come back to you, Aladdin. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Lily.
Okay, what I'm saying is, this is illegal occupation, and they don't have any right to exist, and this occupation should be ended. If the Jews wanted to live peacefully from the beginning, they shouldn't come with a tank, with the guns to kill and occupy the land. If they wanted really peace, they just gonna come back from Europe or whatever. They're just gonna live together with Muslims or
Whatever.
in Palestine. Yes, they did the Nakba.
You're
They
a
did
joke.
Palestine.
You are a joke.
Hold on. Let's be.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay.
And
So,
that's
Lily,
why
why
we will
do you
never
say?
have a peace. Let me finish.
I'm
Let
trying to
me
ask you.
This
finish.
is the ideology, brother.
Logic. You cannot.
This is the
you cannot
ideology.
tell my family.
You see how this piece of junk talks to a lady?
Hold on, guys. Listen, everybody, real quick, everybody. Lily, what I was trying to ask you was, because obviously Israel went through a process with the United States and the United Nations and on the British mandate of Palestine, like it or hate it, it was under British control after World War I ended. So if anybody's to blame for the establishment of the state, it's the UN and the British, not necessarily the people who now live there who happen to be there because they were just born there or they just lived there. Just like me in the United States, I'm a product of genocide in North America, but I didn't do it. That's what I'm saying. So in terms of there not having a right to exist, do you think that it's the occupation part that should be changed or the entirety of the creation of the state that needs to be dialed back?
The entire state. If UK give them the land, UK should take them back. Why UK offer to them a land?
I want
Not
a
for
house in
them.
Piccadilly
Let me
Street.
finish what I'm saying. Do not cut me off. I didn't cut you off when you were speaking. You were speaking for a long time. What I'm saying is we need to go back to the main issue. If the Jew wanted to live in a peace with Muslim or whatever Christians, from the beginning they shouldn't do the Nakba, occupying the land, kicking the people out, taking the making settler, whatever. They shouldn't do that. You cannot make this to my family, to my grandmother, my grandfather, whatever, and you just ask me, oh, I want to live with you in a peace after 67 years. This is insane. This is insane. You cannot let me come to USA.
76,
you
by
back
the way.
from your home, and I said,
76,
well, my
by the way.
saying this to
76,
me.
not 67.
You can't. I can't go to USA.
You're
kick
not
you out.
Palestinian. By the sound of your
Say,
voice,
look,
you're not
this is my
Palestinian.
house. This is my
You're
home.
not
This is my
Palestinians.
land. And
I
you
can
should
argue
leave.
with
And if
Palestinians. I can argue with the
shouldn't go,
Palestinians.
I will kill
You're
you.
not a
I will kill your
Palestinian.
family. This is what
Thank
they
you very
did.
much for this word. Thank you very much.
Chip, this guy's a paid agent, Chip.
Hold on, guys. Hold on, real quick. Hold on. Everybody, please. So we don't want to say words like KILL. That's one we're not supposed to say on here. So I understand, Lily, from your point of view, you don't think that this particular country has a right to exist, that they use violence instead of being peaceful to establish their state. I get your point. Let me do this. Aladdin was trying to say something before Lily came in and
She
made her
didn't say
point.
that, Chip, but go ahead.
Well, she also
She
said
didn't say
she didn't think they had a right to exist. Either.
No,
So
she's
go ahead.
very militant,
I
man.
just want to finish my point.
No,
But
Lily,
he's
That's hilarious. A guy that just came out of Gaza called
hold on, real quick. Guys, this has to be somewhat
I
orderly.
will
Okay,
send you in private what I did in Gaza, okay?
okay, that's okay.
Ask
Just
me later.
real quick. So
Yeah,
Aladdin,
this guy that just came out of Gaza is.
here's what
Yeah,
I'm
why
going to
don't
do.
you drop him?
Hold on,
Because he's done worse than me and
everybody,
you dropped me.
Everybody, I need you to listen, okay? I'm trying to be fair. I try to run my panels as fair as one can do it. But if everybody just jumps in when they want to, it doesn't really work out. So next time that somebody jumps in, I'm going to have to drop you. I don't want to drop anybody. So what I'm going to do is, this is the batting order so you know where you stand. Aladdin's going to go for 1.5, 2 minutes. Then we're going to go to King David, because he hasn't spoken since he came back in. Then we're going to go to Mind Wars again, but please keep it calm. Make your point with substance, not extra stuff. And then we'll go around the horn. Okay, so Aladdin, please go ahead. Please, everybody stay on mute and just be respectful. We'll give you the respect you deserve. Thank you so much.
Well, just notes in general. Israel today is in deep trouble. Okay, we are at a closed road. The problems are now. If I would imagine myself being an Israeli, every few years we have a war. We are surrounded by people who wants our land, according to you guys. You are terrified, actually, and you are in a defensive mode and also attacking mode. Now, for the long term, you guys here on this channel, as Israelis, I'm telling you, this is dangerous for you guys. Okay? Palestinians, just a fact, will always resist.
Again with the
and will
threat.
always...
Again with the threat. Again with the threat.
It's not a threat. It's not a threat. That's not a threat.
There's a difference between saying conditions are getting more unstable for people who are choosing to do one thing or the other than saying that something specific will happen to you if. Okay, is that fair?
Cheap, I know what you mean, man. I know
Well, it's
what you
okay.
mean. It's okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
That's my point. You see, you just proved my point. If I was living as an Israeli, you see how you are super defensive, feeling like you're getting threats. There are facts to that as well. I forgot what I was going to say, but what I'm trying to say, think long term. Long term, you are living within Arab nations, okay? Today, you do have military support from the United States, from Britain.
Sunni against Shia.
Hold on. Come on,
Hold on. I don't care about Sunni and Shia. Today, you live in the heart of the Middle East, okay? Sooner or later, that support from the United States will drain. What's going to happen to you in maybe 7, 10, 12, 15 years? So today, I advise you guys to rethink and reposition yourself in this world. At the end of the road, we will be your neighbors, okay? And what Netanyahu has done to you guys, he dragged you into a genocide, into the murder of 44,000 Palestinians, into a complete destruction, closed roads, fake peace agreements. You guys are not going to go nowhere. Unfortunately, there will be a price for actions today. But if we can somehow change the attitude toward this conflict, we might get somewhere. Maybe the Israeli public today, they're not ready. Hopefully, sooner or later, they will be. I hope to see Israeli mothers going on TV crying for the Palestinian children, asking the military to stop the genocide. I would love to see this as a Palestinian, because I'll be honest with you, as a Palestinian, my mother would do that for the Israelis if, let's say, I was a Palestinian soldier murdering children.
She's not going to distribute candy. She's not going to distribute.
Okay, hold on. So let me do this. Let me let King David come in because he's waited patiently. Thanks for your point. Please stay.
But it was addressed to me, Chief. 1 second.
Okay, well, yeah, go ahead. Take 30 seconds.
Your mother not gonna distribute candy in the street when unalive Israeli? Ask your question, Aladdin.
Is that a question?
Yes.
Yes. Well, let me explain this. Let me explain this to you guys all. I'm gonna explain something happened to me during 2000. Okay, in the second Intifada. I used to go and throw stones at the IDF soldiers. Okay, I used to be an 18-year-old. After I get off the campus, I used to
You have
go, you
both your
know,
knee. You have both your knee.
say what?
Did you
You
just
still
hear that,
have
Chet?
both your knee.
Did you hear this guy?
What is it? You have both your knee? What does that mean? Both your knees?
Say
If
that
he threw,
anyway.
if he threw of Israeli soldiers stone in the second Intifada, probably he'd get his knees blow up by rubber bullets, like
Well,
you said in the beginning.
not everybody gets hit. Obviously, that's just
No, of
impractical.
course. Okay, that's the reason that I asked him.
I
I'm
mean,
sorry.
I have plenty of stories. I can tell you all kinds of stories. I witnessed everything firsthand, okay? However, what I was trying to get to, when we used to throw stones, of course, me mentally, I used to prepare myself, oh man, I may get killed today, okay? So within these, let's say, events, when we used to throw stones, there were the mothers of martyrs. What I mean by that, so there were 3 to 4 women. They were very warm to us. I didn't understand why they were so warm to us till I grew up. I realized they were the mothers of martyred people. Their sons basically were killed by the IDF. Okay, so now these guys used to provide to us.
Please mind language. Don't say the K word.
Sure. They used to provide us with like a bottle of juice, half a sandwich, and that's how they cared for us, and water. They were our mothers, let's call it, in the battlefield. It was
Oh,
a
they are
very
so
warm.
merciful. They send you to fight with Israeli IDF.
Hold on.
Now
come
hold
on.
on, hold on.
Finish.
Now here, think about it that way. Her son was killed by an IDF soldier.
Hold on, real quick.
If
You got to say the word unalived. It's just a TikTok algorithm thing, or they'll take the live down. So just try to remember to do that. Okay.
Sure.
Thanks.
So these mothers were very warm to us. Okay, we felt like they were our mothers in the battlefield. So their sons were unalived by the IDF. Now, if I was a mother and my son was unalived by the evil IDF, and I see, let's say, each group have done something against military bases, what do you think as a mother I would do? As any mother in this world? As sad as it is.
Yes.
As sad, hold on. As
You
sad
will be
as it is.
rejoicing, but the problem is you're attacking civilians.
You need to
You're
stop him,
attacking
please.
civilians. You're attacking civilians. That's the whole difference.
Chip,
Anyway, that's not a fact.
So I was
Thank
pretty
you.
clear about the rules here, guys. You're welcome to come back up, but we got to obey by the rules. So I'm trying to give people time to answer the questions. He's giving some interesting background on the actual lived experience of someone in that area, which I find interesting. So I'm giving him a little more time, but I do want to get to King David. So please try to land the plane soon if you don't mind. And thank you very much. If you want to come back up, you can. But you got to not interrupt people constantly. Once or twice, maybe, but not 5 or 6 times. Okay. Go ahead.
Hey, Aladdin, how about these people that they put the chairs on the top of a hill mount and they watch the Israeli dropping on the Palestinians? Is that real or something that's just a propaganda? Where the people, they get their chairs and they sit down and watching the unaliving of the Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank?
I mean, we've seen it on TV. I mean, we see today settlers burning trucks of aid going to Gaza. I mean, these things are right in front of our eyes.
Okay, let's give King David a chance to come in. He's waited very patiently. Please don't interrupt him. King David, you got the floor for 3 or 4 minutes, whatever you want to do.
Thanks, Chip. So I just want to tell Aladdin, Israel's losing support, but on contrary, we are actually gaining support because America now sends their top ships to protect Israel. So let's not go in la la land on that because that's very false. For 75 years of this conflict, let's look at Israel and what it's done. So it's in the top of the world in health. Second, Israel is top of the world in technology. Third, it's also the top in the world in restaurants. If you want to fine dining, it's one of the best in the world. happiness in the top of the world, the people in Israel. Now, also what Israel does for the world and why we won't lose the support of the world. Israel has given a lot of intelligence to countries to protect from Islamic terrorism. And during the war with Iraq and America and all that stuff, they also helped build stuff for tanks for IED to protect American soldiers. So let's not forget who Israel is at the end of the day. And what have the Palestinians done for the world compared to Israel? So all that nonsense that Israel's losing the world and all that is you can throw it in the trash.
Wow.
Non-existent. You can say wow all you want, but the facts are there. You know how much intelligence.
At the end of the road, you will be our neighbor. Okay.
I know we're gonna be.
Remember
neighbors.
that.
So
At the end of the road,
75
we will be
years,
neighbors.
Yes, we are neighbors, and look what we've done as being your neighbor for 75 years. We built the country. Like
here is another thing.
Not on your own.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
It doesn't matter on our own. Who does anything on their own? You need to. Everybody has a friend to build off friends to build knowledge. You guys are in a state of miserable. Like you just want to be miserable. You want to unalive people. You want to make excuses for why you need
projecting again, Chip.
Words. Come on, man. You got to stop doing that. Go ahead, please.
At the end of the day, Israel wants peace. They've been yearning for peace. They've given land back for peace. They've bent over backwards, and all we got for the Palestinians is no. You know, look at the peace agreements we made. Morocco with Saudi Arabia. They've got peace with Saudi Arabia. It's in secret, but it's not in the open yet. That's first of all. So you guys can, you don't have to wait for that. It's already behind closed doors. They've been working with each other for years. Second of all, with the UAE, with many other countries that are in secret, it's going to come out. But the Palestinians, again, at the end of the day, they are getting used by Iran. That's why you have proxies in Yemen, in Iraq. What does Yemen and Iraq have to do with Israel and Palestine shooting missiles at us? Okay, because Iran is using the area to really take over the Middle East. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to control the Middle East with their ideology. So at the end of the day, the Palestinians, the best thing they can do is get rid of H Group. Get rid of the Iranian hand in their land. And then they can make peace with Israel. It's not no problem. That's all I have to say. I mean, I'm open to debate and open my mic, but
all right, so I'm going to cover a couple things. Again, I'm trying to remember the points. You raised a lot of stuff. So first of all, I find a lot of the arguments in favor of Israel as positives to be rather deflective in nature. I understand you want to be proud of the country, but in terms of the conflict itself, it's really highly irrelevant. And the thing, when you juxtapose Israel's successes with what you say, what have they done for anybody ever? First of all, that's an incredibly dismissive thing, borderline racist thing to say, just because it's so incredibly arrogant and dismissive. Secondly, I want to just direct your attention to how incredibly difficult it must be to try to get anything done in life just to survive your day when you have a foreign military blockading your entire territory by air, land, and sea. You can't even fish past a certain point or you get shot. I mean, think about that for a second. You periodically
thought about it. There's a reason why.
Hold on. This is really important. So you had your chance to speak for about 4.5 minutes with no interruption.
Yeah, but I want to go point by point with you.
Hold on. No, I didn't go point by point with you, my friend. So just hang on for a second, okay? I shut up and listen for your entirety of your argument. So I'd like you to do the same for me, and you can take some notes, and maybe I'll pause and ask you a question. So the point I'm trying to make is, if you understand how the West Bank operates, it's nearly impossible to conduct commerce in the West Bank. Moving between different parts of the West Bank, do you have any idea what it's like to try to move goods from one point to another? In some cases, and this is the crazy part,
in the West Bank, it's not, I'm sorry, Chip, in the West Bank, it's not that difficult like you said. In the West Bank, I said.
Hold on. It's not as hard as Gaza, but it's still very difficult. So let me give you an example of what can happen. Let's say you're transporting goods from one part of, you want to sell some stuff. You're a vendor who sells fruit, for example. You want to sell your produce. So you want to drive from, and this isn't everywhere, but this is in certain places where checkpoints dictate the logistics. You drive to a checkpoint and there's no road that continues. The Israelis have destroyed the contiguous roadways, and now you have to have somebody meet you with another truck 150 yards away, where you have to literally walk the goods across the desolate area where the road has been destroyed. And that's if the 18-year-old kid even allows you to do it. They may decide to take your stuff, they may decide to make you wait until it spoils, or they may not let you pass it off for the day. Now, in terms of it developing economically with those kinds of obstacles, how in the world could, now in Israel, that doesn't exist. That kind of stuff is not even any part of the landscape. So my question to you is, King David, I'll ask you this question. In face of those challenges, how can you expect somebody to keep pace with somebody who's doing the things you're talking about in Israel?
Okay, there's a reason why we do that. There's a reason for that to be, you know, for you to have checkpoints and like that. That's why you have security, because
in some places, yes, it's difficult. I can say it. I've been in this place.
There's over 400 T attacks every month on average.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, Jeep. That's the reason why. I swear to God, that's the reason why. What, you think that in checkpoint I'm gonna see a father and son who hold him and I'm gonna tell him no, stop, go get out of here? Of course not. I'm gonna let him pass.
Hold on. Chip, can we agree that before there used to not be any checkpoints?
Before the occupation, there weren't checkpoints because there was no military presence.
No, before the Intifada, there was no checkpoints.
Before the occupation, there were no checkpoints.
No, before the Intifada, there was no checkpoints. What do you think they were made?
Before the occupation, there were checkpoints put in place by the way.
Not like that.
In East Jerusalem, there was before 67 wars.
Yes, there were.
Yes, but it was unfavorable
like
to the Jews that want to pray want to pray. So it's the same thing. It's quid pro quo, man. Listen, I'm not going to want to imagine what happened if in the 67 war they won, because this whole ideology is based on there's no place for the Jews inside of Israel. And the history tell it. What about Hajj Amin al-Hussein, who was taking photo with Adolf Schmittler in the 40s, before there was an Israeli state? I'm not gonna be surprised if Hajj Amin al-Hussein was one of the brain master of the final solution in Wannsee. I swear to God, I'm not. Listen, I don't know. I didn't say. I'm not gonna be surprised. Okay. He was anti-Semite by sure. He was pictured so many times saluting with the Nazis saluting. Listen, there was never good intention by them. Even when the war decided the Jews gonna have 30% of the land, they still said no, and they still started to fight against us. So what we can do? Sit our backs and wait for something to happen, like 7 of October? We tried it. It doesn't work, man. Now, I'm sorry to say it's very harsh to say it. Now they're paying the price, because if Wisconsin, for exact, gonna take rockets for 30 years, like myself, what United States would do? What Russia would do if something happened like that? What China?
No, that's a wrong comparison.
But Mickey, he's always going to bring up the point. Oh, why are they doing that? Because you guys did this. That's his excuse.
No.
The excuse is going to be every time.
Listen, if they were peaceful at the beginning, I swear to God, I'd be with them. Listen, but they weren't peaceful. From the beginning. They always been pogrom. How many pogroms there were in Hebron? How many? How many Jews are alive before in the 20s? Cheap understand it.
Chip, can I ask you a question?
Well, real quick, I don't always have to have the last word on the subject, even though a lot of things.
No, it's okay, Chip. I understand you. I understand you.
What I want to do, I just want to make sure other people get a chance to.
You can be my father. That's why I'm being very respectful.
Chip, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
How many? Wait a minute. When the Rothschild and a lot of rich Jew bought the land by money. They want to do something.
I get it. Listen, I understand. I could spend 15 minutes rebutting what we just talked about. I'm not going to do it. I do want to give Cher a chance. Cher, just a second. I'm going to give Aladdin like 30 seconds, then we're going to go to Cher.
The question is, I was listening to a philosopher from Russia, and he was talking about the truth being relative. So, to me, my truth is my truth. To these guys, or what they're saying. Let's say what I'm saying is my truth, and what these guys are saying, it's their truth. In the Israeli community, there is Ilan Pepe. Let's say he
But we
found
can
my
back
truth.
it up.
Now, my question to Ship, how do you think we can get these guys, for example, to reach my truth? And can I reach their truth? Although I'll be honest with you, I don't believe their truth is the truth. And I'm sure that's the way they feel about me. But what's the truth here? What do you think?
Fair enough. I think when it comes down to any negotiation, you have to know what's most important to your other person's point of view. Not what you want, but what is it that they really want, and then what can they live with? So if what Israelis want, this is my understanding, I've listened to a lot of people talk, they want no more violence, no more T attacks, no more feeling of being insecure, no more rockets. So they want security, and they want guarantees around their security. And for that, they're probably willing to give something. I would think the average person's willing to give a little something to get that in return. They want
I
recognition.
will give a lot. I will give a lot
Hold on, let
for
me finish.
that.
This is important. They want universal recognition. In other words, we're legitimate. We're here to stay. You're not going to get rid of us, and you're not going to keep attacking us. That's what they want to hear. Okay. Therefore, they know that they have legitimacy and they have safety. That's what they want more than anything. And then they can consider what the other side wants, which is they want to have dignity, freedom from occupation, autonomy, and their own freedom to live their own life side by side and let everybody do what they're going to do on each person's place, right? I believe that's what really the people want. The problem gets into is what do the more radical factions do to divide that up, and then what do the governments do to obfuscate and stymie that process? And unfortunately, there are people who don't want to see there be peace on both sides. It doesn't serve their objectives. And that's a real shame because most of the people on both sides suffer because of that.
I agree.
I do believe in my heart that if the 67 borders were to be relinquished, and I know it's not politically practical, I know it's not logistically feasible because of all the settlements, and I know, listen, I'm not a dumbass, but if it were to be agreed upon, if there was an international peacekeeping force, I think the more radical elements of the Palestinian resistance could be brought in. They would not want to continue to take it all for themselves. And they would abide by whatever the agreements were because they get the one thing they just can't get their hands on right now, and that's some form of peaceful resolution that has political legitimacy, absent the control and brutality and occupation of the other.
Let me just say one statement on that. There's a problem with that
Aladdin, do you
statement.
agree?
There's
Aladdin,
a
do you
problem. We
agree with
gave the
that?
land back
Wait
in
a minute,
Gaza, and look what they
David.
did.
Hold on.
Aladdin, do you agree for what he said? What Chip said? You agree? Two-state
Yes.
solution. What, like he said?
Two-state solution.
Like Chip said.
If
Like Chip
here's the
said, I
thing,
agree. Chip, I
I
agree. Chip, I
agree with
agree.
Chip. However, I am from Ramallah. Okay, there are Palestinians who were kicked out of 1948 lands.
Oh,
If they have
48.
different,
Go ahead.
No, they have.
Good
Now
guy.
hold on. You
Goodbye,
want peace,
peace
right?
talk.
We want to solve the problem, right?
Hold on.
We want to
Goodbye,
solve the
peace
problem.
talk.
Let's listen
Could you
to
let
it.
him talk, please?
So you got people living in Lebanon, Palestinians living in Lebanon, in Syria, in Jordan. These guys, they were kicked out of the what's known today like Tel Aviv, Jaffa, Haifa, Akka. So these guys are Palestinians and they want to go back home. Okay?
So you want to come back? No.
So here is that you came back to supposedly your land, didn't you? You came back. So why do you have the right to go back to your land and they don't? What if
the right of return, because it's just impractical, as is removing all the settlements, it's impractical. What if in return for not getting to return to one's original land, you are granted, let's say, a beautiful place to live in one of the newer developments that are being relinquished back as a part of the peace process? Is that a fair compromise, or does somebody have to have the exact piece of land back that they feel they've been taken from them?
Now let's talk out of being practicality. Some Palestinians are not even going to come back because they already established their lives. They're living wherever they're living. And some people today, they want to come back. So that's not up to me, honestly, to answer. This is a completely different issue. I'd like to talk to these guys and get their, let's say we want to solve this problem.
You know how you solve that problem? You don't unalive people and you come to the table with the peace agreement. That's what.
Hold on. Listen, King David, come on, man. That's just putting another thorn in the.
Remember, Remember, you should always remember that it didn't start October the 7th.
So obviously it's been going on for 76 years. So do you think that's fair? So I think that if they want the right to return, they should return to their own home and land. That's what
Okay,
I
I
think.
want to go back to Morocco and get my
Forget
grandpa's
about it.
business.
Forget about
I
it.
go back to
Forget
Morocco
about
and
it.
get my
Hold on,
dad's
just
business. They
real
kicked us
quick,
out.
real quick. So the question is, if they return, would they be Israeli citizens? Like, how would that work if they went back to the exact?
Hold on, Chip.
country?
Can we make it fair? Can we make it fair? Let's all the Israeli people that got kicked out of all the Arab countries. Let's go one by one. Can we get our house back and our business back and all the money that we lost one by
Well,
one?
the political consequences of trying to negotiate multiple countries is going to add so much more difficulty to the
Okay, so
conversation.
that's why there is no return.
Well, I can't say that for sure. I'm talking. I wanted to listen. This is the whole reason I'm listening right now. I want to understand what's motivating people and what they really want, because we talked about the desires of each party is what has to be accommodated to make this work. So in that vein, Shay, I know you want to talk about 1948. That's the beginning of this, not 2024. I agree with you, but I really want to find out from Aladdin that what he meant about what people's thought of. He said he has to talk to people. Do you want to pass the mic to Shay for just a second, Aladdin, and we'll come back to that question?
Sure.
No, you guys carry on. I just want to listen to you guys. I'm fine.
Hey, Chip, I just wanted to point something out. Like, I've been listening to this guy's been interrupting all along, when Aladdin been speaking or when other people were speaking, they kept saying things. We are talking about Palestinian and Israeli issue. We're not talking about Moroccan issue or Saudi issue or other Jewish issue, right? Most of the people that came to Israel from those countries happened after 1948 when State of Israel was created. After that, for a lot of different reasons, right? And one of the reasons was that Israel itself promoted and they wanted more Jews to come to that land so they can make a bigger, greater Israel, because without people, it's not a country. So
okay, so let me explain why I said that.
Let me finish
Let
first.
me just say that. Let me say that. I'll let you go.
You're not gonna do this with me. You're not gonna do this with me.
Come on,
let me finish first. Okay.
David, you have this habit of when you hear something that you want to talk to, you just jump right in. Change that habit. Okay.
I'm sorry, Chip, but I'm sorry, Chip, but I brought up the issue and he's.
Okay. So here's what I want to say once more time. Okay. If you have to make a note somewhere on your arm with a pen, or if you want to open up your notepad, you can easily just flip an app and write some stuff down. Most of these phones have a notepad app. Give it a second. He hasn't talked for like 45 minutes. Give him a minute or at least a minute and a half, and then we'll go back and forth. If he speaks to you, then we'll let you come back and answer. But for God's sakes, man, you have this habit of jumping into conversations and jumping out when you feel like it, which is frustrating as hell for a host like me to try to manage. Please stay muted. Okay, go ahead, Russell.
All right. So there's a lot of different reasons, and I am on the side of two-state solution. Like you said, I believe 1967, a lot of Palestinians might not agree. That's up to them, and I'm not on their shoes, but it's me and you and people that see it from our side. This is our solution, is that we cannot have another Nakba, right? We cannot have another Nakba on Jewish people, just like it happened in 1948. It was really unfair thing that happened to the Palestinians, right? And we cannot do that same thing to Jewish people that are living in Israel right now, But there has to be some sort of compensation towards people who cannot go back to their original land. But for me, 1967 border, we have to go back to. And this guy kept bringing up Morocco, this and that, how they did peace treaty with Morocco and this and that. Those doesn't really matter, like
why
Aladdin
not?
said.
Why not, man?
Aladdin said before that he could make treaty with all those countries, UAE and all that, right? As long as you don't solve the problem on the ground with Palestinians, like those treaty means nothing. The problem always going to be there. So the problem you have is with the Palestinian, and you have to solve it with the Palestinian, right? Not making peace treaty with others. And the countries that you're talking about making peace treaties, actually, those are very close to America, right? To the U.S., right? And they would always reason what would U.S.
But
say.
you know what, Rossi, what we give our hopes to this country, to the same country that you're referring to, because they're a Sunni country.
No,
Sunni
it doesn't.
Country,
Don't bring.
Listen,
it's not a religious
it's
issue.
very logic.
Please let me
It's
finish
very
this.
logic,
Let me
my brother. It's
let me
very
put
logic.
another thing on this.
Yeah,
This is not a religious issue. For you, it might be because you want to bring all the Jewish people, but for
I
us,
swear to God, it's
people
not a religious
outside,
thing
and for a Palestinian, it's not a religious issue. You can ask any Palestinian, right? It's not a religious issue, and we don't care. You know,
You from
Sunni or
South
Shia,
Africa,
whatever.
right?
Can I
That
ask?
don't
Can I
bring.
ask a question?
Go ahead, please.
You are burnt out. You mentioned that Moroccans stole your piece of land and kicked you out, right? How does that feel?
First of all, I didn't say nothing about Morocco. When my parents came from Morocco, the story about the Moroccan people was magnificent. Until today, my mother cry when she think about her house in Morocco. Nobody kicked them out from Morocco, but from Algeria they kicked out. From Morocco they kicked out. For Yemen, listen, you talk about the Nakba. More Jews kicked out from their own house in those time more than the Nakba. So what are you talking
Sounds
about,
good.
man?
So how does that feel? It feels bad, right? Like, how do you feel about it? This is very bad. Very sad.
But we have a place to come. But we have a place to go.
Well, here is the issue with what
But
you say.
no. But let's go with cheap idea for the peace contract.
No, wait,
Well,
wait. Before we go to ship, before you jump. No. Wait.
Let's
Let me ask you
imagine
this.
that me and you. Wait a minute. Let
I
me
asked you a
imagine that me
question.
and you are
I
prime
asked you a question.
minister. Go ahead.
Wait. Let me ask you this question. You said that it feels very bad to be kicked out of your home, your land being stolen, right? Now, my question to you: how should I feel as a Palestinian?
Again, I can feel your need for self
Not need. How does that feel?
determination. Again, but there's so many. Again, before, but it was true. If the atrocity towards you will happen after 45 when Israel is established, but the truth is, you started the atrocity against the Jews long before it, in the 20s, in the early 90s. What you talking about? There always been atrocity from the Arab that live in Israel towards the Jew under the British mandate, under the Ottomanic regime. First of all, you know that there was no so many Muslims in Israel, in Palestine then. The only reason because the Ottomanic Empire brought them from Syria, from Lebanon, from Egypt to Islam the country. And don't tell me it's not about religion. Maybe for me it's not about religion, maybe not for you it's not about religion. But if you're gonna read the manifest of Hamas, they say it's all about religion. The Sunni, when the tree and the stone will call to say there is Jew, come on alive, and that's the manifest. You cannot tell me it's not true. Now we give our hope.
Same
Wait a minute.
applies in Judaism,
Wait
by
a
the
minute.
way.
No. They are the leader. People like Ben Gvir are they the minority of the minority of the minority. Nobody really counts them. Okay, now we bring our hope to people to Sunni country like Egypt, like Qatar, people that maybe they can sense in their mind to do something about them. Somebody you have to take charge. Their leader, I'm sorry, Chip, I'm not gonna want to ruin your panel, but they are fucking shitty of a leader. People like Sinwar and people like Abu Def and Sinwar and all this. Now, Chip, have you ever opened a map of Gaza on Google Map? You can see some hotel, restaurant, beautiful marina, markets opening.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. They're bringing it on their own. This is what they do. What do you think that Israel is going to do?
Okay, let me speak to that. That's a good point. Okay, let's speak about that for a second. So, there are instances where destruction of property has taken place as far as what's happened with the campaigns against militants, as Israel has claimed, targeting. But unfortunately, a lot of the infrastructure has also been just randomly destroyed by Israel. Let me give you an example. I'm not going to come without receipts. So the Israeli military had to counsel its own soldiers to stop creating TikTok videos of them blowing up Gazan infrastructure. Let me give you an example. The universities, they would drop bombs on the university buildings that not only destroyed the university, but also unalived staff that didn't leave. They've destroyed refugee camps. They've blown up apartment complexes. They've destroyed mosques and other historic sites. They've just gone through and done so much damage. Let me finish the thought. This is really important because this is a really critical thing. You say that it's their fault. You just said a second ago it's because of them. Yeah, maybe the attack on 10/7 began this stage of the conflict, but the extent of the damage was solely the decision by the Israelis. It wasn't that they had to go after different targets because of the H groups being there, which is always the allegation. Oh, it was a military compound. Oh, it was a storage facility. Oh, they fired rockets from it 15 seconds ago. We had to destroy it. I got one word for that. Bullshit. It's a bunch of bullshit. Okay, I have video after video after video on this very phone saved up with journalists who literally just stand on top of buildings a mile away and just point their camera at parts of Gaza. And what happens? Kaboom! No notice, no leaflets, no flyers, no text messages, just kaboom! 17-story building comes down.
You're right. But you ever been in one of these masks before? I was. You want me to tell you what I seen there? Tons of ammunition. I swear to God, cheap. Tons of ammunition. Tons of reading material how to analyze Jews, not Zionists. People with yarmulke running away from terror. I swear to God, in school, in mosque, in kindergarten, oh my God, let me tell you a story. I joke with my friends when I was in one of the kindergarten in Gaza near Salahuddin Road. I tell my friend that if the kindergarten was smoking and she want to throw the cigarette away, probably she would blow all the neighborhood. That's how much ammunition that we find in kindergarten. Every second house that we enter, every apartment that we enter was inside of a tunnel or ammunition or like a secret arsenal bunker. I swear to God, Mein Kampf books of Schmittler. They hate.
I have to stop you. I'm so sorry. Okay.
I'm sorry, Chip. Go ahead.
Just stop for a second, okay? Now, everything that you're saying is completely debunked by every international human rights group that's ever investigated these claims. There are not
like UNRWA, bro.
There are not. Hold on. I hate to do this, but you're not gonna stop jumping, and I got to take you down for a second. Okay, let me explain this. I tried to look into this because I want to get to the bottom of this stuff too. I don't want to be spreading misinformation, so I went and looked. So I said, do Palestinians have copies of Mein Kampf throughout Gaza? I typed that into Google, try to find out searches, try to find reports, agencies. Total bullshit. Total bullshit. That is a complete propagandist bullshit talking point, okay? Number two, do Palestinian textbooks en masse across a standard curriculum across the entire municipality have anti-Semitic questions, have anti-Jewish narratives? No, they don't. Read the reports of human rights groups that have gone in and tried to figure out whether they do or they don't. Now, are there curricula in some pockets that do use these tactics? Yes. And if you go into Israel, there are conservative, very orthodox religious organizations that teach the same thing vis-a-vis Arabs. So they're always extremists on both sides that have this crazy ideological bullshit that hates the other because they're the other, but it's not widespread. And that's the point. Widespread's what matters. Now, as far as the allegation of weapons caches and storage of ammunition and stuff like that, again, we have example after example after example of allegations being made. We have the Israelis on camera in the Al-Shifa hospital showing that they have proof of weapons being by an MRI machine and computers being used and calendars on the wall and this, that, and the other. Guess what? The computer was from Israel. It was an Israeli computer that had an Israeli power outlet. The power outlets are different. The adapters are different on the laptops. The one photograph showed two rifles or one rifle inside of the bag. The second one showed two rifles. These people are basically staging this crap. It's absolutely ridiculous. This is not something that can be taken seriously. Now, are there instances where someone either fires a rocket adjacent to a building? I'm sure. Or on top of the building? I'm sure. Are there times when they do store some stuff? And I'm sure it happens. But it's nowhere near as pervasive and widespread as is claimed. You know why the reason it's this way? Because if you say it once, you can apply it to every single location, and therefore everything is a legitimate military target. And regardless of how many civilians you want alive, it doesn't matter because it was human shields and military location. That's it. That is the game that gets played. Now, there's no way to talk your way out of lacing a building with explosives and destroying it outright when there's no enemy around. That's called destruction of infrastructure. It's a war crime. You can't just go around blowing shit up at your will because you choose to. And that's what they've done. So these beachfront property that's been blown up, it's been destroyed indiscriminately. And this is part of the problem. This is what the ICJ and the ICC are looking into, these very types of allegations about intent. And it's happened. Listen, I have so many videos on this phone that show this stuff happening. It's absurd. And I wish I didn't. I wish I could say, you know what? I'm with Israel. They're 100% correct. Anytime they've done something, it's perfectly legitimate. I wish I could say those words. There'd be far less dead Palestinians, far less destruction of property, far less just total mayhem in the area of Gaza. But it's not. I wish it weren't. Believe me, I'm not a total jackass. I'm not doing this to try to pin one side to the mat or other. It's just, it disgusts me. So I don't know how you can get up here and try to justify that crap.
And can I add something, Chip?
Yeah. I'm just so sickened by this stuff.
Regarding a human shield, what I reply to people is, do you really believe a Palestinian mother or father will allow an H guy to launch a rocket from next to their home?
No way.
No, definitely no way, because they know what the reaction is gonna be from the IDF. Now, if you were an H group, an H member or an H group in Gaza, I'm sure it's very hard, especially these days, to stay in power as well, because with the harsh, brutal, genocidal IDF, some people may start resisting or standing up against the H group. So H group would be wiser if not to launch any rockets from any civilian buildings. They are not stupid, basically, or they're not dumb.
Yeah.
So that human shield propaganda is all
Rubbish.
bunch of BS.
Yeah.
And by the way, just to let the audience know this, so there have been multiple conflicts in Gaza over the last decade. There's been like Operation Deflective Edge and whatever, Steel Sword, whatever the hell they call them. And in every case, the same allegation has been made. So different human rights groups actually went in and investigated these claims. Are the H group using civilians as human shields? And there's no evidence whatsoever to corroborate any of these claims of using people as human shields. And think about what he just said. Imagine you go into a building, you hold people at gunpoint and say, you know what, we're about to be bombed, I'm going to die, so are you. Can you just imagine for a second that? I mean, what third grader would believe such drivel? These militants can stay underground. They can come up, quickly engage, and go back to safety. Why would they go set up shop and stay in a very obvious building, force civilians to stay with them to make the enemy look bad, and then get killed or get unalive? Does that make any sense to anybody? That makes no sense. Nobody's that effing stupid. I don't know how you can even think. I mean, this is the difference between conjecture and propaganda. This idea of Mein Kampf being all over the Gaza Strip. Come on, what? Are you kidding me? Have you ever tried to read that book? That book that my parents had, it's huge.
Chip, there's propaganda on both sides, though. There's propaganda on both sides, you have to admit.
I agree with that, but I'm not to the extent the Israelis are by far the world champions of propaganda.
Yeah, they are.
I don't know.
You disagree with that? You think Israel's not as good at propaganda as Palestinians?
Well, I don't think, worldwide, I don't think so.
I don't know what you were saying then.
You think the Israelis are less capable at using propaganda than the Palestinians or Arabs? Is that what you're saying?
I think that the Palestinian propaganda worldwide is better than Israeli propaganda.
Well, I can't see your face, but are you saying that with a straight face?
Yeah.
I don't know how you can do that. That just to me is impossible.
So I don't have a problem with Palestinians or Arabs or anyone. I just have a problem when like pro-Palestinians or pro-Pali supporters start supporting T groups. That's the problem I have.
Ruby!
Oh my God! Why? What the?
That's what I've noticed on loads of these lives. That's what.
Hey Chip, can I say something, Chip?
Hold on, guys. I've been quiet for a while. Just another question. I know. Do you call Nelson Mandela a terrorist?
No, good point. Who you asking?
Unknown.
Well, these guys are they're killing the live today, bro. They must they're taking turns sending them in. Like, what's going on?
One second. Unknown. Do you consider Nelson Mandela was a terrorist?
No, but Nelson Mandela is one person.
Do you know that he was on a terrorist list?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, I know
Yeah, I gotta
that.
find. Did you know that he was called T by most of these country that call H group T right now?
Yeah, but the H group did
Why
actually
is it?
come
Why
from
is
number
it
two.
Nelson Mandela? Why is it Nelson Mandela is no longer on the list?
You keep saying
The H
H
group
group,
did
H group,
something
H
back.
group, but what are you seeing? What videos are you seeing, and what images are you seeing on social media? Can you tell me that, please, first?
I've seen it.
Because
I
people
saw it on
that
the news.
on the
I
news,
saw it on
what
the
news can
news.
I ask? On BBC News, Sky News? Is that the two
When
channels that
October
you're
7th,
watching?
On,
on October
on
7th,
Zionist control
Yeah,
media.
they're
You
all
saw,
yeah. I'm sorry,
what do you
but
listen to?
as a mother, I can't even bear to watch this. What's going on? So I think you're absolutely disgusting for saying that H this, and that, because I don't think you know very much about it. Do you think that it just happened October the 7th? Do you know
I
any
do.
history before that?
I,
Any history
I
before
read the
that?
chart.
You read the what?
I read the chart. I read the chart. I read the chart.
So because I know a lot of people that just know from October the 7th, and they've changed
No,
the
guy.
whole perspective.
This
And
guy, I dropped him. This guy, he keeps changing account, changing his voice, and comes out to spread rhetoric.
okay, yeah, he's
The
probably
same thing.
Oh, okay.
and Shay, I apologize. Look, we've been sitting here for like the past half hour, 45 minutes, listening to these people. I mean, Chip is a very diplomatic and fair dude. And I got to learn how to be more calm like him. I'm going to try and do so from this point forward, because I really appreciate Chip.
I have a book. I have a book for you. You can read. That gives you teaches you. There is a book for Imam Ali alayhi salam. You know him,
Yes.
Nahj al-Balagha?
Yes. I've heard of him, yes.
Read that book.
Chief,
I
can I
will.
ask you a question
Once you
before I
read
drop
that
myself,
book,
Chief? Chief, can I just...
Hold on. There were some people
Wait,
talking.
hold on. Hey, listen. I think
No, I
we've
have
just
to-
listened to
before I-
45 minutes
before I drop
of the
myself,
most
I need to-
obnoxious.
Hold on.
We've
Come on,
listened.
so people are talking. Give it 1 second.
We've listened to some obnoxious stuff for the last 45 minutes.
I know.
You said, Chip, you said it yourself, that you want to hear what people are speaking so you can kind of figure out what their mindset is on the whole thing. There's a saying that goes like this: the mouth will expose what the mind is thinking, but your actions will expose what your heart is. Okay? These guys have sat here and literally been so arrogant. They've talked about Palestinians like they haven't done anything on the planet. They brag about all of the stuff that their supposed regime has done over the years with the help of American tax dollars, by the way, billions and billions of them. Okay? And everything that comes out of their mouth is arrogant and is racist. They're literally racist. I mean, you can tell they're racist. I know a racist when I see one. I've dealt with it in my life before. I mean, obviously these guys, look, you got one guy that just came out of Gaza, okay? And I don't wish bad upon him, but he has the nerve to call Shay a militant. You just got out of Gaza, buddy. We know what's happening in Gaza. I mean, give me a break.
67 days. Now, this
Great,
is my
great.
point.
I'm so
Wait a
proud of
minute.
you. You
Chief,
are a
can I
tool.
respond before I go?
No, you can't. You're a tool. You're a tool. You're being brainwashed.
Finish up for about a minute.
I will.
and then give it to
I
him
will.
to speak.
You're being brainwashed by an ideology that's using you as a tool, my brother. Shalom alaikum. Open your eyes, my friend.
Yeah, I have.
Assalamu alaikum. Wait a minute. Before I drop
Alaikum
myself, I have to
salam.
respond.
No,
Alaikum
I have a
assalam.
question for you. I have a question for you before you drop, because I heard you're a commander in the military. I want to hear your thought about north of Palestine, south of Lebanon. What do you think is gonna happen? What do you guys like, the information that you're given? What's gonna happen? How is it gonna play out?
Listen, I'm not gonna try to show you how much we're strong, but if shit hits the fence,
I
it
know
will.
that. I know that part.
Here goes the tough talk again.
1 second.
Here goes the tough talk.
Mind-wise.
No,
mind-wise.
because guys, I will first of all, like as you said, I was a commander for 67 days again in Gaza. So I don't know what Chip talking about, and he tell me what did I found and what did I not found. And Chip, I want to ask you a question. Did you said that you tried to read Mein Kampf at your parents' house? That what I thought I heard it.
No. I didn't try to. I'm saying it was a very thick book that was in my parents' house when I was a kid. I don't know exactly.
Why it was in your parents' house? Can I ask, please?
Well, I think it's like any other. It's an educational text that some people read for the sake of understanding the history. It's called
Okay.
I have
That's
Mein Kampf
interesting.
as well.
It's called My
Oh my
Struggle. They
God.
have it at the library. It's not a.
I know
prohibited book.
what Mein Kampf is. So
I
okay.
also have it. I also have it.
Chip,
You know
I
what the Talmud is too, right?
I read it.
Yes, no, it's not. It's not
But
even close, man.
I've not personally read it, so I don't know that. I've read about it, but I've never read it.
Okay. I cannot. I don't know. Listen, I tell you the truth. You left me in shock. But okay, I don't know what to tell you because I thought I heard that you have Mein Kampf in your parents' house. This is not This is not a book that you're supposed
Now
to
you're a
have in your
Yahtzee. Now
house.
you're a Yahtzee, Chip. You're a Yahtzee, Chip.
I don't think that.
I was a kid
I don't think
a
this.
question to the
I
IDF
don't. Wait a
soldier
minute.
here.
No,
Do
no,
you
no,
think
no. For the Chip.
Netanyahu is still
Chip. Wait a minute.
Hold on.
Chip. I'm sorry to say it, but I don't think it's a book that you should be in your house, man. I don't know, but this is my opinion as a Jewish, as a human being. But go ahead. You have
You're
a
not.
question
You're
for
not
me.
a Jew. You're not a Jew. You're a Zionist, bro.
I'm Jewish and I have Mein Kampf in my house.
Yeah, I believe you that you are a Jew.
You're not a
Oh
Jew.
my
You're a
God.
Zionist. Okay. You're a
Okay.
Zionist. Not the same thing.
You
We know
see,
that now. We know that now.
Hold on. Elisa is definitely Jewish because we've talked many times.
Okay. Okay, you are a Jew, Elisa. Elisa, you are a Jew. Elisa, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, you are a Jew. All right. If you are a Jew, you know there is a sentence that every Jew in the world, no matter where he is, you know how to say that. Can you tell me Shema Israel from the beginning until the end, please?
The Zionist
No,
bullshit.
I can't because listen, let me explain why. No. I knew that you were gonna do this shit. Let me explain why.
Oh, so you should prepare yourself, okay?
No. Let me just speak. Let me explain. So
You're not a
my
Jew.
family is Russian. My family is Russian.
My
And
wife is
Russian
Russian.
people
My
have
wife she's
lost.
Russian. My
Can I
wife
just
she's Russian.
explain to
I
you?
swear to
Yes.
God, my wife she's
Jewish
Russian.
people.
Listen, you asked her a question. Let her explain.
My wife
Yeah, let me
she's
just
from
explain.
Moscow.
Let
My
me,
wife she's from.
dude.
Come on, man. Let her explain. Don't unmute, please.
Listen, I'm not gonna take long, okay? But I am of Jewish descent, okay? So I had a great grandfather that was killed by unalived by the KGB for being Jewish. My grandmother, she escaped the Soviet Union with the help of an underground rabbi. She also identifies as Jewish. But I didn't grow up Jewish, and I didn't do that because I'm Russian, and in the Soviet Union, you weren't allowed to have any religion, okay?
First of all,
But I
you
worked.
I know
I was
for a
in the
fact it's
Orthodox
true. I know.
community in Los Angeles for a few years. I wanted to convert Orthodox. I did study the Torah. I went to Israel. I've been in Israel with the Jewish Federation of Los Angeles.
You
So I
study the
have
Torah and you
integrated
don't
myself in
know
the
Shema
community.
Israel.
But do I live as a religious Orthodox
No.
Jew right now? No, I don't, and I'll explain
You
to
wanna
you
let her
why.
finish? You wanna let her finish? I'll drop you next time you
Drop
interrupt.
me.
Yeah, if you interrupt, I will.
Drop.
Thank you. Let me. I'll finish up.
I don't care anymore.
Conciliary. I'll give me 20 seconds. I'll finish up and I'll let you speak. Give me 20. Okay. But what I just wanted to say was, I love when Zionists do this because as soon as you don't believe with their ideology, then you're not a real Jew. But they want Israel because they say that Jews are a people. So if Jews are a people, then that means that why is a Jew can't be a Muslim then if Jews are a people? But if Jews are a people, then it doesn't matter if I can recite stuff from the Torah, then I should be Jewish, right? But as soon as I don't agree with their Zionist ideology, I'm not Jewish anymore. It's just like, it's such a fine, I don't fucking care. Don't call me Jewish. Like, it doesn't matter.
They've been doing it for years. That's part of their whole
Don't
stack.
worry. You are, according to this Palestinian, you are absolutely Jewish, and we have a lot of respect for you.
Yeah.
We
Hey,
we
hey,
have no issues with you.
All right,
Hey,
guys,
Chief,
guys,
I just want to add a point.
Let's
And
hear
I'm
from
just going
unknown.
to end here, if I could add a point, please. Like you said earlier, right? We people in general, right? We don't want another Nakba for the Jewish people either, right? Like I was saying before, we turn into topic. I want everybody to live peacefully, and we want peace, right? And it can only come when you empathize with the other side of the people, right? And you think other people as a human being, right? And it goes both ways, right? Even the reality on the ground that state of Israel was created, and we cannot, if we were to turn it back, like some people want to, it's not really possible. Even though it was injustice, I agree with that. Like I said, there should be some sort of compensation be given to the people that want to go back but cannot go back. But we should stick to a border, and I feel like if we are to, because there are a lot of Jewish people that are not, like you said earlier, you were in the military, right? You had to serve because you were in the army. You didn't have much choice. I'm sure there are a lot of Israelis in Israel right now. They don't have much choice. But that way, the extremists are pushing the Israeli society or Israel as a country. I fear, right? I really fear that we, the people in the world, will turn our back to this Zionist or, to the state of Israel. And we don't want to see that day, right? It's going to be a sad day for the, people in general in humanity, right? Because just like it happened in 1948, we don't want that to repeat again. It's sad that the Zionists don't understand this, and they still feel like they're very strong and
I
they
just
can
put it
do
there
without
to
the
use the bathroom.
Americans.
Real quick, sorry, real quick. I have to make a phone call. I'm not sure what this will do to the live. I've never done this before, so it's gonna take about 15 or 20 seconds. If it screws the live up while we started, if it doesn't, I'll be back in about 30 seconds. Okay. So sorry if it does screw it
All
up.
right. What's up, Logo? Unknown, speak.
Can I quickly say something?
Where are you from,
Yeah,
Unknown?
yeah, yeah. I'm from the UK, but my family is Israeli.
You're from the UK, but your
Yo,
family is.
you just dropped him before, Federico.
Yeah. I know. That's why I want him to talk because I know the voice so
Oh.
far. I know the
Yeah,
voice.
yeah. Okay, I was just gonna say, I don't have a problem with Palestinians or anything. It's just the only problem I have is with like people that support extremist groups. That's it.
Okay.
That's all.
Like, are you? Hold on,
That's
one second, guys. 1 second. Okay. So, what is your stand on the settlers that goes in the West Bank and cut trees and steal the Palestinian crops? And
I'm
what's
against.
your?
I'm against. Those guys are extremists. Those guys are extremists.
So why would you condemn the age group? You wouldn't condemn these to begin with. Like, why don't you ask the Israeli government to remove the settlers that are doing this from Palestinian territories before you come and speak bad about the people are trying to stop these people from doing what they're doing, which is you just said that you condemn.
Yeah, I said I condemn it, but the thing is, with the H group, they have a personal attack that they wanna unalive all Israelis. Like this is
Let me ask you 1 second. Well, let me ask you a question. For a militant group like H group, right, that was able to execute the October of the 7th, and Israel that took 7 hours to respond. If the intention was to harm people and unalive civilians, wouldn't you think that the total damage would have been much higher than that?
Well, they wanted
If that was the intention, I mean, they encountered so many people. If the intention was to unalive, wouldn't you think, besides the one that the IDF already unalived by the Hannibal director, which is it was proven by Haaretz with an article yesterday, that the Israeli general did give the order that no car should go back to Gaza. Anything that moves must be struck. So we can agree, at least I would say 50-50 of the people that you guys claim that the H group unalived. I would say 50-50. 50 from H group and 50 from the Israeli military. But don't you think that if the intention was to harm civilians, the casualty would have been way much higher than that?
We also got to go back to H group. You got to understand their position as well. Would it be in their favor to go and harm civilians?
Let unknown answer. Let unknown answer. I asked them the question, please. Thank you.
Yeah, it does because the charter said to do it. The charter.
My question was, if the intention was to unalive civilians, within after it took the operation took 12 hours, which is it took the Israeli military 7 hours plus to respond. Didn't the militant have enough time to do way greater damage from what it was said? Don't you think? There was about 2,000 wandering the streets of Israel, and imagine if 2,000, if each of them encounter 10, that's you have 20,000 casualty.
Yeah, but they didn't
So
just. They,
no, I mentioned I
Yeah.
mentioned
I read that as well.
and that was in an article that was issued yesterday by Haaretz,
Yeah.
confirming that the Israeli army has ordered the Hannibal Directory, and they actually
Exactly.
specifically quoted that no car should go back to Gaza, and
Yes, sir.
anything that you see moving must be analyzed.
Exactly. So the number that they've been giving us all of this time is definitely, if not false, at least it's definitely questionable, and they're justifying everything they're doing off of that. But then you have to ask yourself, how many civilians has the Zionist entity unalived in 67 some odd years? I mean, off of that premise, Hamas is more than justified to attack the way they did on October 7th. I mean, based on the Zionist premise, right? Preemptive strike, all of that stuff. If anyone has a reason to attack, it would be those that are being oppressed, especially for decades upon decades. Let's just have common sense here.
yeah, but they didn't just unalive people; they took hostages in as well, and
The
the
whole
damage has been
operation
done.
was
The Zionist entity has
hold on,
taken
hold on.
over 5,000 hostages from the West Bank in the last 3 months.
The whole operation
And they've
purpose
held
was
children in detention for years.
the whole operation purpose is to take soldiers to exchange them for Palestinians prisoners that has been held, which about 16,000 of them inside the Israeli prisons. So that was the purpose for a successful military operation. And looking at the article that Haaretz left yesterday, and looking at the number of casualty, I would give them credit that they did not mean harm. They maybe that this whatever was harm, it was casualty of war. But the whole purpose is that Israel, you know that if you're born in Jerusalem, you may be served in the army. You know how they walk into the West Bank, they just grab anybody, and do you throw rock, you don't throw rock, there is a bystander, no bystander. They just grab you and take you for administration detention.
But I just wanted to say, do you believe do you think the H group are good people, or do you think they're bad as well?
I am not Palestinians, and I see only on TV. I can speak. One second.
I'll say it, yeah, I'll say it. What are you going to do about it now?
Guys, 1 second. Always, let me finish, because I always have meaning about my words. So, like I said, I'm not Palestinian, so I cannot speak for the Palestinians, but I am Lebanese, and I lived through the Israeli invasion of Lebanon, and I had to deal with the Israeli soldiers, and I'm telling you, they're not nice people. They're not nice people. They harm you on a purpose. Imagine they would line us up as a kids to smack us around and take pictures with us while they doing the victory sign with their hands. So if you ask me, I don't think the Israeli are good people. And if you ask me, I believe the Lebanon and of Hamas, of Gaza are legit people that are defending their own people. They don't want what happened to the Jews in Germany to happen to the Palestinians. That is really like, it's a different tools, but the same rhetorics. The German use the oven, the Israeli are using white phosphor and napalms. What's the difference? I think I'd rather be put in the oven than drop to the napalm on. So, but these are different. But the rhetorics plus please don't say there is no G-side, because to establish a G-side you don't need numbers of casualty. You need the intent, and the intent has been proven from day one.
Yes, and to add to this, imagine, why don't we ask the question the other way around about the IDF? Why we're asking about the H group?
Yeah.
Now, most of the propaganda we hear is these people are bad, these people are good, these people are defending their land, these people are just bad. Sometimes we have to dig a little bit deeper and find out what's actually going on land. As my friend from Lebanon mentioned, I can tell you stories about the IDF, and these are just my personal experiences with the IDF. There is much harsher and much worse experiences. So we used to throw stones at the soldiers. Of course, for a reason, their existence in a certain position was wrong. We used to go and throw stones at them. We don't want you here. So just so you know, some of the rules they have. Now, I'm glad I was a little bit smarter than the rest of the kids, or some of the kids who were with me when we used to throw stones. Okay, we're throwing stones against soldiers with real guns, with rubber bullets. There is also snipers on the top roofs. And I, as a kid, was aware of all these things. I'll give you an example. One kid, he tried to throw something called Molotov, like a bottle full of gasoline with a little bit of fire on the top of it. And he was far away from the soldier. What do you think the sniper did? He shot him right in the neck. Okay.
Aladdin, that was in the Palestinian territory, right? It
Yes,
wasn't inside of
Ramallah.
Israel. It was inside
No,
the.
this was
yeah.
in
Okay, just to
Ramallah, yes.
so people know that wasn't that you did not go to Israel to throw rocks. You were at home.
No.
And the Israeli came to you, and you were throwing rocks. Okay, that's what I want to
Another example. I remember these are just memories, from the things I lived. There was a Down syndrome guy who came to the protest, which is throwing stones at the soldiers. This is all we knew, by the way. We didn't know anything else. That's it. Where do you think they would have shot him at?
In his head.
For fun. They actually shot him in his testicles.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
Now, do you think that sniper was actually playing, the IDF sniper? Was he playing? Was he? I bet you they were joking about it over there on the roof. Hey, where should we shoot? Oh, look, there is a Down syndrome guy. Where should we shoot him? And they probably made the joke, oh, he doesn't need those nuts, for example. God bless this guy. I don't know what happened to him today. But that's some of these examples. There was another guy, he was far away from this whole protest, a guy who was using a drill and he was doing construction work inside an apartment building. What do you think the IDF soldiers did? And keep in mind, when the IDF do certain things, they try their best to do it away from the cameras because it's crucial for them not to show the world what's happening. So for them, that was another game, an easy target. Oops. They actually shot the guy and killed him. And the next day, I recall some in the newspaper, in a Palestinian newspaper, like they had we call it a character, like a drawing. Basically, they were making a scenario of how the IDF soldiers were. Oops, we thought this guy had weapons or a gun. That's why we shot him. I'll tell you what, they also tried to shoot me as well. I was hiding behind the building, but the way they do things, it's very slick. Okay, they're not gonna shoot you right there while you're in front of the cameras. I was behind the building. They shot at least 200 bullets, maybe a meter away from me. I was, as I said, a little bit more aware that the deflection of these bullets might hit me. So I stood a little bit closer to the building. So they were very slick also about the way they performed their crimes. It wasn't just a simple crime. It was manipulated away from the cameras. And I have seen this happen over and over and over. And, they can come out and say, oops, it was a mistake. We didn't see, we didn't know. And that's how things work. So IDF is very bad. There is a reason why we want to fight them.
Yeah, I understand. I understand your points, but I don't think all IDF soldiers are bad. The problem is with if you want to talk about Hezbollah.
I can tell you also
these guys aren't benefiting the governments they're not in Lebanon, in Yemen, in Iran. They're not helping these people in the Iranian people. They're not helping the Yemeni people. They're not helping
Since you mentioned Lebanon,
or in Gaza.
If you care so much about the Lebanese people, why don't you pull out of the occupied territory of Lebanon?
Why did the PLO go into Lebanon? in this.
Now, forget about the PLO is no longer in Lebanon now. But I'm saying Israel is still occupying the Sheba Farms, the Kfar Shuba Hills, and the 7 villages. Why don't they pull out? For security? That's what your handler would tell you to say. Hey, beautiful girl, hey. Is it? Is it for their security? That's why they kept some pieces of Lebanon occupied? Listen, if you don't know, just say I don't know, and we will explain to you. We will give you the story behind it. But if you know, just answer. If you don't know, say I don't know. I will tell you why.
Ask Siri.
You don't know. Yeah.
Be at the back telling you all this stuff to say.
No, because the PLO was in Lebanon once upon a time in 1982. They were in Lebanon, so Israel have the right because the Arab attacked Israel, so Israel take the Palestinian lands. Because the PLO went to Lebanon, Israel will take some places in Lebanon. Because of the Syrian supporting the resistance, they will take a piece of Syria. Unknown. It's okay, man. We're here to educate you. We're not your enemy. We're here to awaken people. Listen, I tell everybody here I have 2 duties on TikTok. I have 2 duties. The first duty is to warn you, and the second duty is to advocate for the Palestinian people because they are the oppressed. And I have to warn you because I speak to you, and in my beliefs that when I stand in front of God one day, He said he will ask me, you spoke to unknown one time. Why didn't you make him aware of what you think? Why didn't you warn him about what you think? So right now I'm clearing my conscience with you. I'm just telling you, if you don't know something, maybe Zach will tell you. Zach, you want to tell unknown why Israel is still occupying parts of Lebanon?
Because they were kind enough to give the rest of it back.
The rest, like they were kind to give the rest of the occupied territory, but they kept just a little piece for fun, or what did they keep it for?
Should there not be consequences for violence?
So, like for security?
No, it should. I mean, listen, it probably that's what they will say, but I think we both know that it's because you guys have been bad and you continue to be bad.
Again, based on that premise. Hold on, Federico, real quick. Again, based on that premise, should there not be consequences to your violence? Why are you crying about October 7th then, if that's the case? Because you guys have been committing violence for a long time. So just take it on the chin. Take it on the chin.
Was a consequence.
Awesome. I like that.
Don't you say that October 7th was the consequence?
Yeah, in Gaza, yes. In Lebanon, no. In Lebanon, if you remember, right before October 7th, the H group of Lebanon had crossed to these occupied territory, and we put 2 tents inside these occupied territories. And we had a way big, large conflict about these 2 tents, where the Israelis were scared of crossing over and removing the tents. That was way before October 7th. So don't you give the H group of Lebanon a reason to fight you if you keep Lebanese territories? So you're calling for a war, basically.
H group is not H group, big H group. You're
the big H group in Lebanon. Yeah.
They're not Lebanon. They're a terrorist group that helped.
Say what? Say what?
Yo, how much is Zach getting paid to be a fucking moron?
Listen.
Look.
I'm from. Wait a second. I am from South Lebanon, okay? Mm-hmm. And my village right now, at the moment, as we speak, is completely destroyed. It's across from Lumtulli. Have you ever heard of Lumtulli?
And why is it
settlement? Because of the Israeli bombing. That's okay. We don't care. Right? Yeah. That's okay. What is this now?
Because before PLO went into Lebanon in the
You,
1960s,
unknown,
Lebanon
you're
was
back. Lebanon,
Lebanon was known as the Paris of the Middle East. It was one of the best countries.
Please mute because from your answers, it seems like you need a lot of learning. So mute and
That's
listen
true.
to
It's
Zach.
true.
Zach has more knowledge than you. Is that true? Is that what he's saying? Do you agree with him about the PLO in the 60s in Lebanon, and Lebanon was Paris of the Middle East, and the PLO fucked it up? Whatever. Do you agree with him?
I mean, I think those are the objective facts.
What is it?
Those are the objective facts.
Objectives.
Beirut
It used to be. Yeah, we know that. We
Palestinians got there,
know
and now
that.
it's not
Yeah.
a beautiful city. You can
Okay.
argue about your part in it, but all
Yeah.
we do know objectively is that
Mhm.
before the Palestinians arrived,
And
it
Israel
was
has nothing
a
to do with it,
thriving,
right?
beautiful city on the Mediterranean.
And Israel
And
has
after
nothing to do
they-
with it. Israel
the
has.
question is,
Israel was
they-
watching.
hold on, I have a
Like
question.
Israel didn't give the Kataib. It didn't weaponize the Kataib. It didn't train the Kataib. It did not bring come to Lebanon, posting
Lebanon
them
is a Christian
as.
country. Lebanon's a Christian country, and Beirut was a thriving Western city. So, what do you think
Are
Israel
you are
preferred
you
more?
are you
A
are you
thriving
the, are
Western
you
city
are
controlled by
you the
Christians,
Pope?
or
Are
a
you the
war
Pope?
zone
Are
controlled
you the
by
Pope to
the
make it
Palestinians?
Christian country? Did you went there and baptized? Like, is it? I am a Muslim. I don't exist in Lebanon because it's a Christian country. What are you trying to say?
No, isn't
You're
that the
telling me.
amazing
You're
thing?
telling
It
me.
can be
Me
a
as a
Christian
Lebanese.
country, and Muslims can be there.
You want to tell me. You want
It's
to tell
only
me
the
as a
Muslims that think
Muslim.
that it has to
You
be
want to
all
tell
Muslim
me.
in order for it to be
Listen, Zach. You want to tell me that as a Lebanese Muslim, I don't belong in Lebanon?
No, absolutely not. Just that you
So
have
what do
historically
you
been
mean?
the
What do you
minority.
mean? You know that Lebanon now is the majority of Muslim. Why
Oh,
don't we
I
turn it
know
into a
this
Muslim
now.
country?
I know. And
Federico, you can't have a place that's all Muslim. Only a place that's all Jew.
Listen,
I mean, all
no,
Zionists rather.
Are you really
yeah.
trying to fucking tell me that you don't think I think that you guys can have a place that's all Muslim? You have like 20 countries that are all Muslim.
What do you care about? It's
Almost
not.
No,
Listen,
they're
I
not.
don't care about the
So, in other words, you
countries.
hate Muslims.
I'm
Well,
Muslim.
Federico,
I'm
the
Lebanese. I'm
the
Lebanese.
Shia
Hold
You're
on.
council.
racist.
Zach is a racist Zionist piece of
One
shit.
second, guys. I'm not
Stop.
hearing anybody. I want to hear what they have to say. I want to hear what they're saying, so I
Okay,
can respond. Yeah.
okay, Federico, it's in Lebanon. Was it Christian, Shia, and Sunni, right?
And Dorzi.
And Druze. Okay, Druze as well.
We have 18 sectarian in Lebanon.
Okay, cool, fine, perfect.
Yeah.
Right,
You know what 18 sectarians are?
you consider yourself a Sunni Muslim, right?
I don't consider myself anything. I consider myself Lebanese.
You said you're Muslim.
I am a Muslim, but what I'm trying to tell you, in Lebanon, we are all Lebanese. There is no difference. There is no difference between a Sunni, Shia, Muslim, Christian, Durzi. We don't talk like this in Lebanon.
That's not true. But that's not
It is very true.
That's not true.
It is very true.
The fact
Because
that you
in
guys can lie.
in Lebanon,
It's true.
Oh, I don't care what you guys say. I know
do you
where I
believe-
lived. I know the country that I lived in, and I know how I lived. So whatever
Okay,
you
so
can.
do the Sunnis and Christians like the Hezbollah group who are Shia?
Uh-huh.
They like Hezbollah.
Okay.
Do
What's
they?
wrong with that?
He can't speak for every single person in Lebanon. You freaking
One
idiot.
second. I
Taking
wanna.
any drugs today? You feel like you're on drugs?
I want to understand
Shades
where is he
relax,
going?
relax.
Where are you going? Are you going that? Are you going to tell me that the Shia had freed Lebanon from the occupation while the Sunni watched? What are you trying to tell me? Or
No,
the
because
Christians were having a party where the Shia were fighting the Israeli in South Lebanon. Like what are you trying to tell me? What are you
Because I know there's problems with this, Federico. I know
problems?
there's
No, we have no problem in Lebanon. You see, right now, H group is fighting on Israel on a single basis. We have received since October 8th until today about 290 some threats from Israel, but they don't act on it because they're scared, because they know that H group will whip them like they did in 2006, like they did in 96, and like they did. What are you laughing, Zach? Why don't you bring it on? Why don't you call your army to bring it on? Why are you scared?
First off, again,
Why are you guys scared? Bring it on.
Israeli general.
Israeli general are scared like shit,
Do you know
man.
why? Do you know why?
They're
we
scared
don't go to
like the
Lebanon?
day before
Do you know
yesterday.
why we don't want to go to Lebanon?
Listen, Zach. The day before yesterday, we woke you up at 10 o'clock in the morning with 500 missiles, not rockets, not like the one from the H group. 500 missiles, and
Yeah,
not
how'd that
only
go?
500 and two
How'd that
dozens of drones. How did that go for you? We haven't
How
seen
did it
any
go?
response. We didn't know. I don't know.
Is Israel burning? Are they over?
Ah, do you want to show you
You're
images?
nothing without your friends.
Not
Do you want
yet.
me, do you want me to show you
Not yet.
images?
Guys,
No. It's
you are
a,
so in denial. It is hilarious.
tell me how
Hilarious
many.
that you think that anything's
Federico,
going to happen
the H group in Lebanon is
Wait,
funded by
wait,
Iran.
wait, I know. We thank Iran for that every
No,
single
you
morning.
just go home and educate
When I
yourself.
wake up in the morning, every morning, I say, "Thank you, God, for waking me up, and thank you, Iran, for making me stronger."
Okay.
So what's the problem with that?
Okay, so if Hezbollah take over
Then shut the hell up.
the
Shut the hell
whole
up.
of Lebanon, they take over the whole of Lebanon, you're gonna be happy with that and become
What do you
Shia.
say? Between Lebanese people between each other, why you get your nose in the middle? Just stay out of the problem.
Because a
You know,
Shia versus Sunni civil war
don't
could
come.
happen, like
I
it
don't
happened in the
tell you.
PLO in the
Listen, I don't
1970s.
You don't
come and
understand.
tell you. I don't
Like
come
it
and
happened
tell
in
you.
Iraq.
Look at Israel.
Like in
I don't come.
Iraq.
I tell you. I don't come and tell you. Look at Israel. They're demonstrating, and the Israeli police are brutally hitting the protester. I don't tell you that the Israeli police are running over the protesters with horses. Do I tell you that? This is an internal thing between the Israeli. I don't speak of it. You know what I'm saying? I don't speak of the internal.
They say that
There's tons
they
of
say
Lebanese
that
that
because
support
they
Israel.
there is a
say-
There's
purpose
tons
of
of Lebanese that
dividing.
support Israel.
That's
They
why.
say, they give me facts. The fact is that Israel got a whip in Lebanon. Israel is getting a whip on a daily basis from South Lebanon. Israel has lost 250,000 of their settlers in the north. They ran away. I don't know where the hell they go, but I know it's empty. It's ghost town. So again, and you come up into threat. 297 threats. And come on, man. Come on. What are you guys scared of?
About 1967.
Yo, Federico,
What
do you
happened in
understand why Israel doesn't want to go into Lebanon? They don't want to go into Lebanon.
No, not really. I don't.
Unlike every
No,
other
I
country in
don't.
the world,
Based on the
it's
words that I hear from the Israeli politician, no, I don't. I heard that. I heard that. I heard they wanna turn us into the Stone Age, and all of a sudden, I see the Israeli soldiers using Stone Age equipment to throw fire in Lebanon. I don't know who's on the Stone Age, huh? I see
And
one
we-
after
we
one.
have-
Yeah, I see the international like the French, the German, the American, everybody going and coming to Lebanon, begging H group to stop the fire in the north. And Lebanon says, no, you know what? Go talk to H group in Gaza, and once you come to an agreement, you come talk to us. And the Israelis are scared. Why are you guys scared? Supposedly you have the army, you have everything.
I know that you can talk, but can you let other people talk?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
So,
unlike every other country, where if they were responding to another country launching, can you imagine if, let's say, Mexico launched 500 rockets into America? What would America do?
We're not
And what
talking
would the
about
entire
Mexico.
world-
Hold
what
on.
would the entire world
Hold
do?
on. Why get?
We would have northern Mexico.
Don't involve
You know,
Mexico.
that-
We're talking Lebanon and Israel. Okay,
Yeah,
Lebanon
well,
and
the
Israel.
The audacity of Zach to say that another country launched 500 missiles into Israel, yet Israel has been flying over Lebanon since for 40 years, 50 years, dropping booms left and right. And that thing in Beirut, that detonation in Beirut, don't think that we don't know that was Israel that did that. Israel did that. Israel goes up and booms Lebanon anytime it wants, has done it. It's dropped booms on United Nations camps. So what are you talking about? They launched what country allows another country to launch 500 missiles? Israel's got carte blanche because it is a coward who has a bully that stands with it, and that is the United States of America.
My land. I tell you what country is a scared country that H Group Lebanon fires 3 days ago 500 missiles at 10 o'clock in the morning. 500 missiles and 24 of drones, and yet the Israeli are scared to retaliate. Like same with the Iranian attack.
Again, if you guys will let me finish a sentence, I don't know if is that too hard for you? Is it? I know.
Well, you shouldn't have to finish anything, Zach, because you keep saying the same dumb stuff. Nothing gets through your head. I don't care if we bring you the sun and put it in your hand and say, Zach, this is the sun. You'll still say it's the moon because you're just wired that way. You're wired that way.
With Zach's
Him and every Zionist
is this. He starts by what if Mexico attack is throwing 500 rockets on the United States? Okay, you want to say it that way, go ahead. But let's not forget, if you want to put it in that example, yeah, but the United States has been attacking and demolishing and stealing land from the Mexicans.
I didn't say.
Now
I
we
didn't
can put
say
it into
would it be
perspective.
just.
Okay?
Is it the
Aladdin,
same
would you be okay
thing?
with
Guys,
Lebanon
guys,
attacking
I'm not
Cyprus?
asking
Can you
for
just
your
shut up,
opinion
Harry Potter?
on the
Okay, okay,
geopolitical
guys, give them
consequences
Zach. You
of
have 3
Federico.
minutes. Yeah, you have Zach. You have 3 minutes. Say what you want to say. Please, everybody, mute. So don't Chip doesn't have to come here and yell at us. Let's behave like good students, okay? Everybody, mute.
Again, it's very simple. If somebody launched 500 rockets at America, if Mexico launched 500 rockets at America, northern Mexico would become southern Texas. That's just how that would work. And the reason that Israel might be a little bit reticent to go into Lebanon is because what do they gain from it? They're the only country in the world where the world wouldn't stand for them just taking over southern Lebanon and just saying, hey, you cannot use this land to launch rockets into our land, so we're going to take it so that you don't have this land to launch rockets into our land. And maybe we'll keep it demilitarized, maybe we'll keep it so that no one can live there. But you can't use this land to launch rockets at our land. That's simple. That's what the blockade's about, guys.
All right, quick question up on this. No, 1 second. Israel occupied South of Lebanon since 1982 to 2000. Were they able to stop the rockets? Or were they able to stop H group?
Listen, it's
Or,
sort
or
of like,
do you know? No. You're telling me that you're gonna
I
occupy.
promise you, it doesn't necessarily stop you from doing bad things.
Zach.
But what else are they
You
gonna
just
do?
you just said that you're gonna occupy southern Lebanon. I said you occupied it from 1982 up until 2000. And what happened to your army back then? That's the only question. Because you're trying to say that you're gonna do something that is you already have done, and it did not work very good for you. So what is your other option? Because you did occupy Lebanon up until 2000 when you guys ran away from Lebanon. So, and actually you did run away. Like basically, we went to sleep at night and we woke up in the morning, all we hear is chaos. What happened? The Israeli army has ran away and left behind them the people that worked for them. But civilized as they are, the H group of Lebanon, they went into these villages. Nobody got slapped in the face. Nobody got treated as a traitor. You know, the French, after the French Revolution, they put them on the wall and they unalived them all. But the Lebanese army, the Lebanese resistance, captured them and gave them to the Lebanese government. And the Lebanese, what the fuck are you laughing at? What are you laughing at? What's so funny? That's the history that you're losing.
Because you're saying H group is civilized, but
It
they're
is
gonna go
civilized.
attack. They're
I
gonna
mean,
go
look at
attack
the-
Cyprus. They're gonna go attack Cyprus.
Well, if they get involved in the war, they become part of the war. They get attacked.
So
Why
you're
not?
okay with them attacking Cyprus?
I'm okay with them attacking anywhere in the world that gets involved in the war.
Good. Okay. See
If
what
you're gonna
happens.
allow,
See what happens. when
let
that
me
happens.
ask you. Let me ask you. No, let me ask you a question.
Go attack
Why did
Cyprus.
why did the Lebanese resistance threaten Cyprus? Why is that?
Because they were supporting Israel.
No, because the Israeli wanted to use their airspace, right? They use the military base in Cyprus, right?
Yeah, but the Cyprus wants to support Israel.
Yeah, but the purpose was because they wanted to use the military base in Cyprus, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so why is Israel doesn't have any air bases in Israel to use the Cyprus? Or you know, when the Israeli fighter jets go over Lebanon to drop bombs on Lebanon, there will be no airport to go back to, so that's why they went to Cyprus, and they asked them if they can land over there. Yeah, does that make sense to you now?
So the big answer is just blow up Cyprus if that happens.
They blow up the military base that Israeli are using in Cyprus. We didn't say Cyprus, the military base. So the Israeli jet fighter lands in Cyprus and takes off from Cyprus to drop bombs on Lebanon. Cyprus will be hit. It's a normal thing of the war.
And what's going to happen to Lebanon?
Who cares? What do you like? You care about your own country? We know what's going to happen to Lebanon. Nothing.
Nothing's going to happen to
happen.
Lebanon.
No,
you attack Cyprus. Nothing will happen.
No, nothing.
Okay.
Yeah. Why are you laughing at? Ask me why, and I tell you why.
So the NATO won't get involved.
How is the NATO going to get involved? In what way?
It's a part.
In what way? In what way? Like, what, they gonna bring warship to Lebanon and bomb Lebanon? How is that gonna work? Is this how you think it's gonna work? Okay, quiet again. Like, show me, tell me how. Like, if they bring ship from the Red Sea or from, let's say, oh no, we are on the Mediterranean Sea, so the NATO have easy access to Lebanon. Oops. Each group have hypernautic missiles. Oh my God. Do you know what a hypernautic missile is? You don't know what a hypernautic missile. Oops. Oh my God. You need education, I know. Before you speak, get educated. Neither the United States or the NATO or any force on earth can help Israel if a war goes on between Lebanon and Israel. We made our calculation really good. We have protected ourselves really good. And if you remember at the beginning of the war, the American brought the Eisenhower to the cross border of Lebanon. And the leader of H Group, he said, hey guys, we have prepared the equipment for it. So what did they do? Is they turned around. Correct? So, Lef, crack another one before I do it.
Yep, politically, Israel is in a really basically closed road position right now. And what
No one
happened
can
in
help
Gaza,
Israel. No one.
can help Israel.
No one.
Israel has put itself in a very dangerous position.
Aladdin, allow me to
Sure.
crack a laugh. Piece of shit.
I love that laugh.
These people don't really know what they're surrounded by. They don't know that they are surrounded by a volcano.
And
They
that's
don't
what I
know.
was telling. Sorry to interrupt, but that's what I was telling the IDF soldiers, the ones who are coming in with arrogance. You know, they're trying to talk low to people over here. They are the ones who are in trouble, not the Palestinians and not the Lebanese.
I say
Israeli
it when I
position
tell
right
them.
now
Yeah, Aladdin.
is
When
in
I
a
tell them my duty is to warn you guys, because when I stand in front of God and God will ask me, you spoke to Aaron one day. Why didn't you tell him what you know?
yes.
Now, when I stand in front of my God and God asks me, why didn't you warn Unknown for what you know? I say, I did. He didn't want to listen.
But that's
And
exactly the thing. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
and if you want like my comment about the either H groups, just thinking out loud, put yourself in their position where they are basically surrounded. They're not allowed to improve. They're not allowed to, build up anything. They're not allowed to use radar systems. And yet, for the H group in Gaza to be able to achieve a military operation on October 7th, that was actually a huge technological success, which means to me as a Palestinian that these guys are smarter than Israel with its technology that is supported by every campus in the Western world. With all these geniuses working, yet both H groups are finding out holes into their systems. And there
And
is
you
nothing
can
they
crack
can
a
do about
laugh. You can crack a laugh after that.
it. It's not as good as yours, but
But that's exactly, I just quickly wanted to piggyback on that and say that is exactly why I don't think that the state of Israel really makes sense to exist. I mean, in the past 80 years, look and see what they have done and the history and all the violence that has been perpetrated. And if the sole purpose of the Israeli state is to exist for the safety of Jewish people, if we're focused on that Jewish people must be safe in this world, then this 80-year long experiment has failed. Okay, it hasn't worked because it has just made things worse for us. And I think also it had also like a bigger impact on the world than just Jewish people. I mean, this is about so much, and basically I think Israel has caused more harm than good for Jews, because look, anti-Semitism is on the rise, and that's because of Israel.
Elisa, that's not just because of Israel, though.
It is. It's because dumb people out there are using what's going on in the Middle East, and they're saying, "Oh, see, look what the dumb Jews are doing. We told you guys they're awful." And then anti-Semitism is growing. I'm not saying it's a good excuse or it's a good reason, but there are dumb people out there that want to hate, right? You agree with that, right? There's all kinds of people in this world. So
Yeah, I
these
understand.
people, they will make any excuse possible to make Jewish people look bad. So if the Jewish state Israel has bad policies and they're committing violence, of course they will also use that to hate further on Jewish people and commit anti-Semitism. That's just
they always
rationale.
blame them anyway. They always blame Jews anyway for everything.
That's not true. That's
It
not
is.
true.
It is.
That's
It
not
is.
true. Listen, let me tell you something. It's also very important, I think, if you want progress in life and in any kind of situation, you can't keep saying, "Oh, this always happens to us," because then you're generalizing, and that's character assassination reversed on the other part, and that's also not helpful.
So you
Jewish people
believe?
aren't blamed for everything right now. Right now, Islam and Muslim people are being blamed for everything. The Jewish people used to be a scapegoat in the 30s and the 40s in Europe. Now the scapegoat of humanity is Muslims.
Okay, so when the hate group's charter says to unalive all Jews, is that not
No,
a form of
that's not
hatred?
true.
Let me say
Is
something.
that not a
Let me
form of
say something.
hatred?
Let me say something. Let me say something. Let me just say something. I have read the H group charter. I have also read Mein Kampf. Okay, and I want to explain why I have that book. I have that book because I used to study acting, and my acting teacher, he gave us a list of people we had to perform a scene on. And I, as a person of Jewish descent, I thought, oh, it would be interesting to read about Schmittler because, he did a lot of bad stuff. And what does that mean to be a human being like that, to be able to live in that mind, in that space? So let me tell you something. As a person who has read the Age Group Charter and Mein Kampf, there's a vast difference, a stark difference in the literature. And that's why I think Zionists should read Mein Kampf so you guys can understand that there is a stark difference between the Age Group Charter and Mein Kampf. Mein Kampf is full of hatred. When I read that book, I literally was traumatized. I was like shivering because it was so full of hatred, and the way that he wrote that book was just pure evil, and he was just character assassinating the Jewish people constantly, and he never had a good excuse. There's not one good reason in Mein Kampf why the Jewish people needed to be exterminated. The Age Group Charter has a very different way of writing itself, and it's a very different piece of literature. It doesn't go on and on and on and on and on about how terrible the Jewish people are. And it's very much more of a political and an existential statement rather than an ideology like Hitler was. Oh, sorry, Schmittler was. I apologize.
But
So
they even
yeah,
have
go ahead.
a Sunni hadith in Bukhari which says to unalive Jews, and they use
Say,
that.
say,
They
say
use that
what
hadith.
book?
You have to
What book?
understand.
Hold on, Aliyah. When you mention something from the Hadith or from the Quran,
I can mention it. I can tell you the whole.
you can say the verse and the Hadith, and
Yeah,
and it says unalive all Jews.
yeah, I can show you.
Get the hell out of here.
I can show you. Bukhari 2926.
2926 Bukhari.
Yeah.
Who's Bukhari?
Sahih Bukhari 2926.
Who is he? Who is he?
Imam Bukhari.
Who is he?
He's the guy that collected your hadith.
So he's not the prophet.
Don't you follow the Sunnah?
Is he the prophet? I'm asking you. Is he the prophet?
That doesn't matter.
So well, I can write whatever you want right now, and then you say, "Oh, Federico said that is not the prophet. That's not Islam." The prophet,
this is-
what Islam says, what Islam is, what the prophet says. That's what Islam is.
Yeah,
whatever people interpret or put down on a book because they think that's how it is, that's not the right thing.
Okay,
I've
Federico.
never heard the prophet say,
Okay.
"Unalive all Jews."
Okay, Federico, can you let me finish? Okay.
Well,
It
you
says
got a
in-
couple probably Muslims in this group. Welcome to ask us, do we want to kill the Jews directly? We'll answer you.
Okay, but this hadith says that the Prophet says on Judgment Day that there's going to be a tree standing behind him, and a stone will say, "Now unalive that Jew." It says this in Bukhari 2926 hadith.
There is a bunch of violent phrases in the Torah as well.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was
I've
gonna
read
say.
pieces. I have the Quran right here in my house, and I also have the Torah right here in my house, and I
Yeah.
have studied both of them, and both books are violent in their own way. Just like the Christian Bible is also violent, the New Testament is also extremely violent. I mean, all these books they have all these weird
Alisa,
segments.
in the Quran, it
Yeah, but
mentioned
Elisa,
only.
this
Hold
isn't
on
in
one
the
second.
Quran.
Hold on one second. In the Quran, the only violence, it says fight them where they fight you. He didn't say go to them and fight them, and drive them out from where they drove you out. This is not violent.
Yeah, but this
This
is not
is
in
a
the Quran.
self-defense.
This is not Quran. This is not in the
It
Quran.
is in the Quran. Yes,
No,
it
no,
is
the
in the
verse,
Quran.
the verse I said is not in the Quran. It's in
That,
it's in a Sunni
like I
hadith.
said, anything that is not said by the Prophet Muhammad, it's not legit. I don't
This
believe in anything.
I mean,
this
come
was
on now.
said.
You
This
know,
was
If
said
you
by
want to look,
Prophet
if you
Muhammad.
do you believe in the Babylonian Torah where it says that every non-Jew is a goyen, and every Jew must have 1,000 slave, and do you believe in all of that?
That's was it?
Do you
Not
believe in all of that?
not all of it. Not all of it.
But it does say it, right?
Yeah, I read it.
Okay, so why are you bringing up something from somebody else that
Because
wrote? But when
We
it's
were
written
talking
in
about
your
the
holy
age
book,
group, and
yeah,
then you.
because that's what I was talking. I was trying to get onto that point. Elisa was saying with the
But
H
what we were
group.
talking about the age group, and you're talking
Yeah,
about Sunni
yeah, because
Muslim.
because that hadith they bring up that's the way they justify it, right? By unaliving Jews by using that hadith.
But do you
do you?
understand? Go ahead, Frederick.
Yeah, no. Do you know that each group are Muslim Brotherhood?
Okay.
Do you know that
What does that mean?
Muslim Brotherhood? They are from the Muslim Brotherhood.
The Muslim Brotherhood was in Egypt.
Okay, but they are part of it, right? Or they have the same mentality.
Okay, yeah.
And then you have peace with Egypt. And you know that Turkey is ran by the Muslim Brotherhood, and yet you have peace treaty with Egypt, with Turkey. Like why is it religion when you want and it's not religion when you don't want? If the case was religion, you will never sign a peace agreement with Turkey because the leaders of Turkey are Muslim Brotherhood.
Yeah, but we can make peace. We can make peace with Turkey. We can make peace with
Yeah,
Egypt.
but your claim that the charter or blah 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 and all of that because of the religion, and I'm telling you that Turkey is ran by Muslim Brotherhood. Why is it there is a peace treaty between Israel and Turkey? If it was a religious, it would have been happening, and at least on the time where the Muslim Brotherhood is running Turkey.
Do they have a charter that says to unalive all Jews?
The
Like the
charter
H
of the
group?
Muslim, the charter of the Muslim Brotherhood is one for everyone.
They're different groups. They're not all the same.
No. They are the same. That's why they call them Muslim Brotherhood because they all belong to one charter.
Okay, so are the Houthis the same as the H group in Gaza?
Are they the same? Yeah, they are the same.
How are they the same when one follows Shia and one's Sunni?
Houthis are not Shia.
Yes, they are.
No, Houthis is not Shia.
Yes, they are.
Go look for it. It's not Shia.
What is it then?
They're closer to the Shia, but they're not Shia.
So what are they?
Houthis are Houthis.
Oh my god. Okay. So
Or,
what's the
or you
one
want to tell me that Yemenis are not Houthis and Houthis are not Yemeni?
But they
Because
have a whole
the Houthis are Yemenis.
yeah,
But
the Houthis are
the belief
yeah.
system is Houthi.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, the Houthis are Yemenis, but they have a conflict in north and south in Yemen.
And that is because
This is to do with religion. I don't know. You tell me this is religion stuff.
Is
I'm not a
it?
Muslim. I'm
Is
not a
it?
Muslim.
Is it?
I'm not a Muslim.
Okay.
I'm not a Muslim.
So why are you talking about Islam if you're not a Muslim? If you don't know about Islam, so why you
Because
bringing it up?
I know that
Because
Shia and Sunni are different.
somebody told
I
you
know
to
Shia.
say somebody told you to say this and that. If
I
you
know
want to
Shia
talk
and
about
Sunni are
something,
different.
what's different about them? They believe in one God. They believe in one prophet. They read the same Quran. They pray towards Mecca.
They follow the
pray-
same Sunnah.
But they call themselves Sunnah, or they call themselves Shia, or whatever. But they read the same Quran. They believe in the same prophet. They believe in the same God. They pray the same way. They call the prayer for the same way. So what's the difference? Like I don't understand what you guys keep playing on
But
thing.
that's not true either.
What do you mean?
They
it's
don't
not
pray
true?
the same. They don't pray the same way either.
Who said that?
Well, so you
I've seen Shia. I've seen
What's the
Shia.
difference? What's the difference between the Sunni prayer and the Shia prayer?
One, I don't know. Someone they have on their prayer mat some like a rock on it. The Shia.
Okay.
Yeah, and
And
and one of them has their hands by their sides, and one has it closed when they're praying.
how do they start praying? They say Al-Fatiha, right? It's the
Yeah, but
same
you,
way.
but
And
you
then
said
they
they.
say, then listen, they start with the prayer saying Al-Fatiha, which is both ways same. And then they go in and they say Qul huwallahu ahad. It's the same thing. Then they do the morning two, the Dhuhr 2 at 4, the Asr 4, then the 3, and then 4 at dinner, nighttime. And they do them all the same. So I don't understand the difference between, just because one stands with his hands up and one stands with his hand down, that makes them difference. Do they read the same Quran? Yes. Do they have the same Prophet? Yes. Do they have the same Mecca? Yes. Do they go to the pilgrim? Do they go to Mecca to the Hajj at the same time? Yes. Do they finish their prayer at the same time? Yes. So I don't understand the difference you're trying to put, or the difference they try to put in your head to make it believe that they're different. They're not different.
So their sunnah is the same as Sunnis and Shias. Sunni and Shia
Yeah,
have the same
they
sunnah.
are the same. Yes,
Why don't they follow Bahari and Muslim?
unless you put the ISIS, which was created by Israel,
Yeah.
and that is a different thing. You know that ISIS was in the civil war in Syria. When they get wounded, they will go to Israel to get treated, to get medical care. Did you know that or no? Do you know that the ISIS have attacked every country, every Muslim country around Israel, but have not fired one bullet on Israel? Don't you wonder why? Do you wonder why or not? Why is it? If they hate so much the Jews, why didn't they fire one single bullet on Israel? Why did they go get refugee in Israel to get medical care after they get wounded fighting a civil war in Syria? He took off. I know. I'm sorry, guys. It's a habit of mine. Make the Zionists run away.
I think it's time for a laugh.
I mean, these people are so dumb, man. Then they play on that Sunni Shia. There is no time on earth that Sunni and Shia were together like this time. Yeah, they played the Zionists and the Mossad played a big role and putting division between the two, but eventually, and the blessings of the Gaza war is that it got us over all of that.
Yes.
Yeah, but I wanted to talk to the commander, the Israeli army commander. I didn't get a chance to talk to him. That was my.
Next time, maybe.
They believe me. A lot of them, when they see me on a panel, like Zach took off. Why the Zach didn't stick around? Because they know, they can't. I have all the history.
Yeah, you have.
I have all the facts. And let me tell you, if you watch the H group in Lebanon, how they humiliated the Israeli army in south of Lebanon, where they will go into their barricade and unalive them and take off the Israeli flag and put the H group flag on the post and retreat. And that's why they got up and left Lebanon. That's why we woke up in 2000 and we saw them running away. They were celebrating leaving Lebanon. And now Zach comes up here, they launch missiles, we're going to occupy the land so they don't launch missiles anymore. And he forgot that for 18 years, they were getting whipped. And if, you know why Pampers made the adult diapers for?
Everything, yeah.
Yeah, they did it because of Lebanon. That's when they had the first contract with Pampers to do IDF Pampers diaper.
Oh, wow. Didn't know that.
Yeah. They are crying in the north. The H Group Lebanon targets military positions. They target back civilians, and that's what
Same
they
in
do.
Gaza, by the way.
Yeah,
Same
yeah, yeah.
exact thing in
That's,
Gaza.
you see,
Each
that's
group kick their butts in the battlefield like men, and they go in revenge to target civilians.
Yeah.
And notice every time there is a talk of a ceasefire, a massacre happens.
Yeah.
Every time, and that's, you know why? Because that's the rhetoric they use to put pressure on the resistance while negotiating.
Yeah.
And they don't learn. They did it once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, and they still don't learn that it's not working anymore. Yeah, Zora, they still occupy Shib'a Farms, and they occupy the Kafar Shuba Hills. And I'm so glad that they did not give them back in 2000, because we would not have a reason to stand with Gaza. We did not have an excuse to stand with Gaza today. So again, the Israeli bites themselves in the ass. That's the greed. They didn't want to leave these part of Lebanon. They did not want to leave these part of Lebanon. If they would have left these territory for Lebanon, the H Group in Lebanon had harder time to get involved in this war.
Yep. And they try their best to keep the morale of the army by continuing to lie to them as well. When an army commit a genocide and go and murder a lot of civilians, that's a sign of weakness. It's not a sign of strength.
No, of course.
Plus, they want to tell you it's not a genocide because the number of unalive. You don't need numbers to be unalive. All you need is the intent. And the intent is established. So you could unalive one person, and the intent is there. It's considered genocide.
Yep, and I don't honestly care. Call it whatever you want. You murdered 45,000 civilians.
Yeah. Even more than that, I'd say.
Yeah, but these are the propaganda they feed them. It's not genocide. Each group is the problem. It's this, it's that, and it's just the sugar coating. If we left you in 2005, it could have been Tokyo by now, or should have been Tokyo, or whatever. Well, you know, a little bit of digging can clear everything out, and that's what I suggest to everyone. Just go ahead and do a little bit of digging on why the Palestinians are living as today. Otherwise, Palestinian population before 1948, I mean, we kind of were the center of the Arabic world.
Yeah.
One side, if you look at it from one side, it's good for us that they are so ignorant. Because if they knew what we know, they would stand against their government. But since they don't want to listen, and when I say that this is me warning you, honest to God, this is how I feel. I feel like I have to tell them what the reality check is. And if they don't want to believe it, I'm facing my God and telling him, hey, I warned these people. They didn't want to listen. I have no guilt.
Yep. Because now Netanyahu is going to bring the Jewish, you know, I'm not talking about every Jewish man on this earth, but he's going to bring a lot of people going to go. They're going to get basically, a lot of people going to become anti-Semitic because of what Netanyahu is doing.
I mean, the anti-Semitism comes from themselves, like the Mossads do their. Look at Dagestan. Dagestan is the largest Russian Jews that left Israel went to Dagestan. And what happened in Dagestan? An attack on a synagogue. Why is that? So they can go back to Israel, not because somebody wants them unalive. No, it's just what they did in Egypt. That's what they did in Iraq, and that's what they did. Where was a Jewish community, they went and attacked them to make them run away and go hide in Israel.
Because you always want to run them on fear. These people gonna unalive you. These people gonna do this to you.
Yeah.
And when you need the population, you play your games.
Yeah.
You guys know the reason behind why Israel have not attacked Lebanon yet. You know why?
Kind of, but can you tell me?
Because the United States is refusing to support them.
Yeah. Well,
Because not they are refusing to support them because they don't want to support them. They don't want to support them because they are incapable of supporting them. You have all these American military bases in the Middle East. The resistance, they're not firing rockets like H group in Gaza. The people outside of Gaza, the resistance group, the Arch of Resistance, have top-notch military equipment, have missiles that you look at the Yemenis. The Yemeni has locked down the Arabian Sea, the Red Sea,
yeah.
and so no warship can get through there to help Israel.
Yeah. I know.
The Mediterranean Sea is locked down by H group with the hypernautic missiles, and that means no warship will get through the Mediterranean Sea to help Israel. All these military bases sitting in the Middle East, in Syria, in Iraq, in Qatar, in Saudi Arabia, in Kuwait, everywhere, these are sitting targets. It will rain missiles on them if the United States will get involved. Warfare is no longer the warfare, where I am fully equipped to my teeth and you have nothing, so I can come stand like in 1982 when the New Jersey was sitting across from Beirut and was shelling Beirut left and right. These days are over. In 2006, the Sa'ar 9, the best-notch Israeli warship, was standing in front of Lebanon, and the leader of H Group went up on live TV and said, look at that warship standing in front of Lebanon, firing missiles on Lebanon. Look at it, it's burning and it is gonna sink. And while he's doing his speech, the ship was targeted and it burned and it sank.
Yep. And also IDF, I mean, what kind of achievement have they done in Gaza, which is a tiny strip, have they achieved their goals?
No.
H group in Gaza has fireworks compared to what H group in Lebanon has. So they have achieved zero goals in Gaza. Would you support anyone who has failed with a weaker enemy to go and fight a bigger, stronger enemy? Absolutely not.
Yeah.
I think the United States will make just a wise decision, and that's probably the wisest decision.
Yeah.
You failed, you're a failure, we're not supporting you.
Yeah.
The main thing is that a lot of people don't understand that every country that manufactures weapons and it does not stand with the Americans is gonna give all these Arch of Resistance the weapon to counter the American weapons. So they want to test their weapons, because after this war is over, people are gonna shop for weapons. And I'm sure they're not going to go buy the Israeli Merkava because it did not do the job. They're not going to buy the Patriot, the American Patriot, because it did not do the job in Lebanon.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
there is
Or
much
the Iron
more.
Dome.
Yeah, plastic dome.
Plastic
Or
dome.
paper dome.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have to shut things down, but you were very interesting to listen to, and thank you so much for being here tonight. I really enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Thank you all.
I enjoyed this live.
Thank you, Chip. Thank you, everybody. Good night.
Good night,
Bye, everybody.
everyone.
I'll see you again soon. Thank you so much. I'll see you again. Good friends. Bye-bye.